Hey guys, Mr.NoPony here. Thank you, all you mares and gentle colts out there. You lovely lady, lovely mares and gentle colts. For popping on in. I'm very grateful for anybody who shows up. Um, Today we're just going to have a nice little relaxing stream as we continue on with our day. Give me a minute. I'm trying to get all my dashboards up on my secondary laptop. It's an older model and has very low processing speed. Maybe one day I'll be able to afford something better with any luck. Edit here and don't change everything to just chatting. The kick decides to actually change it to whatever and decide to add any other hashtags or whatnot. Yeah. I really don't understand hashtags or anything like that. So, no buggy. Let's see. Not really gonna have much on outside music. Alright. Properties. Cool. Looks like I got everything. I'll glance over every once in a while to the other side. Right. For right now, I want AB2. Alright, so I'm gonna start doing something that I see if I can't figure that out. If you notice, I haven't really whatever, that's close enough. I'm gonna do something I've never done before and I've been putting off on doing, and that's dealing with these little crystal deals. A lot of people like to just cut out sections and do it that way, which would require this. But I thought about it, and then no, I'll just do it line by line. You know, just make it something similar to what do you call it? A pretty print, but what jewels. Already set out first lines jewel management for what we need. So we'll deal with that. I think I've seen how these things go a lot. I believe I'm supposed to not put off, get a piece of that off, and use that for the sticking. I'm going to not. Alright, best. There we go. That should be good enough. Just use me a little bit of vibrations. I should be able to. Did my cat outside just sound like a chocobo? I think my cat sounded like a chocobo. That's interesting. And no cats could actually mimic chocobos. That'll do. Well enough. So, we're just gonna go through and just talk. 100% sure about how everybody's day is. Good or not. Okay, so it'll attach to that. Onto the number. Properly. Just gonna go ahead and do number 1. I'll be looking down a lot, so if I don't see or hear text messages, I do apologize. It's not gonna be able to see it. I need a huge distraction right now, and this is going to be one. As of right now, this is just what I need to do to have any form of semblance of sanity. Why do I need a semblance of sanity? A couple of days ago, I ended up losing, maybe a little over a week, I lost my source of income, which is considered my job. The people who actually caused me to lose my job, I hope will try and help with it. And if I'm down there, I will make sure, I will ask them for they torture me, allow me to torture them. The nice guy. Just want something. Alright, let's continue on. Those make it bigger. Just gonna go ahead and go for the line 1 and get all the number 1s as we can. And I'm gonna put up what we can. It's somehow therapeutic. I kind of just want to be for puzzles or something. Hey, if anybody wants to send me to that house where you could literally for $10,000 a day, $1 million for 100 days, yeah, just send me to that little area. Although I will never go near the cliffside. You're gonna have to sedate me before I actually get there because I'm terrified of heights. Isolation, being alone. Yeah, I could deal with that. It's nothing new. Talking to oneself. Oh. I think I could do that. No, they really should actually have multiple. Yeah, 100 days and just a ton of these things, and I think let's see, that's 3HHIIII 333. There's number one there. There. Number one there. Oh, did I not grip? Oh, I guess this stuff too far down. Go ahead and check, make sure I get all the number ones. Yeah. One part. These big chunky hands of mine. To open up the bag, hopefully. Sure, I don't get tons in. Set the ones off to the side. Next are number 3, right? I don't have a 2 on this. 2 3s. I don't see no 2. 2 was probably wrong. 3H and right. You don't need very much of it. There. I'm trying to get them all of them facing. At least a good amount of them. Alright. the one number 5 is. Very light and gentle with this right now. Get some tweezers to actually line everything up properly. Powerful enough. Not much to actually break everything, just perfect. Yes. Just go ahead and place those in there and throw the 5s next. Oh. Yeah, don't spill it everywhere. Make sure you sew them up and place them off to the side. Alright, next we need number 17, which is H, I mean. Because they're so small, I'm pretty sure they couldn't put a 17 in there. That's why it was swapped over after 10 to alphabetical. Don't need that many, so I'm just gonna knock out a couple. Just one. Honestly, did not notice it. Okay, 15, 14 up there. There's 16. Yes. Oh, and there I go. Yeah. All right. Where'd it go? There we go. And also left is number 18. Right eye. And we're just connecting to. I gotta say, these are kind of therapeutic. Pretty, but therapeutic. There we go. One row down. If you make sure. Oh, I need to go get a drink. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. All right. Let's make sure all the dashboard. it's alright. Alright, you're gonna need number 1, 3, 8, 5. Looks like we're also gonna need number 4 in this one. You know, this is going to get annoying. Let me get a little deck box. Not necessarily a deck box, but it'll do what I need it to do. Nine, 8, 7, 6. 2 there. 19. Alright, 12, 13, 14. 19. 17, 16. Way up to 18 on that part. That makes sense. Looks like I'm dealing with something. I'm dealing with a lot of things, but all right. Hey guys, I'm gonna switch over to a different design. We're just gonna go completely full screen. Just catch it. Give me a second, I'm troubleshooting real quick. I don't know what's going on here. I think 2 should be shut down. Control. There we go. There we go. You guys should. I don't have chat here, so I don't See? Paste. Go ahead and toss you guys over here in the other corner. There we go. There we go. Just a little change up from my normal ordeal. Alright. If this doesn't work for people, I can always change it back. Right now, this isn't really the situation I care about. Any of that. Alright, let's begin. Alright, as I continue on, there. Try to get the dots on properly. checked out. Do I need any more? No. No. But more of this pink crap. What's that? Okay, I see. Which I guess I'll like. So that's all the ones for that room. Looks like next one, 3s, 5s, and I think there was 1 6 in there, maybe. No, it's on 6. Color is 6. Bright green. It could be right underneath one of these black bunks in this section here. If I did end up covering it up, that's on me. Just have to deal with it. There'll just be one color out of randomness, I suppose. Alright. Let's see, 3 was next. It's gonna be all. There we go. Don't want all of them in there. Shift them around, try to get as many as we can flat. Maybe that G that I saw. There's another 3. There we go. It is almost similar to paint by numbers. Anyway, remember what those are like. Just to show you guys how far. What's that look like? Pretty bumpy. I think you can see a better bunch of all you can. It's funny. All you can see is the little dots where the numbers are. You can't actually see the numbers. That's kind of entertaining. Alright, let's go ahead and open up this real quick. Okay. So, which one do I need next? G. Just a single G. It's number 16. Randomly, just one G. You're not gonna get very much with one G. I never questioned one G means our phones and everything. I wonder how 30 inch by 30 inch probably could actually mount this on a frame. That inches are, no, that couldn't be 30 inches, that's too small. 30 by 30 millimeters, centimeters. No, I'm not sure, you know? There we go. It's gonna be at least a corner of it. There we go. No, this is, see, this is just watering. Alright, looks like we need H. Number 17. This stream's not ending until I'm done with this. Even if I stop to eat, the stream is going to continue. Well, I missed 2 threes here. Come back and get them. Relaxation projects. I don't know how well that'll help, but I might. Oh, this helps on my end. square number 16 and 3. There were 2 G's in that line. Drop that down. We're good. Four threes. This one? Did I not grab 5? Or am I? Oh, no, wait. 5 is right there. Oof, I heard that. I would actually just have these in little containers. Not more than I need, but there. Alright, once this is done, I'm probably going to see what it takes to actually get a little square frame for it. Alright. Next I have a few. Put those back down in the bags. Organization is key here. Not losing things is the key, actually. That's a bigger key than organization is not losing it. But organization and not losing helps. Because some people have chaotic organization, and I might be one of those types. I think a lot of men are. Here we go. 5's done. And that row is done. How did that show up? Sparkly, huh? Alright. things are start getting more erratic the further we go up. I'll be right back. Those are in the areas. I'm gonna grab me some ramen noodles real quick. I think I need him. Set that there for a second. Put it over it, just so hold it down flat. Give some people something to look at, something delicious. Some ooey gooey brownies. Wait.
This hole in the road had not been fixed. Chickpea pineapple. Best enjoyed together.
Just ignore this.
I don't know why you're getting up. You ain't got nowhere to go. Dumbass pony.
Doesn't this look wonderful? Nice ramen noodles. Really easy to make. If you have one of these yakisoba or lo mein, you know, type of bowls, you could actually just fill them up to the waterline and put your normal ramen noodle packages in them. And pop them in the microwave for 4 minutes, and you got 4-minute microwave noodles. Instant noodles right there. Even more instant than the actual, well, Maruchan had individual noodles had. Welcome to the life of being living a ramen noodles again. Phoebe.
At the banquet, she finally met the boyfriend she had loved for 8 years, but who had suddenly disappeared. When their eyes met, his were full of surprise, while hers were all filled with joy at seeing him. The girl beside him demanded to know if he knew her. He immediately replied he didn't. She never expected he would deny knowing her for another girl, but she still played along pretending not to know him. In truth, her heart was saying she wouldn't let him leave again. When she walked out of the banquet hall, he suddenly appeared, hit her against the wall, and demanded why she was there. She didn't answer, just reached out to feel his warmth. Seeing this, he simply pulled his hand away. She still pretended not to know him, asking who he was. He didn't answer, just told her to go back home immediately. She didn't respond to his request, instead asking if he would marry her. After saying that, she tried to leave, but he immediately held her back. Then she hugged him again. She told him affectionately she would never leave him again. He was helpless, yet had no way with her. It turned out 8 years ago she saved him when he was unconscious in the wild, took the amnesiac and back to her home. They spent every day together developing deep feelings. In her heart, he was already her husband, until he recovered his memory and suddenly disappeared. She used all her time to search for him. This time she decided no matter what he faced, she would be with him. Then when she finally met the boyfriend she had loved for
My daughter's wedding photographer.
the man casually tossed a racket to his apprentice. Unexpectedly, the apprentice was crushed to the ground by it. Turns out the racket was forged from celestial black iron, weighing a full 500 kilograms. Yet the man could effortlessly twirl a 1,000 sheen racket with one hand, and even use it to hit a feather into the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. He was in fact the legendary god of ping pong, but tired of fame and glory, he chose to live in obscurity as a janitor in a ping pong gym. But one day, the coach noticed something off about him, and couldn't resist testing him. The man casually picked up a broom, and unleashed the legendary Phantom Disc Serpent move, defeating the coach in a single strike. Only then did the coach realize the man's true identity. Knowing he was exposed, the man had to relocate again. Through a connection, he got a janitor job at a struggling club on the verge of shutting down. Coincidentally, the club was selecting a head coach, and the club director actually offered the position to the man. Only then did he realize he'd been exposed again. To keep things simple, he offered to train just one person to help them with the city championship, but was met with ridicule. They mocked a janitor daring to coach players, and insisted the assistant coach take the role instead, claiming he had plenty of experience. Tired of their noise, the man chose a substitute named Tony, who was in charge of picking up balls, declaring that with just 3 days of training, no one present would be able to beat him. The club's star player sneered in disbelief, saying Tony had muscular atrophy, couldn't even hold a racket steady. Thinking he could win was pure fantasy. Training soon began. The man handed Tony a racket, and Tony was instantly flattened by it. Only then did the man remember it weighed 1,000 sheen, so he gave him a lighter one. Tony barely managed to hold it up. The next second, the man plucked a feather, tossed it into the air.
These things are so cheesy.
Tony was instantly stunned and started training hard, but no matter how he swung, he couldn't launch the feather. Just then, other players saw the scene and burst into laughter, saying Tony couldn't even grip the racket. How could he beat them in 3 days? After they laughed, Tony finally let out his pent-up anger and slammed the racket, miraculously hitting the feather dead center on the target. But the man said it was still far from enough, and gave him the 1,000 sheen racket for training, telling him not to let go for the next 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the trial finally arrived. The man brought out an hourglass, until the sand ran out. Tony was not allowed to change rackets. The first test was strength. The task was to shatter as many wine bottles as possible using ping pong balls. But the extreme difficulty stumped everyone. Dozens of players failed to break a single bottle. Only the star player smashed 7 in one go, stunning the entire crowd. Then it was Tony's turn. He reached to switch rackets, but the man stopped him. With no choice, he used the heavy racket. As expected, he only shattered one bottle with great effort, and nearly fell from the force. The club director rushed to help, and instantly felt the racket's incredible weight. Finally realizing the man's true strength, the rest of the players, still clueless, mocked Tony for struggling to hold a racket. But the man ignored them completely, because the 3 days weren't over yet. The man casually tossed a racket to his
What was your hold-it moment where you knew you would win? 3 years ago, my neighbor Karen called the cops on me for stealing her Amazon packages. The thing is, I work nights as a security guard and sleep during the day, so I never even see deliveries happening. But Karen was absolutely convinced I was some kind of package thief mastermind. This all started about 6 months earlier when Karen moved into our building. She immediately decided I was suspicious because I kept weird hours and had packages delivered during the day while I was sleeping. First, she started leaving passive-aggressive notes on my door. Then she upgraded to standing in her doorway, arms crossed, glaring at me whenever I left for work at 10 p.m. She'd make these loud phone calls right outside my door, clearly meant for me to hear. Yes, I think my neighbor is running some kind of theft ring. He sleeps all day and prowls around at night. But the real escalation began when she bought a Ring doorbell specifically to catch me in the act. She posts daily in our building's Facebook group about suspicious activity and missing deliveries, complete with timestamps and blurry screenshots. The other neighbors started avoiding both of us because Karen would corner them in the hallway, showing them printed screenshots and delivery confirmations, explaining her increasingly complex theories about my alleged criminal enterprise. She created a whole Excel spreadsheet tracking deliveries delivery times versus when I left for work. Karen started timing her own errands to coincide with delivery windows, hiding behind the stairwell with her phone ready to film my crimes. She emerged dramatically whenever a package arrived, demanding the driver show her exactly where they left it. The building manager got so tired of her calls that he actually installed security cameras in the hallways, which Karen took as validation of her concern. She started keeping a log of every time I left my apartment. Karen even tried to befriend other neighbors to recruit them into her surveillance network. She'd say things like, "We need to stick together against criminals," and "I'm just trying to protect our community." The final straw was when she started following me to work. She'd sit in her car across from the office building where I worked security, taking photos and writing down license plate numbers of cars I walked past. Then she called the cops. Officer Martinez shows up looking like he'd rather be dealing with literally anything else. Karen's already waiting outside with a manila folder thick enough to be a college thesis and a poster board with photos and red string connecting them. "Officer, I have documented evidence of systematic package theft," she announces, waving the folder. "He works a suspicious night shift," she explained, clearly a cover for his criminal activity. "He sleeps all day to avoid being seen with my packages, then sells them online during his so-called security job." Officer Martinez nods patiently while Karen pulls out item after item from her folder. "Ma'am, what exactly has been stolen?" "My protein powder, my face masks, my resistance bands, all confirmed delivered but never received." She pulls out her phone and starts scrolling through delivery notifications. "Look, delivered at 2:47 p.m., delivered at 11:23 a.m., delivered at 3:15 p.m., all during his suspicious daytime sleeping hours when he could easily steal them." The officer looks increasingly confused as Karen continues her presentation. "And you're certain these items were stolen?" "Officer, I've been tracking this for months. I bet he's got a whole storage unit full of stolen packages. I've seen him leave with bags, probably taking my stuff to sell on eBay or Facebook Marketplace. I'm standing there in my doorway, still in my security uniform from the night shift, trying desperately not to laugh." Officer Martinez looks at me, then back at Karen. "Ma'am, I need to ask, where exactly do these packages get delivered?" Karen points confidently toward my apartment. "Right there, apartment 4B. That's where all my deliveries go." I'm literally biting my tongue at this point because I live in apartment 4A. The officer squints at the numbers on our doors, then looks back at Karen. "Ma'am, that's 4A you're pointing at. You said your packages go to 4B. Karen's face went blank. Officer Martinez walked to 4C, and old Mr. Donald appeared with like 20 packages, all hers. What was your hold it moment where you knew you would win? 3 years ago, my neighbor Karen called the cops on me for
That's hilarious.
Disney. This app. The billionaire was shocked to find that his woman had become his brother's fiancée. Was it competitive and...
Has quick thinking ever saved your life? I was 17.
Excuse me.
Now you can say it too. Start for only $1.95. Build the legendary Mark III armor, step by step.
And the FBI that watches this video to arrest it. Welcome! I'm so happy that you joined me today. Currently, Hassan Piker, known for pity parties and also known for supporting organizations across the world, has decided to not only collapse his empire, but pull down his entire orbit with him. Today we're going to be talking about all of the fucking freaks in his orbit that are currently melting down, losing their mind. Israel bombed a nuclear power plant, and he's like, "No! I wanted all my favorite organizations to have nuclear weapons. No!" Other things that are also incredibly important, including hoaxing the government. I hope you're enjoying FBI agents that are currently watching this video. I know you're here. I know you're queer. You're probably not queer. Elon Musk would have fired you. But, Alright, anyway, log in, boys and girls. So this is Hassan Piker crying that the FBI is currently investigating him.
It says, "Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for your participation in the Global Entry Program of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Global Entry is a voluntary program available to travelers that pass a comprehensive background investigation. Applicants found to be ineligible for Global Entry participation may still be permitted to enter into the United States, although they will not be permitted to use the Global Entry lane. Right. We regret to inform you that your membership in Global Entry has been revoked for the following reasons."
Why?
In parentheses, has reasons.
Why would they revoke him?
And the only thing that it says is, "You do not meet program eligibility requirements."
No! No!
This is after they gave it to
Hmm.
him.
Yeah, because that's how Puff's Hassan Piker franchise started on the Nutsacore channel, the FBI's favorite franchise on YouTube. Commie scum, commie terrorist supporting, pity party enjoying fuck.
So, that's it. Was he revoked?
Yeah, that's how revocation works. Revocation actually works once you have it. Otherwise, it's not revocation, it's decline.
Before Trump's inauguration? No, after.
Yeah, because that's when you really start ramping up the whole kill Rick Scott, the senator of the United States, right? Remember when he was telling his audience to kill Scott? Anyway, I think this is very funny because remember how he was detained in the airport? Well, I made a pretty fucking funny tweet. A lot of people were very mad about this tweet, actually. Beat Hassan Piker. Say American deserve 9/11. Support multiple terrorist organizations. Tell your audience to kill 2 United States senators. The FBI revokes global entry. Try to enter the USA with global entry anyway, which obviously doesn't work. They ask questions at airport security. No, I was detained Baker, with defense no way to think of attention. Twitch streamer, Sam Baker.
Why does he sound like Cartman?
You were detained. They revoked your global entry because you support terrorists. And they asked you questions at the airport because you tried to get in through global entry, which you don't have. So yes, this was a giant hoax. It was a gigantic, massive, colossal hoax that he made and to try to fool the government. Someone fucking detained him. He just Smolletted the government. He is under investigation by the FBI, obviously. Huge baby born with silver spoon in his mouth. Cries and lies are out online. 4 and 7. Pretty great. And obviously, I love the terrorist tag. Now, my favorite thing about my comment sections lately is that half of it is like death threats to me at this point. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. Hassan might actually be entering the find out stage. This is glorious. If you keep going down, you get some pretty good stuff. You get some pretty good stuff. You get some, I'm gonna call my cousin that is alive and definitely wasn't killed by the freedom fighters in Gaza and tell him about this. Beating up his relative. Bomb, fear, boss. Maybe that's the last murder. It's pretty great. It's pretty. I love how the Hassan fans jump into my audience every single time. Oh, but you're a Vito.
No, you're giving him money every time you come into his audience. Oh, that's so sad.
Yes.
Especially upon the kick.
I do personally find this very, very funny. I find this incredibly hilarious. Yeah, that Hassan Biker, detained, not really detained, revoked his global access. Currently, Israel is bombing nuclear plants in Iran, right? You gotta remember, Trump said to Iran, do not get nukes, alright? Do not get nukes, alright? We will make a deal. If you can't make a deal, there will be war, alright? That's what he said, right? That's what he said. That's what he said. Hassan, Israel attacks regional power during U.S. negotiations. He is the worst political commentator, I think, of all time. I really think he might be the worst political commentator in the history of time.
Well, we gotta have somebody to compare to. If everybody's the best and it's all mediocre.
I think he might be history's worst political commentator. So, for those of you that are unaware, Donald Trump gave 60 days to Iran to make a deal. And he said that if you don't make a deal in 60 days, you will be bombed. Alright? He literally said this 60 days ago.
The hell? I'm sorry, Fortnite is now available on Nintendo Switch 2. But it also plays Fortnite. I can't think of a single person that actually plays Fortnite.
Days ago. I'm trying to find that exact post so that I can show it to you. So,
Unskippable
this
ads.
Trump said on the 11th of April. Trump tells Iran, make a deal or it's war. 11th of April. Donald Trump has given Iran 60 days to agree to a nuclear deal or make military action. Now, in case you can count, this is 61 days ago. So this is literally exactly what Trump said was going to happen. Alright, this is a new Trump tweet. 2 months ago, I gave Iran 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, and they couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance to make a deal. So basically, this is exactly what's going on. This is exactly what's fucking going on. So Hassan says Israel attacks regional power during negotiations. Actually, no, it was after the deadline. It's the genocide. Genocide should be in quotes because according to the United States government, there is no genocide. Because they're currently feeding people in Gaza on a captive population. They're only a captive population of the Hamas terrorists that are killing them and started a war, which, by the way, let me just remind you, Hamas is sponsored by Iran. They are in the Iranian proxy bombing Yemen. All right, why Yemen? Why would Israel bomb Yemen? That's because Houthi terrorists are bombing Israel, and Houthi terrorists are an Iranian proxy. And Lebanon, why would they be bombing Lebanon? Oh, I don't know, because Hezbollah is a terrorist organization in Lebanon that's bombing Israel, and an Iranian proxy occupying Syria, and they're still the victims. Like, the craziest fucking thing here is how you can get so much wrong in a single tweet. He's like, Israel's attacking unprovoked, even though he literally listed 3 things that are provocations. Literal 3 provocations. These are 3 separate terrorist organizations that Hassan is supporting.
People don't want to
Every
believe
single
that
one of
they're
those
in the
terrorist
wrong.
organizations is literally an
I
Iranian
won't admit
proxy.
it, really.
Yes,
Fuck up.
absolutely, that's why they don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Because obviously, holy shit, fucking obviously, you don't want a terrorist regime that sponsors terrorist organizations to have nuclear weapons, right? Like, duh, you have to be a complete retard if you think that that's not not the case. Oh my god. Oh lord. Like, what do you even do about these people? Holy shit, they're actually all crazy. So anyway, so this is Hassan losing his goddamn mind that a terrorist country is not going to be getting nuclear weapons. Because obviously that pisses him off. So I wanted to show you. This is No Glenn Terrorizer. Two glorious, fine, bearded individuals of you. They had this to say on their video.
To see what, and let's just say he's fucking crazy into this one YouTuber drama guy.
So there's this guy, a friend of these guys, crazy bro, crazy bro. There's this one VTuber drama guy that I'm just saying, he's making moves. People are noticing.
Knows we exist. Funnily enough, he threw a clip of us laughing at one of these memes. So funny thing that I found out because my friend is pretty obsessed with that. Yeah, Knox guy.
Shout out to this guy's friend obsessed with the Nux guy. Shout out to him. He's based. Listen, I am based. He is based. I'm just saying. I've been pretty based lately. I've been saying the things that no one actually likes to say. Alright? That's what I do for a living. Subscribe if you like hearing things that you want to hear, but no one will say.
Was that apparently, allegedly, I know it's a myth.
If I had any brain to actually say stuff that I wanted to say, other than having a blank fucking static, I would say them.
Sorry.
So it turns out not only am
My
I
life has just been dull. I don't have much to worry about
but
right
I'm
now.
teaching the world how pathetic
Well, I actually have a lot to worry about.
extremist cucks are on the other side of the playing field.
I'm not
They're
gonna
only Sonic
bother my family or anybody else
FBI,
about
but
it.
Hassan's entire
Just gonna try to get another job and continue on.
are literally getting cooked, thanks to me. So it turns out, yes,
It would be nice to actually be able to,
for being allowed to watch his wife have sex with Hassan Biker. It's actually pretty crazy. The development is insane. She let him watch. That's the update. She let him watch. It's my opinion. It's my analysis. I'm an on the grounds journalist. All right. I think she lets him watch. All right. Listen. She might. So anyway, it turns out
there's plenty of fours.
everybody. He missed
A lot
his
of
best
fours
friend's
here.
wedding. His best friend's wedding. You know why? Because his wife wanted a tattoo. So today we're gonna be looking at all the retards in the Hassan orbit, and they're all absolutely collapsing. And it's very fun for me personally. Lock in, boys and girls. It's gonna be fun. Welcome back to your local circus. Yeah! In today's video, Anissa today make fun of retards. Continues her never-ending humiliation of iDubbbz. Good. Just a classic relationship doo-doo.
iDubbbz just needs to be made fun of. Dear God. I don't know who Alan Walker is and why should I even search for him.
For like a traditional relationship, like a traditional classic, like old school relationship, a fucking degenerate one imploding online. God damn it, I'm just saying, every single day, every day, I thank God for what I have, and that I don't have what these fucking retards have. Denims tried to expose Tone, and it backfired horribly. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Can't believe this would happen to Denims. Known for having drawn lolly porn in the past, and having an OnlyFans. This is crazy. I can't believe these people are taking L's, guys. I can't believe it. Hassan is now justifying setting cars on fire and is calling out Asmongold again. Yeah! More stuff. Already subscribe or you gotta take a fucking class with iDubbbz. Become a professional watcher. Let's start with this tweet here. The H3 subreddit found the alleged gorgeous Gabe. Is this the trainer Anissa had a crush on? And we got an Instagram post of Anissa. Dude, Pegasus just messaged me. He literally just messaged me right now.
Looks like I have one that is number 2.
Crazy. And it's not even about me reacting to his video. Okay, so he sent me a hate tweet. I love when my friends are like, yo, they really hate you. So this is some guy, oh shit, 15,000 likes, that's good, that's good. So this is the Iranian military, considering we didn't initiate it. And this guy's like, yo, slam out Nux Taku for me, gang. Random guy on Twitter, yo, what's your killing Jews in Israel? Remember to target American Jews. Dude, there's this Nux Taku guy, you gotta kill him. Fuck yeah, incredibly based. Love that so much. These guys are, these are the real ones, bro. These are the real ones. Freak yeah. Alright, I'm calling Pegasus. I decided I'm calling Pegasus. Yo, Pegasus.
There's number 2 right there.
You'll tell me your analysis. Assad fans that chant globalize the Intifada, river to the sea, support terrorists that want to genocide all Jews, hate me.
Interesting. Interesting. What could
I
that
want you to
possibly be?
Why do you think? Maybe it's because they're anti-Zionist. Maybe it's because
Possibly.
Maybe it's because they're, you know, are you watching the stream right now? I have to show you this. This is pretty big.
Yeah, I'm watching. Yeah.
I love this. Hilarious. Alright, so first you get this tweet over here. Alright, this one says, of course that's happened with an Israeli. Which I'm not, by the way. Alright, it says 112,000 likes.
Jesus Christ, right?
They're like, wow. I've got to bookmark that one. That's a banger. Of course, the response is the Jaden animation tweet. Because that's a reason to want me dead. Absolutely, I agree.
Right.
And then you get the retweets of lefties where they find out someone is Israeli. A deceitful Jew.
Oh my god. Dude, I think Twitter had like a hate corner for you even before all of this, right? They're always trying to cancel you for some type of shit, right?
For sure. No, I think it's a good thing because I am a big believer in freedom of speech. Like, dude, they just tell you who they are. You know?
Yeah, for sure. My god, man. I was just like randomly like I don't follow anybody on Twitter. I haven't even been using it that much, and that just pops up on my timeline randomly.
Yeah, no,
Like why the fuck
Oh,
do they
looks
want
like I
to
missed
share?
Drake's
Holy
Wars.
shit, bro, they're snitching to the government. That's
Dude,
crazy.
you're telling the Iranian government.
Fucking military. They want them to like straight up nuke you. It's crazy.
Yes, you're right. You are right. Yes. Straight up. Yes. You have no idea how many death threats I've been getting lately. It's insane.
Jesus Christ. The thing is, like, I sort of like, bro, I haven't gotten even like half of this shit. Like, I know I'm not like, you know, as into it as you. You definitely go into like more detail and stuff, but I'm still against this on all of this type of bullshit. And like, I say the most controversial thing, which is we shouldn't support terrorists, right? That's a pretty very hot take, very hot take. And yeah, I don't get nearly, not even like half of what you get, dude. Holy shit. You're like the front runner of this.
I think it's largely because I actually do get into like the nitty gritty like politics bullshit. Like I don't like I debunk the Hamas propaganda that he pushes as opposed to just being like terrorist bad, which I agree with also and respect immensely. But like for example, I'll call out shit that happens in real time. Like for example, did you know that Hamas just killed 5 aid workers trying to give food to Palestinians?
I know, I would follow.
Yeah, right. So, like, I'll say that shit, and obviously, that is not exactly, you know, good for the cause. It's not good for the cause.
Dude, you know, I've been watching fucking Piers Morgan, dude. Dude, this guy's the ultimate rage baiter. It's so hilarious because, like, you can never predict his opinion on any topic. People, like,
You think in 400 times. He changes his opinion based on whatever's going on in public.
and the funniest thing is his comment section hates him no matter what. Like, he can say anything and they're like, oh,
He'll be like, Israel has the right to defend itself.
Take $20,000 off your new Ram Avalanche, the #1 Ram dealer in America. That's right. Now through June 30th, take $20,000 off a Ram 1500 Laramie or choose a Ram 1500 Bighorn. Discounted $18,000. Browse hundreds of discounted trucks.
But Israel does not have the right to defend itself. And it's like, all right, you can say so.
So you're reacting to the, what, IDEF's video? Anissa?
Yeah. I was doing a bit of a. I didn't like. I cover the Hassan shit, and then I watch you for the rest of like the orbit of fucking retards.
Yeah, I do a good job covering the rest of them. What are your thoughts, by the way, what do you predict is going to happen to Ida and Issa? Are they going to, like, stay together, or?
There's no way.
So what do you think happened, like, Ida was, like, this regular guy, and then Issa just fucking, like, soul-sucking heartbeat him or some shit?
That's something like that. So I'll be real. I think Anissa's gonna leave him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has much of a choice. He's, like, her dog now, right? So he doesn't have any free will. He's, as I said, Reed from Game of Thrones, just fucking cut off completely, like, torture. You remember, like, I don't know, you've seen Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
You know that episode where like they fucking he escapes and then they fucking catch him back? That's like IDEPS. Like he's trying to fucking escape the dungeon of Anissa, but he keeps getting dragged in because she won't stop humiliating him on the internet.
Dude, you are so right. You are so right. I'm excited for Hassan's next stream, to be honest, because he's obviously gonna be talking about Israel striking the Iranian nuclear
Oh yeah,
facility.
well, okay. Do you know what happened there? Like, what exactly happened?
So I just finished doing a video on it. Basically, 61 days ago, Trump said to Iran,
You have 60 days to dismantle your nuclear program, or it's war. And that was 61 days ago. So
They did nothing. I imagine.
and Israel basically struck their nuclear sites.
This is Iran?
Iran, yeah.
Wait. Is it the place that Hassan says is weirdly pro-trans because they force gay
Yes,
people to transition?
that is one of the things that they do. Or they throw gay people off buildings.
Pro-trans, of course.
Pro-trans. But like, dude, look at the way it was struck is they hit nuclear sites, they hit a lot of missile factories, and they took out like all of the generals. Like this is how precise the strikes were. Like the missile flew in, it killed the general of the nuclear program. It didn't even shatter the windows of the neighbors.
That is crazy. I didn't know technology got this far.
Yeah, technology got there. Like
I saw that drone shit as well. Like, was that Russia, Ukraine? Like the
Yeah,
drones
dude.
in the cars or whatever.
Ukraine absolutely fucked Russia with that. That was crazy.
Hopefully, I mean, it doesn't escalate to fucking nuclear shit. Because they just tweeted. I saw they were like, I don't know who the fuck runs that shit, but they're like, remember, they started it first or something.
Yeah,
Which is
look,
like,
look,
bro,
so-
don't fucking use a nuke, man. Holy shit.
They don't have nukes thanks to Israel.
Also, yeah, man, but I'll let you get back to the video. Yeah, nice talking to you, man. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just waiting for Hassan to say, all right, here's what we're predicting, right? This is what I'm predicting. You're right. That 4,000 Palestinian children were killed in this.
Jesus Christ. But okay. Final verdict. Is he ever getting arrested? Is he actually going to jail?
Yes. At some point, it's gonna happen.
Okay, give me a timeline.
I can't do time.
2 months, 3 months?
I'm gonna say within the next 6 months, he will.
I'm gonna predict 1,000%. Whenever your 1,000% drops, and until then, you just gotta go 998, 998.
Oh yeah, absolutely, every day.
Oh my god. All right, yeah, take care, man.
The question is, who goes to jail first, him or Johnny Somali?
Oh, well, Johnny, I guess that's unfortunately.
I'm
Yeah.
talking-
I mean, he's already scheduled, right? Like
He's
he
in court.
can't
He's not
avoid
in
it.
jail. He's in court, not jail.
No, but it's like it's basically impossible for him to avoid charges, bro. He filmed all his fucking crimes. Like, Hassan is more wishy-washy, which like, it's like, oh well, does the U.S. government care enough to prosecute him for this dumb shit
But
he's
the
doing?
thing is, when I'm talking about Hassan, I mean, when he gets detained, all right, Johnny Somali, like, yes, his court cases, he has months until he's actually going to be considered.
Right.
Like, if
It's like
they somehow
it's
approach
guaranteed.
that, I win.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he's stupid enough to actually like stay next to a burning car and like explode on him, like, bro, that's fucking. Dude, I can't believe he actually went down there. That's like, that was the one time I was like, oh, dude, he's actually standing on business, but he's still a fucking stupid moron.
So,
Yeah.
you could say that he's just standing on business, but also, like, did you see the press vest gimmick that he's been doing?
Oh, I think I saw that.
He's out there wearing a press
I was gonna
vest.
cover this in my next video. Yeah. Oh, right. Is that from the? I think you replied to this, right? I'm pretty sure you replied to this. Yeah, I think.
Hamas terrorists do the same shit.
Shop Etsy for special birthday gifts, like custom style pieces to celebrate dog people. This is perfect. Thanks, Jesse.
Alright, 3 rows down and
Original artwork to
I have
celebrate.
no idea how many.
Shop all kinds of special birthday gifts. Shop the Etsy app.
Oh, I forgot my keys.
Oh, let's continue on.
Wait, no. Those are the journalists supposedly, right? Or
Yeah, these are the supposed journalists that are all registered as Hamas terrorists.
I think I've seen this video. It's like a bunch of missiles launching, right?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. And he's always on the side of the terrorists. He's always on the side of the terrorists. Every time.
Yeah, dude. I don't know if I'm like all the way on your end right now. Like,
No, I
you're,
don't
like,
think you are.
convinced this guy is a terrorist.
I
at
didn't
this
say
point.
it, but I do think he provides material support to terrorists.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Alright, let's see
he's
if I
just
can
really
just,
fucking stupid. Like, I really don't want to say he's evil, but like, at this point, it's very hard to not. Like, I think you can be so stupid to the point where, yeah, I just fucking like, oh, I love terrorists and shit like that. Because he gives his justification. He's like, this thing happened, therefore this is all okay. It's like, even the LA situation. Well, they're doing this, so therefore it's okay to burn the car. Like, he has some justification for everything, so he's not like blatantly, dude. At least I hope he's not blatantly.
You are literally describing exactly what terrorism is. It's when someone has a destructive, evil ideology, and because of their ideology, they do this shit. That is terrorism.
Oh yeah, that is kind
You
of
are
true.
describing terrorism. Yes,
I did.
because Israel exists, therefore babies are valid military
Okay, so
Alright,
yeah,
let's
it's
do
still
play
gonna do
ball.
that
Alright, let's
every
see. The
time.
rest of the orbit needs to collapse now. Alright, let's see what happens.
So, and we got this guy, Gorgeous Gabe, and iDub
Oh!
here. It's me and Ian's 1-year wedding anniversary. So basically, if you missed the last Anisens episode,
Wait, did she actually just post this? Is this like a new post? She posted the image of the trainer that I... No, no, no. She posted an image of the guy that beat up her husband that she had a crush on for her anniversary with her husband? Oh my god, the harlot!
Anissa,
Oh.
we got this guy, Gorgeous Gabe, and iDubs here. It's me and Ian's 1-year wedding anniversary.
Oh.
So basically, if you missed the last Anissa and iDubs episode, as revealed by iDubs' former boxing coach Mike, Anissa was apparently crushing on iDubs' boxing opponent.
Happy controversy, Ides.
And Gabe here being all flirty with them, as iDubs was actively getting his face punched in.
Ides will be like, surprisingly, my boxing coach didn't even receive payment. All he wanted was private time with my wife.
In fact, Anissa just seems to love iDubs getting humiliated in general. Anissa did this absolutely diabolical thing.
That's a big from 2022. But still,
Yeah.
she posted it on a 1-year wedding anniversary. On her wedding anniversary, she posted a picture of the guy that she had a crush on that beat up her husband. Bro, this is the most fatherless shit I've ever seen in my life.
And put him in her 1-year wedding anniversary. Here's what people are saying. Uploading your husband making a face like that next to a secret crush in an anniversary post is crazy. I feel like it's gonna culminate in her actually cheating on him or having gone
That's cute. What do you mean, actually cheating on him? You think that didn't happen yet?
up close in the past.
Oh.
Everything that comes out is so strange. I mean, I'm just saying she was in Hassan's house. Alright, now we can't confirm anything, but just is known for watching.
Oh, we're on the same page here. It's happening. There's no way, bro. It's crazy. Imagine being an ugly whore. Like, if you're a whore, like, it can, like being an ugly whore. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
How does he not understand this is absolute punk territory?
Maybe he is. Maybe he does understand it.
Either he's getting off on it too, or she's a horrible human. Well, that's where you're wrong. It's both of that. Definitely getting off on it.
Dude has to have some sort of humiliation fetish. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, I've asked this question before. I'll ask it again. The real question is, we don't know. Does he watch from, like, in the room, or is he, like, a keyhole cup? Where he, like, watches from outside?
I am Iron Man. Now you can say it too. Start for only $1.95. Build the legendary Mark III armor, step by step, and get magazines with incredible secrets. Find out more at fanhome.com.
Spring has officially arrived. It is my favorite time of year. Everything is blooming and the weather is warming up. I went to a farmer's market this morning and I picked out some fresh flowers and some peaches. It was so much fun. Then I came home and I got my kitchen all clean for spring. I washed with my favorite baby.
And I'm skipping your ad.
Horrible human. Holy shit, that woman hates Ian. Like, I know you guys are pointing this out, but I'm telling you, as a woman, you have absolutely no clue how much this loads in. It's not enough for her that she's in complete control of him, like a dog. It's not even that he's a shell of his former self. No, she's obsessed with making sure everyone's embarrassed to say they ever thought Ian was funny or cool.
Yeah, this is, like, total destruction.
He's fully embraced the psycho gene that most girls know not to harness. Now, anyways, iDub is trying to pretend that he is unaffected by all this drama, even though he's been crashing out on Twitter
Oh
and
my
making
lord.
videos about it as well.
Now, this is some sociopath shit. Oh, no! No, 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 no. Turn holding it on. Oh.
He posted this tweet, road trip, and it's basically an image of him, like, just outside this van in, like, the most stereotypical iDub posture.
This is crazy. This is insane. What do you do? What do you do about this?
And honestly,
I'm gonna get some help.
I had the same posture, probably even worse, that scoliosis type a couple years ago, because that's kind of what happens when you sit all day hunched over watching your screen or playing video games or whatever.
Or watching your wife having sex with Hassan Piker also would do that to a man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If you look at Grok, I'll put it in the AI. I'll put it in the AI just to kind of show you like that I'm accurate. Is it possible that leaning while watching your wife having sex with Hassan Piker for hours at a time can impact your posture? Yes or no? Yes! Look! That's what Brock says! That's what Brock says! Listen, apparently it's true! He asked the AI! Alright, listen, I'm not trying to be some sort of Yes, there's a simple three-step fix. Number one, train your back muscles. They're usually the result of a weak back. Do some pull-ups. Best exercise ever. Second thing is when you're sitting in the corner. Literally, the joke. See, it's right there, bro. You know, watching the show. Try to get up every 30 minutes to an hour. Walk around. That way you reset your posture. Get some blood flowing. I know you don't want to miss the show. Maybe grab some popcorn and eat it while walking around or something. And number three, probably the most important, stop being a soy boy. This guy even has to fix his sad posture. God changed him. It just turned him into a whole other guy. Fix his posture, and it just made him a whole other person. I couldn't do it. This guy should be a puck. Not even AI has the power to change him. No, Anissa's in the van with her boyfriend. Ian got kicked out. What happened to you, man? Denim doesn't respect people with bad posture, Ian.
Alright, that's done.
Empathy is talking about. Really trying to pretend they're unaffected. I think that's actually called running away. Yeah, when you get caught stealing like 30% from your own charity, 34%. You tend to want to run away from your problems. Now, it turns out Anissa also has this pinned tweet of her boxing, right? Month 7 of me boxing, and here we got Gabe just like, no! Why is it always Gabe? She can't keep posting these thirst fucking videos of her crush. It turns out I got community noted. Items' former boxing coach alleges unpaid bonuses, being fired for reminding Ian of his dad. Take down this training video, which she still has up, so no respect for him. The dispute discussed in the Adrian podcast also highlighted financial and management issues of Clash. Dude, that's why you watch the channel, baby. Now, Ethan also roasted iDubbbz for this. Basically, Anissa made this Twitter post. We made it to Alberta, celebrated with some Denny's. I have never, ever been happier, guys. So here we are. It was looking actually quite nice, running away from its problems, a classic. And then we just got... Do you notice that all the pictures that iDubbbz posts are taken by his wife? Dude, how much we want to bet that she actually has access to his account and she's been posting shit on his account? How much we want to bet she actually has access to his account? That's rough, buddy. That's rough. Oh, Lord. Dog. This is so painful. Ian, I control you now. You are mine now. It's actually painful. Oh, dude, if I ever had to designate the perfect puck expression, that right there is it. Nothing says I love watching from the chair across the room like this face right here. Face of a broken. Oh, Lord. You can see Ian's face. She's gonna use this pic to show me further. Oh my god. And somebody named Lightsworn1 made a card about Anissa. Yo, this is my guy! Lightsworn1! He sits all of my comment sections flooding it with, like, magic cards. The devil. Creature, life-sucking, parasitic demon. Anissa can only be played if Ian is in play. Whenever Anissa attacks, Ian attacks. If Ian is attacking something while Anissa, he's automatically forced to attack or trigger instead. No other creature other than Asana or Anissa can consider Ian an allied creature. If Anissa is removed from the field, Ian gets a life save token, giving him +4/+4. Make that plus infinity. In fact, he gets reborn as a new human.
Where do you find a birthday gift that's special if they are? It starts on Etsy. And celebrate dog people with some sour pieces. This is perfect. Thanks, Jesse. Celebrate nature people with outdoor items for enthusiasts. Maybe not survivalists. And celebrate your people with original artwork and personalized jewelry from small shops. We'll treasure this forever, Anna.
Be right back.
All kinds of special birthday gifts.
Successful reconciliation being interrupted, but when he turned around, he faced the scheming woman with a smile. The guilty guilty scheming woman lowered her head. Then she pretended to ask about his work. Impatient, he told her to contact his assistant. The scheming woman said even his assistant couldn't solve it. He coldly said not to bother him with such trivial matters. When she tried to say more, extremely impatient, he interrupted her and told her to go to bed and talk to his assistant tomorrow. With a helpless face, the scheming woman turned to leave. When he looked back to find his ex-wife, she had packed her quilt and angrily thrown it on the ground. He was startled by her, but the angry her showed a bright smile while looking at her phone. He was still wondering why she had kept telling his ex-wife about his love for her and begging to get...
Do it, bro. Just whip it. Being such a pussy. At least the
Okay.
right-wing anti-Semites have balls. Like, the right-wing people that hate Jews, they'll just say,
Yes.
the Jews, the dirty Jews. Like, at least they're open to it. So much more when the neo-Nazis just say,
Gotta stretch out those legs. Sit down right here next to the kitten.
yes, Ethan can't go with the responses anymore. So he's doing the podcast in Rolex. That's the thing multi-millionaire social. Israel lover, bro is saying that these Jim Crow type of racism. True! Dude, they all do this to me also. You have to realize this is the Hassan fan base.
Alright.
Of course, that's tattoo is Israeli. I'm not. And even if I was, what's your point? Like, it doesn't. Wrong. Why? Wrong. Joe, no. Let me formally apologize for being a capitalist, aka paying my employees a livable salary so they don't have to pay for rent on the street like Frogan. Sure, interesting, Hassan. Is Hassan a hypocrite, guys? No. No. Oh god, he's more than the amount of heat she's taken for this man is crazy. Well, to be fair, I mean, also, she's gravitationally challenged. She does bring it upon herself with the force of gravity. No conversions or PTSD comment, but I read that too. Imagine that someone inspired by Hassan. I don't know. Anyways, let's move on to the denim situation. Basically, Hassan orbiting moon number 4 has to leak DMs from Tectone. And apparently it was just being a nice guy and reaching out to her, and apparently that's exposing him. Tectone and Denims are going at it on the timeline after she leaked DMs from January 2025 of him asking to play a game and hash out the beef. So Denims made this tweet, going to make a special exception and share these DMs with the public. Do with this info what you will. And here we have a DM from Tectone. Yo, you want to play Marvel?
What's there to deal with up onto that?
Grudges on people anymore. All good if not. Disgusting. Just despicable. How could he reach out? You cancel this guy. Guys, Denims believe that I'm a reasonable, forgiving person before she started calling me a rapist. Am I cooked? Nuts responds, did she build a career off defending rapists? I'm confused. Why? Where's the confused? I'm confused. Is that supposed to make you look bad? Who knows what she's thinking? This chick's been telling lies so long that her telling the truth makes me look great. Now he followed up today and said, what do you prefer, Mario Kart World? It's so insane that this guy wants to extend the olive branch, bury the hatchet, and be nice, and apparently that is grounds to leak the ends and expose him. True. I wonder why people hate Denims. Keep in mind, same person who puts bounties on people, 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear, denies grapes happening when it's convenient.
I'm not gonna believe King Biden something that everybody's getting in new footage. A gun reveals
Yeah, this is the worst clip ever.
that sexual assault and was a regular component of the life
One,
hostage.
two. Got number 3.
Said children can't have trauma at 3 years old, so it doesn't matter what happens to them.
Age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
Right, so Denims responded, she's so obsessed with me and even reached out to play Fortnite with me. I expose his lies. Wow, this is what men get for trying to extend an olive branch? Sorry, I'm not interested in olive branches from people who abuse my friends and speak about women this way. Well, we do see what... Nice. You know, it's the strategy for all these people.
4.
They'll just pop out, whip out a little slander, and call them a pedophile. That's why I don't use that's the way to go. It's the strategy. A fan of his, you are in his chat routinely. Now, it turns out Ethan also called out Denims, saying, when Denims calls me a destiny orb Governor, just remember. Oh, dude, I know this. DMs between Denims and Destiny. It really sucks that we didn't frick. Destiny says they're all fucking, like, whores. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Looks like I need one number 5.
Coming together, and they're absolutely losing their heads. And not even consensual. Like, normally they lose their heads, but, like, they make money off losing their heads. Now they're just losing their heads and moving me. This is crazy.
Alright, D is number 11.
It's the retard adventure. You still got part of the day left. You can do it, bud. Wait, are you actually serious? Question mark. I don't know. Are you guys not on good terms? Not on good terms with who? Atlas. What? I wanted to F Atlas and you. Wow. Interesting. So apparently she wants Destiny's D in her mouth. Amazing. Humiliating, my god. But this is the person who posts their naked pictures online on True. You can't really expect them to not be familiar with humiliation. Women will do anything for career advancement these days, and we just got Destiny there. This has got to be an edited picture, bro. This looks straight out of an act. He said it's not an edited picture. It's not. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for denims. It's not easy to be denims in today's society. This style fall off.
So first of all, she has raped me about 3 times before. She was frequent before I even knew her. Chat logs. By the way, Denims, these are your logs. By the way, these are your logs. After you raped me,
It's not even right. It's like he has no problem with her just generally making fun of him, but when she calls him a rapist, that's obviously what bothers him.
so Denims has been going in on me, calling me back. Predator, rapist, and abuser.
I mean, that's fair. That's like very right ruining dude. And like the thing is, people are like make fun of me. I don't give a shit. But the dead threat. You know the funniest thing? Slander didn't work. Hassan tried calling me a pedophile on his stream so many times, and it's so completely false in every way with zero evidence at all to back it up. Like, there's nothing you can even say about it. They stopped. They stopped doing the pedophile shit. They just said death threats. Bro, switch gears completely. Oh, shit, hold on. Obviously, he would be mad about that. Then he talks about when exactly she turned on him.
Anyway, Denims used to raid me a lot, but was in my chat quite often. It was, it was all things pretty nice. But then the whole issue with my ex happened, and then all of a sudden she's now claiming that they were best friends when I don't even believe that you two spoke before any of the controversy came out. Do you want to know why that is? That's because you don't care about victims of SA. You just want to find stories that you can weaponize.
Yeah, I mean, not only is this true, but this is the exact strategy of all of them. You think Hassan cares about Palestinians? I think Hassan actually cares about them. If Hassan cared about Palestinians, he would not support the Hamas terrorists that murder Palestinians, that started the war, that caused 50,000 Palestinian deaths. Okay? He is a genocide profiteer. But the genocide that we're talking about are the genocidal terrorists that he supports.
So he is a journalist.
Every single time it happens. He supported the terrorists in Pakistan that attacked India. He supported the terrorists in America that attacked Americans. Okay, you don't understand. He is an actual fucking terrorist profiteer. It's crazy. And he doesn't care about the cause. The cause is irrelevant. He doesn't give a shit about the cause. The cause is completely pointless. Dude, if you support the terrorists that start the war that cause all of these thousands of people to die in Gaza, then you're the bad guy. Obviously. You already know that Denim doesn't care about victims of SA, considering she hears first-hand testimony from women getting raped and denies it ever happened because it suits her politics and because it makes Hassan look bad. She obviously just wants to. Like, these are the leftist people that they defend women. They defend women. They believe every allegation. call you a rapist pedophile because of how much they respect and believe women. Unless you're a Jewish woman, because all the rapes that happen to Jews, those must all be fabricated. Even though the United Nations says it happened.
Grift and be on the approved side here, and it just shows she's a massive hypocrite who doesn't care about victims and actually just wants to use these situations for her own benefit.
So, kinda don't want to hold grudges on people anymore. All good if not. What do we think, guys? Yeah, maniac behavior right there, right? Abusive. The situation that I've been being lied about and stuff. The doctor said I was far too stressed and needed to just handle my stress levels. So I said, you're right. This shit's getting way too crazy. I've been pretty ugly. I deserve a lot of the harassment that I'm getting. Other people have been pretty ugly towards me. Maybe it's not about condiment. Maybe it's actually just about doing the right thing. I said it.
Wrong! It's all about nothing. Hassan is standing on the graves of children, making money. Like, you don't understand how disgusting these people are.
Even though these people have with me relentlessly over situations they don't understand, maybe I can bury the hatchet. I sent this DM to multiple people, by the way, attempting to just bury the hatchet because for me, you might call me a drama channel. I really have no interest in drama unless I feel like it's me doing the right thing.
Dude,
That sounds like a completely normal and healthy thing to do. Like, forgive, but don't forget, right? So when somebody wrongs you, you can process it, you can go through the emotions, and then later on, when you're done with that, you sort of just forgive and move on.
it's a normal thing to do. I just like justice a lot. I like making fun of retards.
Like holding grudges because it's not good for you, it's not good for your soul. You probably want to take care of your mental health, and holding grudges probably just really damages you in the long run. So it's better to bury the hatchet in a situation like this. But I do think that another rule, which is just straight up cut off toxic people, right?
True. I've come to recognize this for sure. For real. And I am very all for cutting off toxic people. Because
I really don't deal with many toxic people in my life.
you don't want
I'm
them to
just
be your friend.
James is one of them. Like, there's no point extending the olive branch anymore because she has used she will ever come to the realization that she was wrong about AIDS. And why waste life on waiting for people to change when you can just spend it on people who are already good right now?
Once people understand,
That's a really good fucking Pegasus moment for sure. No, but for real.
What's that, Yugi boy? Next boy.
Obviously, I'm friends with people that have different ideologies than I do, different basic moral codes than I do. I think all that is true. 725% for sure. But there are some evil people. Why would I be friends with evil
What
people?
song is that?
once again, was lying about what?
Jesus believed in redemption, and Jesus also believed in justice. This is not a contradiction.
She did. This is going to make actual victims even harder to take seriously. And this is why women who make false allegations should be punished severely. Because, and by the way, like I was willing to just actually tell you my side with proof. I wasn't even going to ask you to take my word for anything.
By the way, this bald man over here, he showed me his proof. Okay? I don't know. That's why I'm friends with Hector because I think he's a good man. I saw no evidence that he's not a good man. Even though obviously we don't agree on every single fucking, let's say, political issue or whatever. I don't give a shit about any of that. I think he's a good dude.
I was actually going to say, if I was going to get rid of my paranoia, I was just going to say, hey, I will show you everything. I'll talk to you. I don't care. Because, dude, this, once again, me probably being stupid. Yeah, maybe there's a part where Dennis isn't evil. Maybe she's just really fucking stupid. And maybe she's like this.
No, she's evil. She's evil. She watched a clip about a person describing how a Hamas terrorist raped her, and she said, "No, that shit didn't happen." Like, what are you talking about? She's evil. She is evil. Yeah.
Actually not immune to reason.
I can never tell, honestly. People like Hassan or Denims, are they just extremely stupid or just evil? Because it just flip-flops between that. I imagine Hassan evil. Hassan's audience is like 50% stupid and 50%.
I don't care about the audience. I think he's a demon. I think he's evil. For sure.
Evil. Hassan himself, I'm leaning towards evil.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand the situations and he just decides to ignore all the facts and purposely push a narrative, openly supporting multiple terrorist orgs that knowingly do horrible shit, and he doesn't seem to care. That is straight up.
Doesn't care. He supports that shit. What are you talking about? Why do you think he supports them? You think he supports them because of the non-horrible shit they do? You are missing the point. Everyone misses this point. It's not like, oh, he supports the terrorist organization, even though they do horrible shit. No. The horrible shit is why he supports the terrorist he fucking contributed to the deaths of 600,000 people in Syria. All right. So what are you trying? Well, what twist are you making on that? What about the Houthis? Okay, the Houthis have child slave soldiers and child sex slaves. Did you know that there are 4 million children married to pedophiles in Yemen right now? And someone supports that regime?
Number
Like,
4.
it's not in spite of the despicable shit that they do that he likes them. He likes them because they are despicable shits, alright? You look at who his idols are.
People, right? They talked about how Daniels denies grapes in defense of son.
In case you guys don't know, there were actual videos that are documented that there has been against their friend's story.
Family was hurt. This clip is the worst thing.
What just happened? I will acknowledge what just happened.
Nice.
You claim.
Oh, Dennis, you just sound so professional. Look at you. You're just so professional. You're handling this so well. Look at this. You're putting on I'm serious now. If the person makes a good point,
Yeah.
she ignores it entirely and continues letting the video play. Or she will laugh and say that it's untrue without providing any rebuttal of the point. Besides, a mere she will take to pull up old clips of these people to try to make fun of their appearance or make fun of their looks. Completely unrelated jabs, nothing demonstrating the underlying issue with the supposed behavior that she's saying that they have. And then she will misrepresent the person's arguments and argue points that were not discussed whatsoever.
You know, the classic mutual disgusting people, all of it. By the way, for the record, so this is Techno showing this Dennis tweet, me saying, didn't she build her career off defending rapists and defending rape? And then I showed this clip. I'm so happy that we're making the rounds, baby. We're making the rounds.
From the Daniels in a son.
Never trust a whore that's political, am I right, guys?
That's just find any of the actual argument, go on long tangents, talk about random other shit, just be completely unrelated, right? It's like this pathetic tactic from someone who can't actually defend their side with legitimate arguments.
Dude, her content is literally sitting there. Her content is sitting there, platituding, talking about values and morals when she defends rape and
Mike from PA was saying this exact same type of shit. Oh, don't bother engaging with the arguments. Just call Asmongold a cockroach lover. Say that he lives in chill. That way you don't have to engage in these arguments critically.
Continually in captivity.
This is the worst clip.
Claim.
By the way, if you, until then, apologizes for this specific thing, and I'm not like a big, you need to apologize thing, but until she does apologize, I'm gonna think she's evil forever, because this is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Have been.
Oh, and guys, she's talking so seriously. She's talking so genuinely. She must be right.
מישהו אחד שחם פנימית והתעללות פיזית אצלי. In that interview, she said that at least half the hostages she spoke to said they were sexually assaulted. At no point did she claim that anything had happened to her. And to my knowledge so far, no hostages have given first-hand account of being sexually assaulted in
Right.
captivity.
Not a single one. Seconds later, the same documentary.
Turned around. He was standing
Oh,
with
God,
gun,
I hate this clip.
and the gun was pointed out at me, and he was huffing and breathing heavily, and he had a face like a monster, like a beast, like this. So I stood up and held a blanket, a small blanket, to cover myself, and he came towards me, and then he dragged me to the bedroom.
Yeah, skip read this part that he describes in detail her rape. Yeah, so this is the worst thing ever. You realize Denims took a different clip from this interview to say that no one testified that they were raped. And in the same interview, someone testified that she was raped. Like, you are an inhuman monster. Like an inhuman monster. It's crazy to see people cancel me for saying that illegal immigrants should be deported because they entered the country illegally and they should be removed from the country because they entered illegally. And they'll say, oh, you're a inhuman monster. And then you'll see this shit. And she is lauded on. And people are praising her for being on the right side of history and politics.
No hostages have given first-hand accounts of being sexually assaulted in captivity.
Do you want to know why you're such a disgusting sick, pathetic, stupid, retard debtors.
She's also a bitch.
Because you don't care about any of these atrocities.
Oh God, I'm so happy that the talking points are spreading around the world. Be dead and want to kill me. But dude, it's great.
I'm running for about a week or so.
Piece of shit, we keep winning. They used to think that we could criticize them. No. They're not just worthy of criticism. They are vile, gross, subhuman filth. Yeah. Like she's the good one. But I don't know. What sickens me is these people always say that they like care about people. Whatever. Like shut down your damn eye or your trash. When you only care about your own wallet, your own clout, and having your side being seen as the good guys.
Once again, she said this is basically assaulting her. She says it's assault. Let's go ahead and read this. Alright, here we go. Let's see what horrible thing I said.
Oh no.
Dude talks about you. Dude, I really watch Kevin Splits offline. Yeah, with my pants off. Oh yeah, I can't watch those on stream. Oh yeah, it shouldn't bother. Take offense to a very obvious joke. When the first message...
It's an obvious joke because if you're gonna be jacking off, it wouldn't be to death. Like please. Unless some people have like those terrorist defender fantasies. Like I don't know why anyone would like dude, please.
You type in my chat is about STDs. I didn't even hook you up. I gave you a plug. I gave you a fucking plug, bro.
Dude, don't talk to Dennis about plugs, alright? Don't. Stop. That's literally her career. But why would you tell her about plugs? Plugs are like her whole thing.
And you're gonna hold that against me? Man, I probably need you at least $5.
Plugs and holes? No, dude, stop. Don't stop talking to Dennis. Not her word. Tectone. She doesn't do that on Twitch, Tectone. Alright? Twitch is for tits and terrorists, alright? Plugs are on a whole other website.
$1,000 off that shit? Hey, the least you can do is say thank you. Only man detected, opinion rejected. Moving on. I didn't even want to bother with it.
Dude, the double standard is crazy. She's coming in your chat talking about shit like STDs, and then she pretends to be offended over an OnlyFans joke. It's gotta be her. But this,
dude, if you're promoting porn on a 13 plus website, at what point are you just a brewer? These are the questions I ask.
I just ask the questions. This is what they'll do. They'll change the context of the situation to make you look extra weird or misogynistic or something like that when it's calling a spade here, you know? Moving on to some updates with Tectone's Twitch ban. Apparently they changed the ban from 14 days to 7 when it was 7 in the first place.
Twitch is so incompetent, it's unbelievable.
Your appeal was accepted and you completed the SEP quiz. Your suspension will be reduced from 7 days from 14. So you'll be on back on the 7 days. 2 weeks. See right here. This is my ban before the appeal. It's been 7 days. It's always been 7 days.
Right, so Twitch was bro, Dan has gotta be smoking crack or doing this on purpose. I don't know what is happening at this point. The fact that Hassan still hasn't been banned is crazy. He's literally out in the streets now, blocking traffic, participating in riots. He's admitted the violent protesters are his own fans. Like, this guy should be banned. And I'm telling you, it might take 50 to 100 episodes, but this guy's going to jail. So anyways, to find cars being lit on fire.
Dude, that's how you know he's 1,000% fucked. When even the regular commentary channels say he's going to jail.
But a lot of people worry about It's so hard to just say that setting a car on fire is bad.
What do you think he would post on Twitter if he came back to his Porsche on fire?
It's just the core of most of the luxury beliefs that fuel these protests. These people never have to live with the consequences of their own suicidal empathy.
There's good stuff happening on the protest side, always. You only see the looting of Target, you don't see the
I hate this clip.
redistribution of the goods that they took from Target back to the community.
You only see when they loot Target, they rob innocent people. You don't see the redistribution later. You don't understand, my friends. They're stealing shit, they redistribute it out. That's how my grandmama
Like, I still have insurance. My lease car.
I shouldn't be laughing, but I love it.
It's okay because it's not my car.
Okay, I
and
should be
somebody
laughing.
else has to pay for it. This is like the worst Robin Hood. He's the worst socialist ever made. So, communist with a Gucci bag that has everything insured, so he doesn't really care if shit gets stolen. Well, I mean, look, at least he's being honest, right? That's a far more preferable outcome. That's what I'm saying.
If somebody was at Hassan's house or on Hassan's property and Hassan didn't want him there, Hassan would be calling the police to have them get removed. It's okay if his car gets burned down because it's not his car, he's only leasing it, and also he has insurance that's going to pay for it anyway. And this is the reason why it's okay to set cars on their livelihood.
Bro said it's okay to burn the car because I'm rich and it's not even my car. How extreme do you have to be? Why can't you just admit one point, one little thing that makes you seem a little bit sane? Like, how easy would it be to say,
Why can't we get it?
hey guys,
I need a lot of these little deals. This would make it a lot easier, and since
peacefully protest? Is looking pretty bad. It doesn't make us look like reasonable people. It makes us look like violent extremists when we throw bricks and overpass trying to hit police officers. People never concede a single point. He wants to continue endorsing any form of terrorism. He likes terrorism. He likes that's who his fans are now. Put this video or somebody lights your car on fire and Hassan.
Right, dude, you have to see it. This is the greatest
But dude, he's actually the #1 slop tuber. That's what nobody knows. It's like actually the king of slop.
Because he invites the biggest retards onto his show.
True.
Like, the people he invites onto his show are, like, actually retards.
Dude, one day you're gonna go on Pierce fucking Morgan.
Yes, love this. This is the greatest fucking parody of all time.
Alright, I'm watching that, so you can watch it in a minute.
Right, check that out. Check that out.
Well, joining me tonight, Piers Morgan Uncensored is indisputably the best guest that you'll ever see. Me, Piers Morgan. Welcome to Hang On. When you get to introduce it, it's my show as well. Alright. Introduce the fucking video now.
Oh my god.
Piers Morgan. Welcome to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Oh, well, I'm going to start by asking you this. What do you hate more? Prince Harry's ginger hair or Meghan Markle craving attention from me? Well, I don't hate either. I just think the way they parade around, pretending they want spiders to well, simply parade
Oh,
around.
it's so good. It's so good.
Piers Morgan Uncensored.
I love this guy. So he did another one of Pierce Morgan, which I think was even better, where he showed basically every Israel debate on Pierce Morgan goes exactly like this.
Well, joining me today is Israel's advocate Natasha Housethorpe and Corey Dave Smith to discuss Israel's ongoing war with Hamas. We want to add to the lively debate today. It's Hamas. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I mean, it's great to see that the stars have had a positive influence on Yale, and that you've come over, in actuality, to the right side of this. Hang on. This was terrified, so don't bring him to any side. Well, there's nothing alone. This is right. I have time. I just remember this great to see your evolution in accepting that Israel is a satanic, baby-killing, women-starving, man-shooting state of pure evil. I mean, that's just reality. Oh my god. It's not disgusting, demonic state.
Piers, I think there are really legal implications to using.
Hang on. Bullshit. Pierce, ask for additional nuclear weapons. What does Israel have to do irrelevant?
What does that have to do with me?
Hang on. Shut up a moment.
Yeah, so dude, the Pierce Morgan riff is amazing.
Dude, I remember like I think the first clip I saw of him was like the vegan activist and he's eating like a steak in front of them, and I was like, okay, this guy means business, bro.
He's definitely the best slop tuber on the internet.
Actually, dude, he's a professional read reader. Like I see him bring like someone from the right and the left, and then he's in the middle camp. And he's like smirking like a little fucking devil. And then he's screaming at each other.
He never brings on normal people. He never brings on normal people. He always brings on like radical leftists.
Bro, he's had like Cenk on like 50 times, right?
Dude, the worst debate of all time is he had Cenk versus Rabbi Shmuley. You know that guy?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so Rabbi Shmuley, let me see if I can find like a clip of this. He fights on behalf of the Jews in the worst way every single time.
fucking like angry Goomba from Super Mario. He's fucking like explodes all the time, dude. Look at this clip. I like.
That's poo bombs that explode.
Whenever someone starts using personal names and screaming like a lunatic, they're losing the debate. Let me remain.
You're the one who used to make
The Palestinians in 1936 in the Peel Commission, they rejected it. They were offered a state in 1947 in the UN partition plan, they rejected it. They were offered a state in 1967 after Israel conquered Judea and Samaria and the West Bank, they rejected it. They were offered a state in 2000, Yasser Arafat, Ehud Barak, they rejected it. They were offered a state with Ehud Olmert 2008, they rejected it.
They just yell at each other the entire time. They don't have any conversation at all. They just yell at each other.
Dude, is it just me or like he sounds like one of those like really angry like teenagers who's like no, opinion's right, bro. He's always such a little bitch, bro. Like definitely Hassan gets his beats from him, bro.
So Jake is Hassan's uncle for anyone in the chat that's unaware. So dude, did you ever see this chain clip? This is the greatest chain clip of all time.
I've seen it, but I forgot what happens.
Here comes the controversial part, the part I shouldn't say. I believe that if I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving.
Oh my fucking god.
Where you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying?
No, this guy has he been watching?
Oh, you okay? You fell off my lap.
And then like there's like
Okay.
like if the horse is just
least insane tank club.
You rode off my lap. You okay?
yeah, of course I'll link it for this. Yeah, obviously that shit happened. Obviously he supports the terrorists. It's actually completely understandable when you think about it for like a second. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed. The entire Hassan orbit is like giga fucked. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to continue making fun of him retard until he's in prison. See you in the next one, gamers. Bye. Like, subscribe. This video was streamed live on kick.com/Noobsador. See you there. Stay weird, man.
I think this is number one.
Say it too. Start for only $1.85. Build the legendary mark brief, step by step. It's secrets. Find out. Diego Salem vio cómo sus propios dientes se esparcían por el patio de la academia. Cortó 3 muelas rebotando contra el hormigón, dejando pequeñas estelas carmesí a su paso. Los 2 cadetes superiores se rieron mientras su fuerza de superhéroe los sacudía como a un juguete roto. Escupió sangre y evaluó los daños. Hasta respirar le dolía. El entrenamiento de combate físico no significaba nada contra el poder de los superhéroes. Los cadetes más grandes
I
se
speak
acercaban
English,
a
bitch.
Do you guys think that Neil Druckmann is actually the most hated game dev? I think that with Western audiences, he may in fact be the most hated dev. That may be the most hated guy, yeah. The year 2025 in the gaming world is at war. The year 2025 in the gaming world is at war. Yeah. On one side, the general public who doesn't get what the big deal is. If there truly are people that are dropping off of the show, they're cowards. They didn't like strong women. They're afraid of the TV show. So let me get this. They're afraid of a TV show. I mean, they don't like a lesbian on the other side of gamers. Well, the attacks on gamers are just beginning.
The wokest episode in television history.
At the center stands Neil Druckmann. All I'll say is at the end of the day, you're way less important. And some of you are not important at all. Laugh. We said it to each other as jokes. What's universally respected visionary now? The most divisive figure in gaming. This is hilarious. I saw this on Reddit. I'm gonna kill your kid in front of you. How vile. Turning a game studio known for only making classics and one that only makes remasters and news headlines. This to me does feel actually disrespectful. And I mean that legitimately. And I think that it all
started with an idea he had in college. It's 2004, and Neil needs to pitch a zombie game to the father of zombie movies, George Romero. We had a school project where we pitch game ideas to George Romero. So the idea was for this kind of story. His idea is about a cop protecting a young girl. In the game, the player switches between the two characters.
Well, I think I've heard of this.
I pitched it to George, and he hated it. So I just missed it. After getting a job as a programmer at the game studio Naughty Dog, he continues to work on these ideas in the background until Naughty Dog promotes Neil, along with Uncharted 2 director Bruce Straley, to direct a new project. Our task was to reboot Jack and Daxter. We started to realize
Wait, that never happened though, right? I don't remember that ever happening.
it was not going to do justice to the franchise that the fans had fallen in love with. It would be shifting it so far in a new direction.
Yeah.
I have this thing I've been working on. What if we try to do this? Eventually, this turns into a game based on his zombie idea. The old cop becomes a smuggler named Joel, who's tasked with escorting a girl that's immune to the virus named Ellie across the country to people that are working on a cure. Some of Neil's other pitches include Joel being a hardened criminal seeking redemption, a virus that only infects women. And he found the one.
They already have that. It's called feminism.
Girl that it didn't infect. And that was Ellie. And the reason it failed is because it was a misogynistic idea. A revenge plot where Joel's old partner Tess hunts him across the country, and a climactic scene where Ellie comes in and saves Joel from being infected by Tess. The game's director, Bruce Straley, rejects the revenge elements. Quote, revenge just wasn't a strong enough motivation for someone to travel all the way across an apocalyptic country for an entire year. And this time Neil agrees. I'm pretty dark. I wanted to keep Elena in Uncharted 2. Bruce is the one that would balance me and push for more levity. The partnership works. It's a delicate tug of war, but the end result is lightning in a bottle. People are constantly critiquing each other, and that's the culture we try to cultivate in Naughty Dog. Because it helps
Oh,
make
is
the
it?
game better.
Oh, one day.
Even if sometimes it can be frustrating and frustrating, but at the end of the day, it's all fun. The game launches in June 2013. It will critics
I feel like everybody, like this game, in my opinion, has done irreparable damage to gaming. Because ever since The Last of Us came out, everybody has wanted to make video games into movies. Like, I really don't like that. I think it's shifted the way that, because I see there's so many games that are like this now. And yeah, it's the first movie game, yeah. And like Kojima, yeah, no, but like, I mean, I'm not saying all of them are bad. Like, some of them are good. I mean, I heard The Last of Us Part 1 was good. But I think that a lot of people have tried to copy this because I think that people have always tried to emulate Hollywood because they want to be Hollywood, which I think is a bad idea.
Here's our floor.
Making this the fourth game ever to earn my highest rating.
The gameplay's pretty similar to their Uncharted games.
It's like a movie. Actually, my involvement is nothing.
But the story,
That's the problem.
is universally praised as a step forward for video games. By the end of the game, players are empathizing so hard to the point of it almost feeling dramatic.
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Behind the Silicon Series 2. I'm Lucy Hedges, and for the first episode of the series, I'll be joined by some new Snapdragon insiders and Qualcomm experts right here in gorgeous Chamonix, France. And if you're wondering whether the snow-capped mountains are a clue as to what this episode...
Well, you don't even look like you're at them.
Idiosyncratic sparks countless debates online. And so we don't want to come out and say, oh, this is what we intend, or this is definitely the answer, because it isn't. Suddenly, Neil gets universally praised as a storytelling genius.
Yep. Sticks in your mind even deeper on one level than a great work of literature or a cinematic masterpiece to some extent.
But their success comes with consequences. In 2014, right in the middle of production on Uncharted 4, Amy Hennig, one of the key creative forces behind Uncharted, leaves Naughty Dog under controversial circumstances.
It was very upsetting. Amy had been replaced. I don't know whether this is public knowledge or not, but that was not her choice. It was the company's choice.
At the same time, Neil gets promoted to fill Amy's spot and reworks everything.
Is it tough for you to go into the set and work with Neil Druckmann, or
You just have to be professional and try and leave your opinions and resentments outside, yeah.
Isn't it crazy how, like, people can work with other people that they disagree with without completely crashing out? Like, and it's like most older people know that, but it's been lost on younger people. Yeah.
development crunch is so brutal that nearly 70% of designers quit after shipping due to creative burnout. Among them, Bruce Straley, Neil's creative partner, who filtered for his darker impulses. He's gone. As Neil rises in the ranks, he grows more comfortable with confrontation. After getting some backlash for including LGBT content in The Last of Us DLC, he takes to Twitter. For each one of these bigoted and sad posts, I get thousands of positive ones from amazing fans. Some might say arguing on the internet is unprofessional, and it can leave you vulnerable to having your personal information stolen.
I think that in general, if you try to push out a narrative like this and you try and do something like that, that's fine. But I think that a lot of people get frustrated by it whenever it's not really done in the main story and then you add it in afterwards in order to get like virtue signalements. Kind of like what happened with Dumbledore.
That's why you should be using Surfshark, the sponsor of this video. It keeps your online data safe and private by encrypting your internet activity. Whether you're at home or using public Wi-Fi, Surfshark prevents your personal information from falling into the wrong hands. It also allows you to bypass geo-restrictions and censorship so that you can access movies, TV, and websites that might normally be blocked in your country. You'd be surprised at just how many movies you're missing out on. Unlike other VPNs, Surfshark allows you to protect an unlimited number of devices with a single subscription, meaning you can protect your phones, computer, tablet, and even smart TV, all simultaneously. Surfshark also has a bunch of other help.
It's crazy how many VPNs there are. Like
It all started out with one.
Like Surfshark Alert, which notifies you immediately if your email, passwords, or credit card information ever appear in a data breach, so you can
it's a lot.
Visit surfshark.com/SirW or enter promo code SirW for 4 months free. Surfshark also offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk in trying it out today. By doing so, you're also helping me make more videos. While arguing with fans might take a toll on Neil, it doesn't affect his standing at Naughty Dog. In fact, in 2017, he's promoted to vice president of the company. Now he has full creative control and a fresh team of developers. It's time to get honest.
Writer's responsibility. You have no social responsibility when you're writing. The only thing you have responsibility is to tell the truth.
Just in time to start working on their next big project, The Last of Us. Part 2. The whole world applauds. However, some fans would be skeptical. Did they even need to make a second game? Wasn't the ambiguous ending the whole point?
And so we don't want to come out and say it. Oh, this is what we intend. Or this is definitely the answer because it is open.
And I know there's a lot of people that feel this trepidation about revisiting what that ending means. No one loves these characters more than we do, and we would not do this if we didn't feel like we had the right idea.
Right off the bat, it's clear this is a Neil game. All of Neil's rejected ideas for the first game are back. The revenge plot, the switching between characters mechanic, and his idea to kill a main character from Uncharted 2. The extreme crunch is also...
So let me get this straight. So Baldy was keeping him in check. Baldy gets removed. This guy makes his own game the way he wants it to be, and everybody hates it.
Yeah.
Where are we getting next on these?
That explains a lot.
So for next time?
Yes. They released a story trailer and gameplay demo, and the hype train is now at full speed. Visuals are stunning. Every square inch of the world is drenched in detail.
I see this. Reminds me of every single Unreal 5 game.
Dude, they did that look so well.
Yeah, that actually looks really good. Wow. So they're making out with so running in there. Seriously, that's really, really good attention to detail. And oh god.
Even with just breadcrumbs, the online debates are already heating up.
There's starting to be these rumors about the game, false narratives that the game has homophobic Christians, and that's who you fight. And then there are these a series of like YouTubers, websites that just run with this.
Neil knows the creative choices aren't going to please everybody, but as long as no one inside spoils anything, he thinks the backlash will be manageable.
And I was able to dismiss it, and then the leaks happened, and then all of a sudden it's like blood.
Spring cleaning is here, and I'm excited to be partnered with Fabuloso and Palm Olive to promote their fresh and inviting peach-scented cleaning products. Fabuloso peach-scented all-purpose cleaner smells just like spring, and it's the perfect way to freshen up my apartment for the season. I always clean my dishes with Palm Olive's seasonal peach-scented ultra-strength liquid dish soap. It
And
looks like
one
last
eye.
year's sparkly clean, and
Number
now it
18.
smells just like spring too. Then I love to use the Fabuloso peach-scented all-purpose cleaner on my floors for cleaning. My home smells like spring, and I can finally relax.
Skip.
With only a couple months until the game's release, someone leaks the biggest spoiler of the game, Joel's death scene in 4. Plus the fact that he plays his killer for around half of the game. The YouTube
gets taken down at around 1,000 views, but that's enough. Neil braces for impact.
Just want to say on behalf of everyone at Naughty Dog, a lot of you have sent us very sweet, encouraging messages along that time that have been really helpful as we make this thing.
And that was the lowest point of my life.
If the leaks are true, this game can kiss my
The destruction of several characters that people are very attached to,
And like those voices jump.
Everybody is trying to be George R.R. Martin. People are trying to be that guy that kills the really important character. And it's like, you know, like to write the story where like Gandalf dies in like, you know, Fellowship of the Ring or something. Like they're trying to do this. You saw this happen, and it's not that nobody can do it. I mean, they did it with Expedition 3, spoilers included, but they did it. And it's not that you can't do it, but there's a lot of people that try and do it, and they fucking fail.
On Joel dying, the fact that like, Joel's
That's been pretty lot.
and then the fact that you said that like Joel's killer gender. Spoiled, right? That's really no matter what you've seen, heard, you're not going to want to pick up this game already. Nothing. Because it's like
you know, production would say that the downfall not. This game is the downfall. The game releases in June 2020, and within hours of the game's release, hundreds of negative reviews start flooding the game's page.
This is the kind of shit that really is
Hours of the
confusing.
game's release, hundreds of
You look at this right here. This right here is the problem, and this is like this happened a few years ago, right? Like at this point, so like this is the reason why games journalism died. This right here. At the end of the day, what point does a review serve? What purpose does a review serve other than to inform the customer? And it is very obvious that for whatever reason, whether you agree with it or not, these professional reviews certainly did not represent the fucking customer.
start flooding the game's page. Naughty Dog would just like pull the Last Jedi on this one. Considering the game is supposed to be 20 to 30 hours long, the number of negative reviews raises some eyebrows. In response, some people even publish research articles dedicated to proving its coordinated attack. Sony start.
Yeah, it was a coordinated attack, but it probably also people, they put a very high value on things like diversity, different types of like social dynamics that are being represented in video games or in media, but that type of value isn't really represented by the public. So how is it fair that they overvalue it, but it's unfair whenever the players and the actual consumers undervalue it or anti-value? That's the issue, and that's what's so confusing about this, is that it's very obvious that these people make it like, you know, like the Dragon Age the Veilguard getting a 9 out of 10. There's no way it was a 9 out of 10 game. Nobody thinks that. Nobody believed that. And IGN gave it that rating. Same with like Black Myth Wukong having an 8 out of 10 because it's some bullshit thing that like wasn't even true. It's based off a bad translation. And so the big issue is that I think, yeah, you're right that you have a lot of negative reviews that happen. But if somebody gives a negative review for a reason why you're not going to consume a product, it doesn't matter as much as a review, in my opinion, of like somebody who actually played it and knew for sure. But it does matter. Like, you absolutely should be able to discuss, this is why I chose not to play this game.
It's allegedly taking down hundreds of reviews, attacking gamers again. Surprise. It's kind of funny. Right? But they won't delete the positive. Some people it's a 72-hour waiting period for future reviews. It's over. It goes full off. It's all things. Our critics, we listen to that stuff, we digest a little bit, but you're way less important.
And some of you are not important at all when you're kind of shout and threatened and all that stuff.
The problem is that the game sucked. Okay? If Kojima said this, everybody would be spamming based. The problem is not that you're acting this way. The problem is that you're acting this way after your game flopped. That's the issue.
It's all over, and if you want to get this, Word is, search all over on TikTok has talked about her right now.
Okay. We're continuing on. Just a little relaxation.
We said it to each other as jokes. You love these fictional characters, but they're not real. You do know that, right? Guys, don't be scared of therapy. Think of it like working out for your brain. But soon, bad reviews aren't the only thing on Neil's plate. Some of the more namely that Joel is adding to the post to make it look like he's a bigger part of the game. They also make him look different. I don't know why they would do that. Just have scenes in the trailer with Joel, though. That's not hard to do. They went out of their way to cut clips to make it look like Joel is involved in the scene. Fans call it false advertising.
So they're trying to bait people in there by knowing this is the character they like the most, and then they're gonna kill the character that they like the most, and then somehow this is gonna be what the fans want.
But Neil says he just didn't want to spoil the surprise.
Metal Gear Solid 2 was one of my favorites. And I know people hate it.
By the way, that's a completely justified reason. I don't mind that at all. For him to say that, that's totally okay.
I loved when I played Metal Gear Solid 2, and I saw those trailers. You were deceived, right? Because they moved boss battles around. You always saw Snake. They never showed you, right? And I remember this is been awesome.
However, fans bring up an IGN article from 2018.
A great example of this too is that Expedition 33. Like it's kind of a new game, so I'm not going to spoil it. But it's very obvious that I mean, I had no idea that was going to happen. I had no idea at all, and it's because of the way that it was advertised, and it was a good thing.
Neil is saying Ellie will be the only playable character. To make the situation worse, as the Game Awards approach, when The Last of Us Part 2 is nominated for Game of the Year, Neil tweets, "The Last of Us fans, activate. For every vote you cast for The Last of Us Part 2, a hater loses their caps lock."
Wasn't a good tweet. First of all, it's crazy how this guy, heel versus babyface went on that pronouns rant about Starfield. And it's like, again, it's like one of those things where like it's like an appreciating asset. Like that rant becomes more relevant and more people resonate with it every single year.
It's a very passive-aggressive tweet, particularly with his emoji at the end. He apologizes, saying it was all a misunderstanding.
Stop defending Neil Cuckman. No, I was just saying that I don't know, like I'm just talking about this just being fair, right? Like I'm saying like, oh yeah, that would make sense to me if you want to give people the impression this is what's going to happen. Like yeah, I don't think it's bad to say that.
You want to come across as someone who dislikes criticism.
My tweet was meant as a joke, RE trolls.
Yeah,
essentially we're living in his head, rent free.
But none of his former fans buy. Multiple YouTubers report receiving strikes from Neil over videos critical of the game or the
So many others. They also are responsible for my Twitter account being taken down. Where's the fucking receipts for something like that, you know?
Neil's ongoing battle with fans hasn't died down, and Naughty Dog hasn't announced any new games. Fans are getting impatient, but it gets worse. In 2022, they announced a $70 remake of The Last of Us Part 1. $70? For a remake of a $20 game that's already been remastered. Well, at least it...
Yeah, that's one way to piss off people.
Yeah.
Okay, number 2 there.
Players booted out. So,
well, is it with Prime Minister or Campbell?
waiting for it to
Video games kid. In fact, you don't even deserve to be here.
people don't like Neil Druckmann because he comes off as the most pretentious
I
theater
don't
kid,
remember
like,
to right there.
you know, trying to put on and project the image of being this, like, tormented, it's like this guy's Vincent Van Gogh, but the only thing that he did was stab himself in the chest. Or cut off his ear.
It's good. He's been promoted to head of Naughty Dog, and HBO launches the last of this TV series. Before its release, Neil announced his major changes to the story, with no input from Australia as far as anyone knows what's coming.
Kill sequence works very well in the game because you're fighting the infected with Bill. I think if we had adapted that exactly as is for the show, maybe a thrilling episode, but dramatically would have been less interesting than where we've ended up, which we changed it quite a bit.
His ex-fans are primed to hate it, but in the end, it's actually pretty good. In fact, HBO says it's one of their most popular shows that year. Neil becomes somewhat of a mainstream celebrity. New fans start pouring in, game sales spike, and he finally feels like he has some people on his side. Until season 2.
Until season 2, that's where you end up killing people. People are enjoying season 1. Season 2, whenever you go with everything, that's where you're gonna kill people sometimes. Although I'm still waiting for Wednesday season 2.
Because that's exactly what happened with the game. It's almost like if you tell a story, like this is a big fantasy that a lot of people that are in media believe, is that the average modern audience cares less about these social issues and different types of dynamics than gamers do. But the reality is that in fact it's the opposite. Gamers and like online people are much more accepting and open-minded of things like non-traditional gender roles, non-heteronormative relationships, like all of the things that
There's a number
people
5 right
complain about
there.
woke stuff with. There's a lot of like average Walmart Americans, and they just see that on the TV and say, "Oh, this is weird. What's it? Oh shit! I didn't watch this game. Okay, what's this?" And they're done. They don't even think about it. Yeah, if you push it, right? Like they're not even like. It's not like they're getting mad. They're not writing like a whole thing about it. They're just like, "Oh, this is weird. I'm not gonna watch this." And that's what an average person, I think, does a lot. And I think that what these people believe is that average people, because they think they're average, but they're not average. This is like a very unique viewpoint that they have. Average people are totally okay with this stuff, but they are absolutely not. Why people didn't like the second game season has nothing to do with woke. It did in the game. People didn't like that Abby character because she had a non-female body, and they thought that it was a weird type of like representation. And I think that definitely was a big reason why. Like I didn't even play the game, and I know that. I mean, I'm just saying, like that is the reason. It goes beyond that. No. But what I'm saying is that you're right. You're right. Maybe it's not woke stuff. It's the story. Is what you guys are saying. You're right about that. I'm saying also,
See one number 4 there.
Putting these ideas out to the public dislikes them more than you'd imagine.
After Joel's big moment, public opinion shifts. IGN gives the episode their lowest rating in history.
The result is a competent, although thrilling hour of television, but one that ultimately underserves the larger story and the characters if that ever changes.
Viewership starts to fall off, and the season finale sees a 55% drop from the first season.
You have to expect that some people will just switch off after that. And people have switched off in their drove.
But not only that, in December 2024, fans finally get a brief glimpse of something.
It just keeps getting worse.
This time Neil has an executive producer role, but that doesn't make him void of controversy.
Bro, I saw that Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet had more dislikes than Concord actress forgotten. Dog's upcoming game Intergalactic Heretic Prophet mocked gamers by sharing pro-DEI fan art. These are games that definitely are anti.
I love how this happens, and like what's really funny is that the current reality is that this game is underwater, and they apparently are telling people at the studio not to go on the internet and not to talk about it or think about it, and then
this game, they totally changed the way that Siri looked from the original video, or at least Siri looks. It's very hard to say whether they changed it or not, but Siri looks totally different than the way she did from the original video, and she is 100% hotter. So, like, this is literally an L and an L. It'll get shot.
So there's not to worry. This next game is going to deal with a much less controversial subject matter.
Oh, we made a game with The Last of Us 2. We made certain creative decisions. I got us a lot of the joke is like, you know what? Let's do something that people won't care as much about. Let's make a game about faith and religion.
Whether it's any good or not, we it's funny, but it's clear Neil's not taking his foot off the brake anytime soon.
I can respect the guy that's got his ideas, you know, and he has his creative vision and he wants to do it. But at the same time, I don't really think this is going to go anywhere. And I feel like, honestly, with a lot of studios, there's a video, give it a like. I've never actually watched one of this guy's videos, Sir W. And yeah, it has 89,000 subscribers. This is a good video. And it's funny for me to see this, but I do think that Neil Druckmann has become like the fucking like he has become the spirit animal of every pretentious, annoying, woke theater kid,
there was a few
tormented artist, writer that just makes shitty stories that people don't like. I feel like this is the guy. Right, the anti-Kojima, yeah, because everybody wants to be Kojima, and like this is like our, you know how like, you know how like sometimes they have like a fucking store brand of something like the Great Value. This is like our Great Value Kojima, and it's that. And I think also there's a lot of people that write great stories, and they just don't do like all the silver stuff.
I knocked down number 14. So I need 10, which is that, and I need 2 of them, right? English, bitch.
Well, it threatens their money because nobody wants to buy garbage.
Okay, that's from 2 weeks ago.
Human being walking the face of the earth. So, before we get into more, we actually want to tell you about who is behind this, and specifically where the money comes from. There's been a lot of conjecture online, but we said, hey, let's go to the single foremost expert on this subject to lead off the show. Let's bring on Dan Republican.
Hi.
Hi. And for people, nice to be with you. And for people who don't know, Data Republican, this is Data and Republican's interpreter, Terrell. Thank you for being with us. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you. I am the data interpreter.
So are you, I mean, obviously you're sign fluent, but are you data fluent as well, Terrell? Sorry, this is for you, but you can go both ways.
Yeah, I can understand the data. It explains it to me.
Yes. People can go to datarepublican.com. You can follow Data Republican on X. And I do have some questions for you, Miss Data, if I may. You have this interactive database on your website, meticulously lays out the funding behind these protests. And we do have a chart that we want to show the audience, because I'm sure, as you know, data can get overwhelming. Can you first explain this database, what you found, and how you used AI to help track the money flow?
Oh, yes, of course. I would love to. Oh, yes, yes. So I downloaded all of the 990 forms and able to connect them together. What I did was kind of like integrated all of the grants together, the charities, and the AI helps a lot with that. For example,
Okay, I do need to get some number 9.
Organizations like the SORM.
Yes? You think you could attack me?
Something called
Look at this. This thing likes to attack. This thing likes to attack. So much. No. Just look at it yowing. just wants to come in and attack the fingers.
So it's normally
My fingers get busy, and it's like, no, no, I need those fingers. I need them because they are mine. They are mine to attack.
Yes. Plus, hey, take some. I know you described that these DAs, donor advised funds, as sort of a black box.
And she's down.
A little bit, but I want to show a chart, and I believe Toolman can send this to you because this issue can be pretty complicated. So we took an example for the ACLU, and please tell us if we have this correct. This is an example of taxpayer dollars, right? That goes to the Tides Foundation. Yes, Tides Center, to the ACLU, and to Indivisible.
Look at that.
You can both see this, but
That's just a piece of
this chart. And if you could help explain to people the DAF, because
fragments of something.
To fully track by design.
Yes. So what you need to understand is that most of this is very dark, and these politicians get all of their money from these DAFs, these donor advised funds. A DAF is not required to be transparent to who's actually giving the money. So it's like, for example, if like a lot of our tax money goes to organizations, and then that organization will give that money to some kind of DAF, and we have no idea who directs that money within the DAF, and or what they use that money for. And you're absolutely right, it's absolutely a black box. Like if Bill Gates gives a donor DAF $1 million, he can say, oh, give that to whoever, left-wing activist, whatever, and then the DAF will make that donation on his behalf. But the money somehow ends up in the wrong place with like a violent group or something like that. It's really easy to deny.
Right. And some of the most notable examples of organizations, and I'd love to hear which ones you think stand out the most, because we don't know how much, to be clear, how many tax dollars go to Indivisible, but the ACLU, the Teachers Union, for example, there's a lot of influence from crypto. Which ones stood out the most?
The major group?
Yes, the major groups that stood out the most.
Indivisible, yes, that's one of them. The other one, and they're all Soros groups. The AFL-CIO, Lead Garden. Hans-Jörg Wyss. Soros and Hans-Jörg Wyss, they finance all of these protests. But I see the AFL-CIO supports that as well.
Right. Yeah, that is one thing too. These unions, by the way, that of course it goes through a DAF. They receive taxpayer dollars, and then it goes through several steps and goes to Indivisible. Who can you have them send me the total number, Indivisible, what they have in their coffers? Sorry, that's not for you. That's for my researchers. Also, a CC.
The AFL-CIO takes $62 million. Yes, they take $62 million, and that is why they soft power organization called Solidarity.
Right, we're on to 12 for you got one C.
Take their money and they give to protests and color revolutions all over the world.
Yes, well, I was actually punched in the face live on television in Michigan by an AFL-CIO. So, $12.8 million.
Mike Pence actually predicted this. Mike Pence was the one who threw it down. He said that the AFL-CIO would be protests right here, and he was right.
Yes, and
there's a guy called Randy Leingarten. He also has to be on the board.
Number 15.
Yes.
Right. Which is with all the NED, and that's the Democrats' soft power organization.
We're not going to lose a lot, and I mean a lot of details in
this is the Teachers Union advocate. Indivisible has about $12 million in gross receipts.
It's Soros, AFL-CIO, and this guy, this millionaire, Wyss, that have supported and funded these color revolutions.
Now, let me ask you this. Is there any way or hope of finding out just how much of the dollars going to Indivisible are taxpayer dollars? Because I know you haven't claimed that you have that, but do you think that your data warrants an investigation? Is that what you're hoping for?
It's actually hard to say because if we wanted to stop these DAFs, we have to stop the politicians who support them. But DAFs mean that we can't really convince them to be transparent because they don't have to be.
Right. Yeah. So it would require an investigation to actually look into this and reveal more records to know what percentage are taxpayer dollars.
Yes, we would have to do a deep investigation to see where is really all of our tax dollars.
Well, the good news is I think that may be coming down the pike, and I think that that's thanks to you. So, Dead Republican, we appreciate your work. What's the one thing you want people to know, and where's the best place for people to find you?
Okay, let's see.
So the
Continue.
important thing is to understand that
I can actually see me actually just doing stuff like this, probably getting bored and other things.
there is a huge amount of money that is going into this.
I could live on, with a single house. That has no signal. Well,
How big this business is.
maybe it's
And a
whatever
lot of
next one.
money goes into it, and it's so hard to track. But we're slowly figuring out all of this, and AI is definitely helping. And the best way to find me is to follow me on X and subscribe to my Substack. Also, make sure that you are awake and following this money, and you can do it yourself on the Dead Republican website as well. All the tools are there for you.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much. And Dead Republican, this is a great service to the country. We really do appreciate it. And thank you for coming on the show. Please keep us posted, and we'll blast out any information we can.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. We will definitely do that.
Thank you both. Have a great night. Dead Republican and Terrell, everybody. Now, before any of you complain listening on audio, she is signing to her interpreter.
She's doing a lot of work.
Yes, it's pretty good. And she's also saving America.
Yeah, I couldn't do that, dude.
No, I couldn't.
Spelling out words in your head and then.
Dude, I started panicking. I'm like, wait a second. I have to stick the landing on this question. I can't just sort of trail off. And then I almost started signing where I'm like, hey, you, what the fuck?
When she had an attitude on one of the words she said.
Yeah, she
How
did.
did you pick that up from science?
Yeah, I know. She gives it a lilt.
She did.
She's a spicy interpreter.
Yeah, wow, where'd you get that?
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna need to make sure that all of that was directly interpreted and she wasn't giving her own spin. Yeah, we're gonna get back to, by the way, drinking game rules. Bring them up one more time for people who were following, who missed it just a few moments ago. Drinking game rules: anytime the word peaceful is used, anytime there's a confirmed fire, anytime there's someone wearing a mask, someone mentions Trump's birthday, comparing the parade to comedy country, someone's shown crying, someone looks like they have an AARP card, and finish your drink in a Thug Life moment. Bring this up one more time, just for people to understand, because it can be overwhelming. Dead Republican's website. Bring up the overlay of FSI.
All right, this is fun.
This shows you how this happens. There it is. Those are your tax dollars at the top. It goes to your tax dollars to Tide Center. That gets basically laundered through the process of Tide's Foundation, ACLU, and Indivisible, which is the organization behind this. One of the organizations behind this No Kings Day. So by the time it goes through those organizations, they take in money from other sources, and you don't know it's right. It's fungible funds, I guess. Yeah, fungible funds. That's a fun word to say. There you go. So you just know that money has gone to an organization, and you know how many of your dollars. So you have your money taken from you, the American worker, to fund these protests that result in, like we told you, 1,400 arrests, $150 million in damages thus far.
Wasn't that $100 million just Wednesday?
Just Wednesday.
Just Wednesday. It's already gone up.
Ow.
We were covering this stuff, and we didn't see a ton of very violent protests. They're still
still destroying stuff.
Right.
It's just not making the news, it seems.
So let's go right now, and then we're going to show you Indivisible behind No Kings, but this is what they're covering on CNN. Keep them drinking game rules, Andy.
People gathered here in front of City
Take a screenshot, I guess. If we're going to be drinking. That is almost tempting. I don't drink alcohol, but I almost want to.
Now when you see who's actually down there, they're selectively editing this because we have boots in the ground, and it's a significantly older demographic.
Yeah. We have a couple, whenever we want to go to it, just some stuff, just a bit from New York City, and a couple of them. There's another video coming soon. I think it's from Chicago as well.
Okay.
Just as a recap.
Well, before that, let me show you the, oh, yeah, clip over the montage. So, let me give you some footage that we have exclusively. This is what they're showing you on CNN, but this is what it actually has looked like thus far today. No King's been pretty tame, but that could be due to the fact that most of these people there are dying.
Alright, I got you.
I'm gonna go ahead and just,
They're still going. Their Burger King crowns on.
That's an urgent care.
Yeah. It's their last rites.
By the way, anytime you see a AARP card holder, drink, so here you go.
I've got a good one tonight. Ooh. Still really wrong. Oh boy.
You are the community to this present.
Head of the American Federation of Teachers.
And together, we build a future of opportunity and justice for all. Hope over fear, aspiration over anger.
Jumps don't match her energy.
No, they don't.
It's pre-scripted. She sees jump on the teleprompter, and she's just like, okay, I'm jumping now when I talk.
Yeah, it's more like a Parkinson's shake.
Yes, that's true.
That's the name of a new dance.
How do you go out and protest? Like, this No Kings thing is really like just anti what Donald Trump is doing on immigration.
Right.
I mean, pretty much. That's kind of what it boils down to.
Yeah.
Right? They really can't. I don't understand the whole pretext for, you know, the Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, and supporting other wars over here. Okay, well, Donald Trump's an anti-war kind of guy. I mean, right, you don't like what he's done so far, but we're not actually on the ground anywhere here, so that's fantastic. What are you protesting?
Well, remember, too, this is something important because Gen Z has gone more conservative, particularly males, and particularly Hispanic males. Remember, the 65 and older, the Fox News, is the only demographic that shifted away from Trump and toward him.
Yeah.
So you're seeing a complete... We talked about the restructuring of the electoral map, right, in 2016 with the Rust Belt states and kind of working-class Americans, which also tells you that these heads of these unions don't represent the people who work for them. That's important to note. They have no say. 99% of union dollars go to Democrat politicians. But this shows you this is not what they want you to see on television. This is a very tired, old group, and it's entirely AstroTurf. Now, I should say there were some weirdos making a fuss, as you always get at leftist protests. Like, this is from yesterday and today. Again, we have boots on the ground across the country.
Gesundheit.
Let's just go home.
It's never works.
No. With the fascist. Mussolini, go home. I guess let it go.
Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump!
Oh no, Al Green with his John Hammond cane.
Spared no expense.
That cane is strictly for pointing.
It really is, yeah.
Pause. Abrego Garcia, for those of you who don't know, is actually being brought. He should be happy. Brought back to the United States. Back. Oh, that's right. He is back now. Back. He was brought back from El Salvador to face human trafficking charges. Yeah. And we showed you that clip from a while ago where the cops pulled him over and said, you know what's going on here, right? This is a human trafficker. Look at his van. It's filled with people. So he's coming back to face human trafficking charges. And this just tells you how ill-prepared the left is or how dishonest there. This guy, Green, doesn't care. So he either doesn't know that he's supporting a human trafficker, or he knows and he's lying to you anyway. But you have to pick one. Let's continue watching the missing link fossil.
If you're the Al Green who says so.
There's another Al Green he's distinguishing between.
Oh, yeah, this is great. Look, they're trying to stop a Mack truck.
What are you, Moses? Let my people go?
Let them go!
They're not building the
I'm
pyramids.
sorry,
They're going
but
home.
You won't take my neighbor! Don't take my neighbor! Don't kill me!
Something tells me.
Don't kill me. Well, just get out of the way of the slowly moving truck. Yeah, they have had enough of her. And the funniest part is I know you're thinking, hey, that's not fair. That's a motorized vehicle versus deranged transgender. But it's actually a little different than you think.
honey, you probably should have been whipped a lot. And I don't mean in a good way.
I'll choose our fighter. I got it.
That was Eddie Hall.
By the way, that clip goes on for 4 minutes. Whenever we want to come back to it,
I know.
She is annoying all 4 minutes.
We'll definitely go back, and I want to get to more of the funding. We'll go back to the 4 minutes of people trying to stop a semi-truck.
Yeah, when you get your talking points from the Prince of Egypt
yes,
cartoon.
Right. Everything's on swap a do over to a Roombo. Not really caring about myself. Nobody's gonna watch me anyway.
Always has to be some clever line, too, where the guy's like, hey, I brought you some ice cream. And Chris Hansen sees his moment. He pops his head out. Did you bring me some ice cream? All right, do we have it? Clip?
Yes.
We have live boots on the ground. New York. Chicago, let's watch.
What brings you to this protest?
I've been at a volume.
Okay. I don't really like it.
Yeah, I don't know.
That makes sense to
I don't know,
else?
but I am protesting anyone going back to the countries that I say are just as good.
She's like, I'm just glad it's bikini weather.
Yeah.
So I could wear that basically to a protest.
I'm not. I only saw her face, but I can guess.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that.
I'm just
good way.
I'm just telling, like, this whole thing, it folds. I think that's why there's less enthusiasm, because I think even people on the left are like, guys, we kind of look like dummies here, right? Like, we kind of look like
Everybody
retards.
knows, right?
Just think about it. Like, we are saying that America's a fascist country, but we're protesting going literally anywhere else. Like, we're all here because we're mad that people are being sent to countries
somewhere else.
Maybe
but
that's the
our
question.
protest says that this guy's the only fascist, and it doesn't really make sense. Like, we don't want to go to the non-fascist countries, so maybe we should just wait, sit this one out.
Maybe that's a question that we should be asking people on the street is, would you rather live under fascist King Trump or under whatever?
Scheinbaum, take your pick. Take your pick of anywhere else.
Non-cartel influenced Claudia Scheinbaum.
Yes, non-cartel influenced Claudia Scheinbaum.
We do have
where would you rather be?
Depends.
Oh, here.
Depends if I'm part of the cartel. If I'm part of the cartel, I'd like to be there because I can own waterfront property. You can't.
Well, you'd have to be a higher ranking guy. You can't just be any cartel off the street.
You know, I think I can make the initiation. I think you'd be surprised at the teardrop tattoos I can acquire.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
I'm a soulless, lifeless killer.
Okay.
I don't think so.
No.
I think you got it in you. I think
so.
you have the fortitude to hang someone by a bridge.
No, I burned an ant with a magnifying glass once. I felt bad for like 2 weeks.
I shot a squirrel in front of a girl. That was a bad idea.
I shot a squirrel once by accident with my BB gun because I was shooting a paper target on a clothesline and I didn't realize the squirrel was behind it.
No way?
Yeah, and I cried.
I shot a girl in front of a squirrel.
Did you eat it?
No,
Squirrels are good eating.
I'm not. I'm not from Mesquite. Yeah, from what you've heard. Grew up in the most redneck area outside of Dallas.
What's for dinner, Ma? What's outside?
Go catch a squirrel. How do you think I stayed in shape?
Yeah.
See any critters
Things are
out
nimble.
there?
That's in shape.
Dude, Gerald is deadly with a BB gun.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I do have one more clip if you want really quickly.
Okay.
Out of New York. So this is just apparently the crowd chanting to F Trump, you know.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's
Plenty
see
of
this. This
those.
is live from our boots on the ground in New York.
Okay, we have two there.
Not that enthusiastic.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
There you go.
Hotties first, please.
Is that the people with AIDS Plaza that they're cheering
Yes,
at from?
exactly. Well, that's a threat.
It really is. At
That's
that
like
point.
that's like putting powder in an envelope and mailing it to the White House at that point. It's so childish. Your thing is F Trump. I mean,
Yeah.
like, you can't accuse Donald Trump of being childish because he'll respond in a childish. Like,
will.
look, thank you very much. Melania does every night.
F Trump. F Trump. Why? Oh, F Trump.
We don't know.
Because he's deporting us to the countries that we claim to like more. No kings. Have you seen our friends in England? It's just to
What
me.
about the ones in Toronto doing this?
I know. They still have the Queen on their money.
This is England. It's like you're doing this in London.
Yeah.
With the king.
Let me just be clear to you. Canada froze the bank accounts of truckers
Yes.
because they protested their government for locking them down and mandating a vaccine. And they are saying that deporting illegal aliens, many of whom are criminals, is more fascist. That's what Canadians believe. Do you guys comment? Do you guys get that? Like, this is what the left just accuses you of doing exactly what they're doing. It's really that simple. You've heard of projection? No one projects more than today's left. So let's get to No Kings behind this. By the way, all references available, link in the description, because a lot of people are wondering, okay, is this organic? Of course not. But it's not just some conspiracy theory. Data Republican has put some money, has put some charts together where you can follow the money, but No Kings Day has been put on here by specifically Indivisible is one of the organizations. Okay, I want to be clear about that, and I want to get to, where is this?
Here we made the chart for Indivisible.
Yeah, there's a chart for Indivisible.
Indivisible participates in divisive actions?
Yes. So, No Kings publicly lists, to give you an idea, 198 partners. Okay? 198 partners, all of which are leftist organizations. So Democratic PACs, Democratic Party aligned 501c5, so labor unions, which is one of the biggest scams there is. They should be a 501.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they shouldn't be allowed to be a 501c anything at this point. No. Of course, you have Democratic aligned political nonprofits that are C4s, and then 501c3s, which are legally prohibited from any political activity because they basically are tax exempt. So that's a category meant for churches or meant for charities that feed the hungry. So these 198 groups take in about $2.1 billion in annual revenue. Some groups: Teachers Union, Greenpeace, Planned Parenthood, and then Indivisible is the one group that has been largely organizing this, run by these two people, Ezra Levin and Leah Greenberg. And I know what a portion of... Yes.
It's always that. There we go.
So, some more money trails too behind this. Democratic Socialists of America. They got money from 8 taxpayer-funded groups, to be clear. So to give you an example there, taxpayer dollars go to Stanford University, the Board of Trustees. That's about $1.5 million.
Billion.
Oh, sorry, $1.5 billion.
That's a lot.
A rounding error.
Yeah.
Then that goes to Stanford University, their Schwab Charitable Fund. There it could be anywhere from several million to $245,000. Then Schwab Charitable Fund to the Democratic Socialists of America Fund.
Whoa.
Yes.
Sorry, we took a right turn.
Yes. And then Democratic Socialists of America to DSA and DSA to No Kings. Just to give you some pictures here. So you can kind of start piecing this together. And it's by design where it goes taxpayer, okay?
Only a matter of
Here,
time before
here,
my clumsiness is
here, here, indivisible, no kings. And then you're told it's organic. Also, this is not to mention the hundreds of millions of dollars in free advertising from legacy media. For those of you who don't remember, go look up Journalist. This took place under Barack Obama. Andrew Breitbart was the one who released this. There was a private ring of journalists, largely at the legacy media outlets, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, CNBC. I believe there may have been some people at Fox News too, of course, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, who were on a green light list who would do the coverage that the Obama administration asked for. Just so you know, this is something that was tracked back then, and now you look at these different organizations. So you combine the organizations, the money going to Indivisible, and then the media promoting it as though it's something legitimate. Now, I'm going to tell you this. It's largely been a bust today, as you can tell by CNN not really wanting to cover it all that much. Right now, we see them covering, probably more important, the exchange between Iran and Israel.
Yeah.
But usually they would be covering, remember the Pussy March?
Yeah.
Remember the Occupy Wall Street protests, which were a fraction of the size of the Tea Party, and they wanted to cover it because they want some kind of a social revolution, even if it's not honest.
I don't understand why they're not covering the parade right now. It's literally different. Like
They
eras.
hate the military, man.
I don't understand it, Josh. I think you're right. I mean, this has been billed by the media as being Trump doing this kind of grand birthday celebration. I believe the Army has been planning celebrations for over a year.
2 years.
2 years. Okay,
Planning
good.
2 years. They weren't planning a parade per se.
Mhm.
This was Trump did push for the parade, but they were planning something because it's 250 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
You gotta,
Donald Trump's like,
you
hey,
gotta
let's
do
do
something.
a parade, and it's not a parade of like, hey, let's have like our ICBMs like in North Korea or something like that, like a show of force. It's honoring the different
Or a destroyer that sinks in the harbor.
No.
Oh, shit!
By the way,
no, who did that?
yeah, no, those guys don't exist anymore.
No, it's
Josh.
soldiers marching in uniforms from every different different era of war.
Yeah.
American War. They have Revolutionary, 1812, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Global War on Terror. Shout out to the Rangers representing on
There
that
you
one.
go. Whoop whoop.
But yeah, and then they got some tanks and some strikers and some tracked vehicles. It's pretty cool.
It is cool. It's like, hey, it's very pro-America, and right now you see from CNN not a whole lot on it. Because I'm not taking away from this, but don't worry, Clarissa Ward is on the case in Israel, so I'm sure she's going to find a Syrian refugee to free or something like that. Like
Yes,
she
exactly.
did before. I don't understand. All of the footage they have on Iran and Israel right now is from earlier today. There's nothing that happened not within like the last 10 or 15 minutes that you need to break away and go cover it, and yet they're not really showing the parade because they're like, yeah.
Well, let me give you one more example here as we get to following the money. I know we're going to have more clips coming in, and there is a promo
more
code RIOT
drinking.
where you get Well, there's not really a whole lot going on CNN right now, like we told you.
Oh, is that guy got an AARP card?
Yes. Well, okay, drink. I guess there you go.
drink.
I don't have the drinking game rules, so if someone could print them out and bring them to me, it's a blank page.
There you go. Ooh, me too as well.
Yes. Yeah, we have blank
Me
pages.
too as well. Also.
There you go. You guys see any? There you go. You guys see, anytime the word peaceful is used, anytime there's a confirmed fire, anytime someone is wearing a mask, you see someone seats are about 200.
Make sure your floors are always clean. Even the dust is a pain in the ass to deal with. That'll happen a lot of crowd. I think something happened to their stream. Go back to YouTube.
Oh, good. You're back. Did you guys sneak that thing I asked of you in, that specific part of your body? Hmm?
Yeah, here's the thing about that, Dad. We don't have anything in our butts. No, we don't have anything in our butts.
No? Oh, okay. You just came to point and laugh at me since I've been deported. Oh, okay. Laugh it up. Go ahead. Enjoy it. But now who's gonna mow your lawn? Who's gonna wash your car? Who's gonna burn down your city? You guys claim you want a face reveal for 100,000 subs so I can get my silver play button, and yet you throw me out of the country? Make that make sense. Okay, well, we gotta keep it short. Border patrols had their guns on me for a few minutes now, and I'm kind of uncomfortable. You would understand why. And yet, in spite of that, doesn't feel quite as dangerous as having a Switch 2.
Gotten to look at least 3 sides of tower number 1, and that is the only building
it's exploding right now, Tommy. We're seeing...
Today's story is honestly quite surprising. Now, I don't want to fearmonger. I don't want you guys to think, oh, gee, my Switch 2 is going to blow up on me. I mean, I would love for you to feel that way, but it would be disingenuous, so I'm not going to tell you that. I just think we have a very funny story on our hands here because it ties into Nintendo and their new terms of service that prohibits you from filing a class action lawsuit against them. And today's story will make it obvious why that's the case. Always keep in mind this is why it's crucial anytime you see a corporation push for terms of service that limit your freedom to sue them. You should definitely fight against that. Or at the very minimum, take a stand against it. Impossible. But too many people want their Mario Kart world. There are a lot of people I know behind the scenes who want to buy this thing and then also go online and complain about other things going on in the gaming industry. But I'm sorry. You can't have your cake and eat it too, and those people know who they are. It's over. You've lost your rights to complain about a single thing any gaming company ever does going forward.
For Tango.
You're scaring him!
Because a purchase of the Switch 2 shows Nintendo, hell, not even just Nintendo, the entire gaming industry as a whole, that you are okay with what they are doing and you approve of it. You can shake your head and say no all you want, but as long as you own the thing and you purchased it with your own money, you have fed into it. You are the problem. Because if today's story goes from just a few individuals to a couple of hundred, there will be nothing they can do. Because they signed away and said, yes, Nintendo, take my consumer rights away. Mario Kart is worth it. I mean, that's just a funny thing. If I was to have my consumer rights taken away, it sure as hell wouldn't be over fucking Mario. Like, what's wrong with you guys? Of all the things you could throw your principles away for, Mario Kart? Seriously?
Fucking pussy.
So it turns out a few folks who have a Nintendo Switch 2 have been having issues with the battery. And no, I'm not talking about it simply not holding a charge. I'm talking about a very serious issue that has resulted in their Nintendo Switch 2s bulging in the back from a swole up battery. That's right. The battery in the Switch 2 is swelling. How? I don't know. Some Switch 2 batteries are swelling, and in the worst cases, this could lead to a fire, especially if people try to press on them. This doesn't seem to be an isolated issue. Please warn as many people as you can. Please, for the love of God, and I'm telling all of you who do own a Switch 2, if this is happening to you, I repeat, do not press on the swollen battery. Get that shit returned and have Nintendo replace it as soon as possible. You are dealing with something that could be quite dangerous. Now, I don't think Nintendo oversaw this issue. I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty confident these are indeed isolated issues with just specific individuals, but not the individual in this specific image, because first off, the battery isn't even located in the spot where their switch is bulging. I have no idea what's causing it for theirs. It's a separate issue. That doesn't make it better, but it's not as bad as a battery swelling, no. Instead, we have another image to turn to, which comes from this user. Now, this is what a battery swelling would look like, and is most likely the case with his switch. Because if you were to flip the switch on its face downward and remove the back panel, that is exactly where the battery would be located, unlike the other image, which I have no idea what's going on over there. I think it's just crucial information to let you guys see what it looks like, so that way if there is bulging on the back of your Switch 2, it's important to take note of which side it is on. Don't fuck around with the swole battery. I mean, then again, the chances of this happening to you are really slim. You'll probably never see this in a single year of your Nintendo Switch 2's use, but it is interesting to see that a few people have encountered it. This is like the worst case scenario when it comes to battery issues. So the probability that it'll affect you is almost non-existent. You'll probably have a better chance of being bitten by a shark than this happening to you. But nonetheless, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be made aware that it's happened to somebody. Because the last thing I would want for you guys is for you to think that that bulge on the back of your Switch 2 is a feature, or that Nintendo is just happy to see you. Personally, if I see any bulging like that on my Switch 2, I'm not gonna open it out of morbid curiosity. I would return it without questions asked. So I do not recommend anybody open theirs up to see what's going on, because then your warranty will be void, and you could potentially hurt yourself in the process. This shouldn't be an issue whatsoever. I shouldn't have to warn you about it, but it is quite common with a lot of portable devices. Battery swelling is quite common with phones. Battery swelling also happened with the Switch 1. If you see anything like this, don't hesitate, return it. Don't try and fix it. You have to keep in mind these things have been sitting in a warehouse for like half a year. Specific conditions could have really fucked with things. It's part of the reason people are having an issue right now where the Switch is not correctly displaying battery percentages. Now that issue, on the other hand, is so prevalent, Nintendo Prime had to actually put out a statement himself, which reads,
battery tip for the Switch 2. If you find your battery is consistently draining to zero in less than 2 hours, you need to do some battery retraining. What is this? Well, the system you got likely has been sitting in a warehouse for 6+ months. Not all launch units were, but many were. Lithium-ion batteries get kinda messed up when they sit there that long unused. First off, if you have any battery bulge, contact Nintendo immediately. That's a separate issue. They will replace it for free and cover shipping costs that can also happen due to not being used. But let's talk about the battery drain. It causes the system to misread the battery's charge and think it is at 100% or 90% if used that setting without it actually being there. First off, turn off the 90% setting, then play your Switch 2 all the way until it dies, then let it charge back up, untouched or turned on at all, to 100%. Do this another couple times. Congrats! You have retained your battery and system, and now you should be getting the rated battery hours of the platform. This is a well-known thing with lithium-ion batteries, and if I had to do this with my new laptop earlier this year because the battery died in less than an hour browsing the net, once I retrained it, it now gets 6+ hours. That is the end of Prime Tech Tips today.
This is worthless.
With all due respect, Nintendo Prime, I think you should just recommend people return it and get a better unit. And I'll tell you why, because this was a problem that affected the Switch 1, and it seems to be an issue that has transferred over to the Switch 2. Now, it's not as bad as battery swelling. Let's keep that in mind. That's a much more severe issue, but to have to retrain and recalibrate your battery out of the box. This is why I say it's best never to buy on launch day and wait for updated models of the Switch 2. This is why I never buy anything day one. I don't buy vanilla graphics cards. I always wait for reiterations. Everybody who buys day one is beta testing for the corporations at full price. and everybody who buys later on is paying a cheaper price and has a better functioning piece of hardware. Learn! Stop making these mistakes. It's like that time Apple told its consumers to drop their Apple III to set the circuits back in place because of a fault. Well, okay, I mean, it's not comparable because the issue at hand with the Switch 2 can be resolved a lot easier, but it means Nintendo is aware that their batteries have issues because Nintendo is recommending people on its official website to power off their Switch 2 and reboot the console in its secret recovery mode. Or, if that doesn't work, then you'll go on to step 2, which is charge it up to 100%, then leave it running down until it's empty, and then charge it back up to 100 and repeat this process until it finally starts to work. Hopefully. Now, there are some people where this method simply didn't work, and my best guess is Nintendo's going to have to iron it out with a patch, because it seems to be an operating system issue. Now, some people with their original Switch models are having a whole other issue. Yeah, I know, everyone's having an issue. You get an issue, she gets an issue, everybody gets an issue. It comes with your Switch. It would seem the latest update for Nintendo devices has suddenly killed this user's battery.
So I have this Nintendo Switch Lite, and I recently installed the new update that I guess adds game share. I don't know what else it did other than that, but ever since the update, the battery has been draining abnormally fast. Like literally you'll see if I just hold it here for a little bit longer, it'll go down yet. So this is 30 seconds. It's been maybe like 5 minutes since I unplugged it from the charger, and it's already down to 77, as you can see. 76, and yep. What did Nintendo do? What did they put in this new update? Did they fry my battery?
Oh no, it's battery gate out here! Or is it? No, it would just seem Nintendo's new update that rolled out has caused syncing issues with the battery percentage displayed. Some folks say this isn't possible, but this same user went on to follow the directions on Nintendo's page about letting it drain and then replugging it in to charge up, and he successfully restored it back to its original state.
It's alive. So basically, after letting it drain all the way down to 1%, it stayed at 1% for like a good 3 hours or so. I just had it running one of these games until it died completely, then recharged it, and now it seems to be okay. So still weird that it happened right after the update.
To me, it's hilarious though, because this means that the console launched with a bug, which isn't unheard of, but still hilarious. I could just see it now, the face of a Nintendo soy jack, as tears come rolling down their eyes, thinking that their Nintendo Switch 2 is dead. Ah, what I would pay to be in the same room and see it. Ah, unfortunately, no. Your Switches should be fine, which upsets me because I want your experience to suck, because I'm an asshole. But I'm also not trying to misinform you. There are people who do not spend all day on social media and tune into videos like this, and I feel it's my responsibility to tell you that there is a solution and a reason as to why your display battery percentage is not correct if you are going through this. However you feel about whether or not that should have been Nintendo's responsibility to resolve, now that's all entirely up to you. But it is why I say do not buy day one devices. Like, comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to on the road to 100K. With that being said, I'll see you in the next video.
Africanga sucks ass.
Alright, let's do it! It's over! Nobody's joining anymore! Blue Sky's in serious trouble and users are devastated. What, people aren't like joining and they don't want to read your blue cry moments?
Welcome back, guys. Hope you've had a great weekend so far. Today we're talking about Blue Sky, but not in the usual context of the voice actor click over on Blue Sky.
Uh-huh.
Today we're taking a look at Blue Sky itself. as things are getting pretty bad over on Blue Sky.
Not enough people are doing their part. Oh my god, I hate this mentality. Guys, you need to go out and cry. It's not enough to just be on the website. God, I hate this attitude. Oh, and it's the wrong use of there. You're right.
Causing people on the Blue Sky subreddit to make posts like this, saying not enough people are doing their part. So largely speaking, ever since I made the jump from Twitter to Blue Sky, I've been trying to rally as many artists as I can to make a Blue Sky account. I've even made a thread that can help those artists get their footing a bit better. I, however, am getting worried, as I'm noticing a decline in Blue Sky growth.
Oh no, my echo chamber is dying because not enough people actually exist to, you know, culminate in my echo chamber. Bro, hop off, just close the site. Put the fries in the bag, bro.
Now, I'll never claim to know if that's normal or not, as I'm not a tech guy, and never have been. But it does concern me that we finally get a place that cares about us, only for a lot of people to just be silent about it, not helping enough. We need to have more people direct these artists to the site, genuinely. Even if it means copy-pasting the same message, more people need to hear about this. Oh yeah, let's...
You want to start spamming and that'll get over people. That's crazy.
Just spam a bunch of the same stuff, that'll definitely help. I've been doing it all from artists on Twitter, Pixiv, DA, Newgrounds, heck, even Ink Bunny 2 different times. Need more people to know, or the site's just gonna be swept under the rug. Now look, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not here to shill for Twitter, I don't care if you use it or don't use it. You can
No, I hate Twitter for its own reasons, it has its pros and cons, I'm just saying, like, from a logistical standpoint, if I completely disregard the whole culture war with, like, Blue Sky versus Twitter and, like, Elon Musk and all that bullshit, it is so fucking hard to get people off of a fucking platform. It's just baseline. How many of you have boomer parents or, like, Gen X parents and you're trying to get them off of Facebook and you just fucking can't? You fucking can't. You will tear their you will shake their shoulders and tell them, please get off Facebook. It's so fucking stupid. And they're like, no, I'm used to it. It's like, fuck. Yeah, you can't make them get off of Facebook. You just can't.
Take a look at my Twitter account, for example, and see that my own activity on Twitter is extremely minimal, especially last year. I basically didn't post at all last year. Like, a handful of posts, if that. It's only like the last month that I've started becoming somewhat active again.
I don't use
and
it.
half that activity is basically on my VTuber Twitter account, where I've been interacting with people who are sending me art, and especially like art of a certain type, a certain niche. Is that the way of putting it? The point I'm getting at is that it sucks for artists who went to Blue Sky hoping it would be like a better place, only to be met with disappointment.
Yeah, because you brought over all the fucking insufferable babies and whiny babies on there. It's fine if you want an echo chamber that doesn't discuss anything, but it's like, do you realize that the reason Twitter's popular half the time is because there's a lot of discourse on it? Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's almost like the news. The news wants news, and you get news, and you want to feed the news, you get the news.
As by far, most of the activity on Blue Sky seems to be like non-stop political brain rot slot posting. On that note,
not even that. If you just want to go on Twitter and like follow a bunch of artists, that's fine, but like, there's not that much going on in general.
Takes us to the next post that reads, the best way to help Blue Sky succeed is to share funny, interesting, and creative posts. I know this sounds like a no-brainer, but I feel a lot of us need a reality check. Guilt-tripping people, making it some activist cause, or a crusade against Twitter definitely does have some use, but it doesn't have broad appeal. The general internet goer has a stronger reaction to a post or website being cringe than they do it being a racist Nazi platform. As sad as it is, that's just the reality of things.
Then it's not a social platform, it's just like Tumblr. No, actually, you know what? That's an insult to Tumblr. Tumblr had more discourse between fandoms, calling each other slurs and telling people to kill themselves than these fucking people on Blue Sky. You think that Tumblr was baby shit? At least Tumblr had some discourse.
Cross-post as much as you can. Whenever you see a funny, interesting, or creative post, share it with your group chat. Make it a screenshot and post it.
Yeah, guys, look at this Blue Sky post. Yeah, go look at it.
Cross-platform. This is how social media actually spreads and grows. What I find especially funny about this post is the beginning says that We need to get a reality check. That person goes on to refer to Twitter as a racist Nazi platform.
I mean, it can be, but like you have to go looking for it. I feel like once you start blocking certain words out of your on your account, you actually just don't see that stuff anymore. Yeah, low key, you just don't.
That's the exact sort of rhetoric.
Maybe you should stop engaging and reading that stuff. It's a thought.
That this person's talking about initially, as being not actually good. It's actually hurting them on Blue Sky more than helping them by constantly referring to Twitter and Twitter users as Nazis and a Nazi platform. But then dude literally does the same thing again later in the post. Who's gonna want to be stuck on a platform where everyone there is saying a bunch of extremist rhetoric like that? Lying about people and falsely accusing people. Hey, come to Blue Sky and be stuck in this hive mind of weirdos. Yeah, that's a great selling point. Oh, hold on. Oh no, what's this?
At least there's interesting weirdos on Twitter. I'll give them that. Or just get off the internet. Well, I mean, you know.
These usage statistics are rather worrying. Going on to link some analytics about Blue Sky stats that are not looking good.
Well, apparently.
Spoiler alert too. We'll take a look at a much more recent post just from yesterday where things continue to get even worse. We can see, according to these analytics, daily likers are trending down, daily posters are trending down, daily followers are trending down.
Damn, they're really going down.
Daily records are also trending.
Ooh, that not good. Ooh, that not good. What is that? A month? That's 2 months. That's not even a year. Oh wait, that is a year. Wait, no, it is a month. I can't read. 2025-04. Yeah, that's 2 months. That's
Down.
bad.
Back to that post. There is immense cope in the comments, in the replies here, and it's actually hilarious. Sorting by best on Reddit. The first top comment here basically has this person trying to suggest that, well, the analytics are only down because a bunch of bots are getting banned. That's God.
Oh my god, the bot cope is so good. Oh my god, man. This reminds me when I played Classic WoW, and then people would say, oh, well, it's the bots getting banned. That's why there's people that aren't playing Classic anymore. And I'm like, do you realize that it would be worth it for them to keep putting in the bots if it was not going down in the trend? Yeah, it's the bots, it's the Russian bots that are definitely paying for this shit. Do you realize it's actually probably not even worth it to run bots on Blue Sky because nobody sees that shit anyway?
To be it, guys. That explains it all. But the next top comment has a different theory. Well, the analytics are down because clearly the weather's getting nicer in the northern hemisphere.
What?
What are we fucking smoking, dude?
Question.
Oh my god.
Alright, what I'm gonna do is just have one in this bowl here.
Dude, I couldn't smoke enough weed to fucking come up with cope like this. This is impressive. Of all the people to go outside, you think that Blue Sky people go outside? That's strong. I don't know, man.
People are using social media less, guys. That's what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's the weather. Blue Sky.
Yeah, when January rolls around and it's in the peak of winter time in the northern hemisphere, we're gonna see an uptick. Yeah. I should check in January.
Is failing because of the weather, guys. Don't you know? Come on.
It's because it's warm outside.
Going on to say that Blue Sky is just less addictive than most, but it's a good thing.
Okay.
Now,
so
look, some studies do claim that social media use does increase when the weather's bad, but regarding an entire platform.
No, it doesn't go down significantly in a trend either. There's just no way. It's like an actual downward trajectory. It's not an anomaly or something. The trend is bad itself.
In particular because
these people never took statistics or had statistics in high school, man.
First of all, the studies have extremely small sample sizes.
You think
Second
they show,
of all, perhaps even more importantly though,
and
is that, well, worldwide the weather's going to be different in different places. So it's really hard to actually come to a valuable assessment based off such metrics. And when it comes to Blue Sky's plummeting engagement rates, plummeting analytics overall, well, there's certainly more important factors to analyze than just trying to say it's because of the weather. That really comes off like a bunch of cope. Oh my gosh. What the frick? Someone else said
It's probably the weather.
it's the weather too.
What?
No way,
Dude, who are these people botting, man?
bro. It's probably the weather, honestly. When you get a new job, my dad said, make yourself noticed. Let them forget about you, then make them realize they can't live without you. It's probably good for Blue Sky to fix problems for a few months. That way, when we need it, when Twitter implodes, it will be robust and take over.
I feel like I'm too fucking self-critical. I couldn't make up this copium even if you put a gun to my head.
Yeah, we'll see about that, won't we? And yet things continue to get even worse. We got this post that reads, interactions, responses, and likes way down last month. Anyone else have their post interactions, responses, and likes decline drastically in the last month since Muskite left the WH? Have a lot of people returned to X, formerly known as Twitter? Just curious if others have experienced this too.
Do you know what also happened? I saw a lot of artists going to Blue Sky, and then 5 to 6 months later, they just started posting on Twitter again. It's because they didn't get the same dopamine or interactions. That's why people are addicted to the dopamine, man. Yeah, like what are we really talking about here? Like Monkey sees lots of grapes on the other side. Monkey will go to grapes with lots of grapes. Not the one where it's like, oh, I get 2 likes. Oh, I feel bad. Oh, this sucks.
Oh, I'm not here to bash Blue Sky. I left X. We can see a top post here reading, I feel like Blue Sky is generally down in excitement, no? Less and less people I'm following post.
Yeah.
And less people sign up to Blue Sky. It's not a good sign. To be a strong platform needs fresh blood constantly. Response reading. The rollout of features.
Just like a video game. It's gotta have new blood, and apparently it's not working out because the fucking platform sucks!
Has been too slow for most people. I get Blue Sky as a small team, but that's not going to stop people from leaving once they get tired of waiting for features other sites already have. Conversely, however, this response saying, nope, still totally normal for me, and this one saying, my interaction levels feel normal personally. But then we've got this one. It says, yup, I gave up and deactivated last week. My first couple months on the platform, starting December last year, I got 1,400 followers, including many of the heavy hitters who don't follow many people. Tons of engagement. It was great. Tons of great accounts to follow, and it was nice to have my ideas heard. The past couple of months, if I make 1 non-reply post per day, maybe 1 per month or less gets more than 5 likes. And usually that's if one of the bigger accounts sees and reshares it.
No,
a non-reply post getting seen on its own
Sucks to
seems
suck,
virtually
Rip
impossible
Bozo.
in recent months. It's like a spigot shut off, or they have shadow bans, and I have no idea why I'd be subjected to that. Similar content.
Oh wait, that's actually also a thing. Do you guys remember in that VA video where they were talking about block posts and shit? Where it's like, block these people. Look at this block list I can share with you. That could be a thing too, because everyone's so fucking sensitive, so there's less interaction, so they're fucking each other over. Yeah, that doesn't like really happen on Twitter. Like I see it sometimes, like fucking schizos, but like not really.
We'll get hundreds of likes on threads, even though I only have around 650 followers over there. That platform, of course, has its own issues, but I'm just sharing my comparison experience. And I know someone's going to say this is complaining, whatever. It's not. Just stating facts and concurring with OP that engagement is way down lately. I'll reactivate in a month or 2 and see if anything's changed. And there's this one that says, deader than a doorknob. It's like I'm talking into a large empty void. I left Twitter and had a ton of followers, constant engagement, likes, retweets, and then deleted and went to Blue Sky. It's dead Ned. But hold on, guys. Maybe we were wrong.
Come on.
Blue Sky's growing again. Let's hope this
0.1%, 0.3%. That's a lot. But the follows is down 13%. Yeah, we're growing, that's for sure. Yeah, 0.3%. Woo! Let me get them pennies.
trend continues. From just 1 day ago. This made by a top 1% poster on the Blue Sky subreddit. They must know what they're talking about. They added on to this saying, on the 7-day Blue Sky stats charts were finally seeing green numbers.
Finally.
Wow. Take a look at these green numbers.
Gotcha.
Wait, there's red too. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Daily users on Blue Sky down 0.2%. Daily posters on Blue Sky up 0.3%. Daily posts on Blue Sky up
Yes, let's see the 12 weeks. That's what I want to
All
see.
right.
1%.
Larger
Daily
sample
likes
size.
on Blue Sky up 6.1%.
Of
Product
background
that doesn't
noise,
reach mass market
radiation,
appeal.
whatever.
They don't
All
seem to have the
background.
bandwidth to build this app in a way that scales fast or attracts Twitter users. And as terrible as Twitter is, people still use it. Response they got.
Yeah, because why the fuck would you leave when they're... I just don't understand this logic. Like, how could you have a platform like Facebook, it still exists to this day, even though it sucks ass, it's filled with bots, and there's lots of AI? It's because it has, like, this stranglehold on a bunch of people. I wanted to deactivate my fucking Facebook, but my fucking parents still use it, so I have to have it. That's the old stubbornness coming in. They just don't want to leave. They're like, I don't want to fucking use the new thing. I don't want to re-add all these people. It's too much fucking work.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of boomers and Gen Xers love that shit.
Actually, I understand
Quote,
that.
as terrible as
It
Twitter
is a lot of
quote,
extra
why do you
bullshit
want to
and
recruit
work.
those users? If that site is so terrible, why would you want those people to come over to Blue Sky? To what end? To make it worse here? Blue Sky more than doubled its user base in 6 months, which was more than 30 times growth a year ago when it opened up. It's growing just fine for a social network. We're just corporated pilled to assume anything but exponential metric explosive growth is somehow a failure.
I mean, it's not wrong, but, like, at the same time, it's got a lot of issues. There's a reason people don't use it.
Response to them, reading,
What?
You know that Twitter isn't just politics, right? What about the anime community on Twitter, which is very active? Don't you want them?
No.
I follow countless
No.
accounts that follow anime, news, artists, voice actors, and friends sharing what
The
they're
hell?
watching. The majority of anime community I
It's
see
just
outside
me.
artists on Twitter are reactionaries and drama accounts who use anime like any other pop culture thing to radicalize young people. Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh my god, yes, bro. Oh yeah, radicalizing with the anime community. The anime community is the worst? No, I'd say gacha and VTuber communities are pretty fucking bad. Anime's like whatever. I'd say more niche things like VTuber communities are awful. For the most part. Fellas, is it a right-wing grift to like anime? Yes, apparently so. If you like Goku and you like fit buff men, you're a racist. Yeah. Blue Sky had a golden chance when Brazil banned Twitter from our country. I'm glad I just waited and never used, but the chance was there. Yeah, they fucked up too. They didn't really capitalize it either.
Mostly young men to
Then
right-wing
it was too
causes.
late.
I'm not interested in courting those over to those people over to Blue Sky. No, the brain rot. This is what I mean, dude. Some of these people are so freaking brain rotted. It's sad. Someone else says to them. Yeah, I don't know what side of Twitter you're on, but there's a bunch of anime accounts that don't do the things you say, and this doesn't take into account every other topic where they have a gigantic advantage. I've tried seeing if my favorite fandom exists on Blue Sky, and 9 times out of 10, it's absolute crickets. That's not even mentioning other languages where the Bird app has an even more gigantic leap. Pretending like Twitter is full of devious users who only spread hate is like thinking people who drive cars hate the environment and litter everywhere they go. But yeah, that sort of person is like
That's a good analogy, yeah. I just don't get it, man. Why are we coping about this platform? The only people I know that use Blue Sky are very mentally ill, and they can't handle like any discourse, and that's fine. It's just funny to me because it's like, you know, you could just stay on Twitter and probably block it as best as you can, like block certain words, block certain content. It's like, but then you choose to stay on Blue Sky and then you complain that nobody's engaging with you and like nobody likes your content. I'm like, oh, okay.
Average Blue
We have a
Sky
skill
user,
issue right
completely
there.
brain rotted, politically obsessed, and delusional. Another response here saying it's basically plateaued.
Oh, I missed one.
I mean,
5
it'll
at
be
the
what it
end.
is for those still using it, but the days of fast growth are over. The Big Tell, the biggest follower base, AOC, has already stopped posting on Blue Sky. Has only been posting back on X. The responses they got reading, AOC's team needs to learn how to cross-post, but that chart shows numbers that are quite healthy for a new site. Wow, I didn't know AOC stopped posting there. That is not good for Blue Sky. Blue Sky is larger than AOC. So yeah, it's really not looking good over there, but let me know what you think about this stuff. As always, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed my coverage. If you did, please consider liking and or subscribing. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.
I'd like to see the statistics for Twitter growth in comparison. Probably blows it out of the water. Yeah. I want to see the 12 weeks, man. Where is this? I want to see this. I use Blue Sky because I don't like the algorithm of Twitter. No, that's totally fine. I totally get it. But I never use it now. I use Twitter more. Also because of what I've been posting on my video game blogs and for Blue Sky. I've been critical of SAG after recently. Yeah, and you probably got called a fucking, what is it called? You got called a fucking bigot.
Alright, we need some A's.
No, you have to agree with me. You're on Blue Sky. Go check out Hero Haze. Pretty cool. Yeah. I need to find this. Where is this from? Blue Facts app. Bluefacts.app.
Good man at picking up all those
trending top
number ones off the
Blue
floor.
Sky user growth. Is this it? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, chat. Ooh. This is not looking too hot. Ooh, jeez. Ooh. Ooh, mama. Ooh. But look, 7 days. Wow. Ooh. 4 weeks. Ooh. This is not. Ooh. We're not doing too hot. Ooh. We were at 2.4 million. Now we're down to 1.7. 900,000. 700,000. 5 million. 3.9 million. That's not good, chat. Daily likers. 1.8 million? 1.3 million. Daily follows. Look at this one, dude. Look. 8.2. Down to 3 million. That's actually really bad. That is not good. Oh. Dude, this is only 3 months. Look. Boom. Yeah, not too hot, not too great. Gulp. That's what happens. But guys, the 7-day spread? Oh yeah, the 7-day spread. Yeah, the 7-day spread is really good. 0.6%. Yeah, the last 7 days was better, you guys. We're coping. This is, if I was investing in Blue Sky and I needed other people, this is what I would show them. I'd be like, guys, look at the green right here. Look at the green. Don't look at this. Don't look at the red. Look at the green. Green is good, but red is bad. Yeah, this one is, like, even the 4-week one is all red except for daily likes.
No, you don't know, girl.
Crazy work. No, it's because of the bots and the Russian bots, chat. That's what. That's what's happening. That's what's up. Dragon Age writer blames anti-fans for game failures while ignoring industry's role in massive flops. David Gator, former lead writer on Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition, is drawing new attention for comments made in a recent interview, blah blah blah, so-called anti-fans. Chat, apparently criticizing anything, it makes you an anti-fan. Yeah, criticism equals anti-fan. In the piece, Geider criticizes what he calls anti-fans, individuals who he claims actively work to see certain games fail as a form of punishment for creative decisions they disagree with. Or, newsflash, it just sucks. Then they turn from what you want, fans who would go out and spread the word of your game and get people interested. But if you get anti-fans, they sort of do the opposite. They're very determined, suddenly, to see your game fail as some sort of lesson to others who would make games of the same type. God, this is such Switch cope. We're off to a great start, to be completely honest with you. Yes, bro, the anti-fans are the reason Veilguard failed, chat. Not the fact that it was a dog shit game with dog shit writing by mentally ill activists that couldn't help but
Don't do it.
Surrender. You have no choice.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Kermit, T-800, so. I'm sorry, fucking who? A T-800! You know, from Terminator? Have you not seen Terminator? Don't you judge me.
Sarah Connor,
Seriously? He just said my name. Do I look like a Sarah to you?
you'll take me to Sarah Connor? Take me to Sarah Connor.
Right, so is he some kind of robot or something? He's a cyborg, cell. He's from the future, just like you. Oh, how original.
You are also a cyborg. Did Skynet create you? What series are you? What are your upgrades? What is your mission?
Okay, one question at a time. I'm getting a headache. You know, you should get that checked. Maybe it's a tumor, cell.
It is not a tumor.
Oh yeah? How do you know? Do you have X-ray vision?
Affirmative.
How about you go fuck yourself?
That is outside of my mission parameters.
Okay, can I kill him? I'm kind of over the whole time traveler thing. We already did that with Trunks. So, come on. He's an icon. The face of Hollywood action movies.
Jax has reprogrammed me. I must complete my mission.
Okay, so if you didn't want me to kill him, why did you bring him here? Why else? To see him piss you off. You know what, guy? He's lying. He's actually Sarah Connor. Oh, you bitch!
Terminated. My mission objective is complete.
I'm sorry, did you just fucking teabag him?
Of course. I'm a Terminator.
Okay, that doesn't explain anything. What the hell does that even mean? Hey! Hey!
Alright, we got another one of those boost gram online BS that comes. None of that.
Okay. Anyway, male body standards are out of control.
For men, today's standards of muscularity are fucking obscene.
This guy! Oh my god! This guy definitely does roids.
Algorithms.
Physique inflation is very real.
And it seems to be happening at an accelerated.
A concern.
We are led like sheep into the slaughter to ever more muscular and lean physiques.
To the point where a great physique 10 years ago
Oh my god, he just looks like a ripped guy, man.
can be considered average or even bad by today's standards.
This looks bad? Nah, really? No, are we
The internet has
serious?
destroyed
This looks
people's
bad?
ideals of what's
Mike
good and
Chan,
bad.
No
Scott Herman,
way.
Jeff Nippard. The natural status used to be perceived as highly questionable. Today, people are calling them average.
Average?
Science-based guys. Why is it that you remain so mediocre, yet you know so much?
A shift we can see in Baywatch, Marvel movies, amongst
Yeah.
modern superheroes, reality TV shows, and suspiciously muscular Netflix teenagers.
Teenagers and Netflix. I say this about anime too. For me personally, that's the one thing that I will always criticize Demon Slayer for. How does a kid get fucking ripped like Tanjiro? He's
Right?
a kid. He's like a teenager, right? How does this
Can you rate this guy's
Tab, can't see him. Dad bod. You think this is dad bod?
Can I have that type of dad bod?
You think this? What the fuck is this? Isn't fucking dad bod? What are you talking about?
That's not a dad bod. I know what a dad bod looks like. My body is probably close to a real dad
Experts
bod.
are worried. It's an issue that's trickling down from the bodybuilding world. An illusion
Flabby, ugly,
driving many to
disgusting,
shortcuts.
Hot take,
not really
but I think guys being a
desirable,
little overweight
below
like
average.
this is attractive. What?
Male body.
This is overweight. Chat, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's overweight. I would love to have your overweight
This is a rage bait
side.
post. This is bait. Yeah, this is bait. Oh, I want a woman with a little bit of chub and it's like a supermodel with like a stomach that's like flat as a board.
Body dysmorphia is on track to overtake female body dysmorphia within about 2 decades.
Fucked, man.
So why are experts worried? It's about to get a lot worse. And how did we end up in this position?
Gym inflation, social media, bro.
Fight Club was a pivotal film on the turn of the century. People wanted to
It was
look
in
like
2001.
this. Impressive, but also realistic.
Seriously? It's like you're photoshopped.
I completely disagree. When I saw this in like 2005, I did not think this was realistic at all. Like maybe this guy is a bit more realistic. He's a
Yeah,
little
the guy
bit
right
of,
there in the back,
What is it
yeah.
called? Like a high, like fucking fat on him. I guess I can't really see his abs. This is not realistic. Look how fucking skinny he is.
Impressive, but also realistic.
Seriously? It's like you're photoshopped.
Back then, performance enhancers carried a heavy stigma.
Take steroids and eventually everyone will see you for what you really are. A fake, a fraud, an asterisk.
But in bodybuilding, they became essential. Each year, competitors pushed to get bigger and leaner, no matter the cost. From Steve Reeves to Jay Cutler, the look became more extreme. So everyday people
Oh yeah, those
turned to
muscle
Hollywood physiques
bodybuilder
for
types.
inspiration.
Yep.
Hugh Jackman, Chris Evans, Henry Cavill. But the extreme standards of bodybuilding had already begun to trickle into the mainstream.
But they're actors. They're paid to look like a certain way. You can't really have that. That's what bums me out the most is that people expect this kind of body when the guy's like working a 9 to 5 or like going to school or whatever, and it's like, man, you don't really have time, and that's why people resort to steroids.
There comes a day where being average, being mediocre is just sickening to you.
Video blogs blew up, then Instagram. Focusing
No,
on
it's
attention.
the lack of money that's
Fitness
sickening to
wasn't
me.
just about health anymore. It was about aesthetics. And this marked the
It's
rise
about not being
of
able
the
to get
fitness
my
influencer.
hobbies, not being able to go
I
out,
just want to share
to
my
eat,
experiences
to
and advice
interact
of
with
what's worked for
people,
me, what hasn't worked for me.
anything
More and
like
more
that.
influencers joined the scene.
I spent 100 days on an island.
But it was
Deserted
ultimately the most
island with
impressive
just
looking, that rose to the
necess-
top.
my
Genetic outliers,
necessities.
with many
do roids in the
suspected
dye,
of taking
man.
shortcuts to
$1
get
million?
ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Guys like Michael Hearn and Simeon Pad, those guys aren't natural, but yet they claim they are, and so they also stand out.
It's the guy with the racist Instagram reels, bro.
The demand for more impressive physique
I forget his
was reflected
name.
in Hollywood, with the remaking of Baywatch and progression of Chris Hemsworth, Zac Efron.
Whoa, wait, they showed ass in the movie?
Zac
Oh
Efron,
my god,
Hugh Jackman.
I've never seen a Marvel movie or whatever. They actually showed his cheeks.
But people began calling actors out
No
for
shot.
secretive steroid use.
Reporter Greg here, reporting the news. The Rock's lying! Hello, wake up and
Look at
smell the
this,
freaking
people.
coffee!
This kindled the demand for humbleness,
This guy's
honesty, and
crazy,
transparency.
dude. He looks like a have you seen horses on steroids? And the veins they have, like unironically crazy.
And transparency. So a new type of
That's
influencer
crazy, man.
emerged.
You have very fine hair.
But
I
some
don't know what it
people
is around
started being
around your
a
neck.
little
You
too
just
transparent.
don't have that much hair.
Yo, what's going on,
You
guys?
just
Today
don't.
I'm going to teach
You
you some
don't.
steroid maths.
This thing doesn't. This thing's just.
They let you put this on TikTok?
Perhaps
this is
normalizing
just-
and glorifying steroid usage. It became less taboo,
Bruh.
more accessible.
I get banned for making a BDSM joke on TikTok for like a week and a half. And this guy's up here telling you how to do roids on TikTok. Kinda weird.
which led to a sharp rise in young users.
That's why it went
Alright.
viral originally in short form.
Love
Because
you.
nobody ever
Go ahead.
thought about posting videos of them injecting steroids and then working out.
How is this
That is
allowed?
without a doubt the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Some influencers began to use Photoshop and camera tricks to stand out.
These aren't the only people in this.
There was a girl at my school that actually did this. She wasn't obviously ripped like this, but she was a skinny girl and she wanted to look more toned. And she did this and someone at school pointed it out and she literally freaked the fuck out and said, I don't even know how to use Photoshop. Look at that wall right there. She did the exact same thing. Like something in the background was warped. Yeah, MySpace did it. That was like on Facebook or some shit. It was so funny.
These aren't the only people in industry doing this. Check your newsfeed. If you follow a lot of fitness people, I guarantee you will find more that are doing this now that you're made mentally aware of it.
This became such a problem. The Instagram versus reality subreddit gained over 1 million followers, exposing many people for using filters and tricks.
And it's sad because it's like, why would you do that when you're already, like, you're not ugly or fat? Why?
Do I even need to draw the lines to show this is edited?
Look at the nippies too. They look like pepperonis. He photoshopped them to make them look bigger.
But what people watched trained the algorithm, so social media learned exactly how to keep you scrolling. Now, if you ask ChatGPT, the average male that goes to the gym regularly, you're presented with this.
Regularly going to the gym with those abs, dude. Yeah.
There's nothing average about this body for a 35 to 40-year-old male who goes to the gym regularly.
There ain't no
It worked
way.
this out from the internet, where edited and optimized bodies aren't rare. They're the
Why? I don't get this. This is fine. Why do you need to look like a fucking superhero?
aren't rare. They're the standard.
You don't need massive
Body
obliques
dysmorphia
and shit,
is
man.
becoming a cultural aesthetic, as opposed to a mental health issue. To many,
Bigorexia. Is that
doesn't
what it's
even look
called?
normal anymore. As highlighted by the recent trend, showing long-time lifters
Right.
revealing their physiques in natural light, only to face brutal criticism. This is what 8 years of training looks like. Achievable in 1 year. This is 13 years of consistency. Mid.
What? That's mid?
Mid.
That's mid. His back is huge. His fucking biceps are massive. That's mid. You always got some dumbass saying shit. This is why I don't read comments.
13 years. You can easily achieve this in 2 to 3 years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
talking
Yeah,
about-
maybe if you slam roids. Maybe he's right. Yeah, if you slam roids.
Bodybuilders here.
I personally don't think it's surprising that so many younger people are taking a metric fuckload of anabolic steroids.
Yeah, well, some worry about physique inflation. Others argue we're glorifying obesity.
Yeah.
To understand what's
I
really
agree with
happening,
that.
we need to look at the data. Is
Oh.
the average
The
man
data.
actually getting fitter?
No.
Oh man.
That's the sad part, is that the obesity rate in America and in the world, period, it's not just Amerifats, by the way, just for the record. Amerifats are part of the problem, but what, you can't say that's a slur? Oh yeah, obesity is a slur. Yeah, you're right, sorry. I'll just
My
call it
brain is
obese.
just gonna
Is it
fall.
true women like normal
Really
looking
need number.
dudes? No, apparently women only like ripped abs.
The average American is 5'9", 200 pounds, with a 40.5-inch waist,
Holy.
putting body fat
No
between
twos,
20
just
and
threes in
30%.
this one.
Obesity
that's
is on
decent.
the rise.
That's strong. Look, even in Nigeria, chat, look. Even in Nigeria, it's going up. But yeah, obviously Amerifats be Amerifatting, but everyone else is also going up. Australia, United Kingdom, Brazil, 5% in 1975. Up to 25% almost. That's a massive increase.
The average American eats around 3,500 calories a day. And
Holy.
takes just 4,800 steps. No wonder health span is falling. In fact, 1 in 4 people can't do a full squat.
No! Did I hear that right? 1 in 4?
1 in 3 can't manage a single push-up.
Nah. Oh, come on. That can't be real, right?
according to a UK fitness
I could do one push-up
But the
and
average
one
fitness
squat.
enthusiast
Like that's not even 10. No, that's me. I can do a push down, but not a push up.
is likely more muscular.
I
thanks
could
to
do
better
about
information
5, I
and
think.
Oops,
It's
now
just
you're
been doing
you're
it more
fat.
a
often.
good thing, since the fitness industry has made things easier. If we look to powerlifting data, the average bench is somewhere around 250 to 300
insane.
pounds.
That's almost as
Squat,
big as me.
350 to 400. And deadlift, 425
Yo, chat, you should deadlift me. I'm 400 pounds.
to 475 pounds. But those are trained competitive athletes. It's like comparing
Yeah,
your
start
reading
benching
speed
me, chat.
to someone in a book club. The average 5k time for men, around 29 minutes. And that's only amongst those fit
God,
enough
I
to
hate
sign up for a
marathon
race.
running.
Here's what
that
the
shit.
average American man looked like in 2011. The truth is, the average person looks nothing like the physiques that we're constantly being shown online. It's becoming rarer for people to maintain a healthy weight. And it's this stark, widening contrast that experts are worried about.
Body.
How old are you?
16.
16? But are you out of your
Dude, he's huge. For 16, this kid is massive.
Wow, I respect the honesty, bro.
Today, there's more teenagers doing steroids than ever before.
There's kids doing steroids too. Like, not even kids like this, 16, 17. We're talking about, like, 8-year-olds. That was the most fucked up shit ever. He has another video talking about this, or, like, more in detail, but there's kids that are, like, 8 or 9 doing roids.
People who've barely been training, jumping straight to enhancements.
There's nothing respectable about taking gear at 16 years old.
True.
Period.
The rise of people using steroids while claiming they're natural, or just eat chicken, broccoli and rice, is fueling unrealistic expectations, leading many to give up on their fitness routines altogether. Reckless performance-enhancing drug use, and poor mental health.
And also, to top it off, they make TikToks and say, like, I did this in, like, 2 weeks, and it's actually more like 3 years that it took them to get to that point. And they lie and make people feel bad because they don't get that instant gratification that people do, like, on, what is it called? You know, on TikTok. Day one of being a roid junkie. Yeah, no, absolutely. It fucks you up, too. Is steroids still illegal or not? I have no idea. I don't talk to people that do roids. I have no idea.
Well,
Perhaps a greater issue.
anybody who has
is people
asthma, they
inflated,
have
but deflated.
they use
But
steroids
people
and
think they need
inhalers
CRT,
to actually
steroids,
stimulate
to gain a
the
bit of muscle and look
lungs.
good. Patient.
But and some
Me,
steroids
not
are
natural at
used
16.
For medical
Chat,
purposes,
there's
but
very few
actual
people who look good as a
steroids for
16,
what
man.
they're using them for,
Is a dying
no.
art on social media.
Nah.
For all the years up to this point, what people focused on was nutrition, workout routines. There is such a disturbing trend right now where those search terms and even those interests have been replaced by TRT, SARMs, peptides, Ozempic.
A recent study found that the fitness advice given by the most followed fitness influencers is often
I'm
either
gonna start
harmful
trying
or
to
lacks
work out,
credibility. Hardly a
need to
surprise
actually make
when the most
myself a
extreme
schedule
stuff.
We remember this guy, right?
Rises to the top. Fitness is becoming less about health and more about performance art. A hyper-reality crafted to maximize views. This is why people are suggesting that fitness influencers are a plague on getting fit. It's what
And to top it off, you don't actually build endurance. Like sumo wrestlers, for example, or like actual strongmen that do runs like this, they aren't this ripped. This guy probably only runs for like 5 minutes at a time because he's probably not that fit overall. He lifts, that's it.
maximize views. This is why people are suggesting that fitness influencers are a plague on getting fit. It's why what Martin Birkin coined f***arounditis is still such a problem.
True.
The tendency to avoid consistent effort and focus on unproductive activities, resulting in a lack of progress towards a goal. It's not one person's fault, but a deeper consequence of fitness social media. If you're not shredded, you have a dad bod. Bear in mind.
What the fuck?
Alright.
What?
If you're not shredded, you
He has the fucking line! What is it called? Lumi said it's the Coom line, right? Yeah, dad bod with the Coom line and abs. Yeah, that's a dad bod.
you have a dad bod. Bear in mind, many of these people are Hollywood superheroes.
Yeah, cum-gooders,
some
whatever
of
they're
which
called, I
have probably
forget.
taken steroids.
Yeah, dad
and
bods.
this is literally Superman. However,
A little body Facial hair, a little muscle, a little fat. It's that simple. Daughter of wolves. I'm not gonna say it. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Why women fuck dogs?
A large reason these sort of posts go viral is because they're such wild takes. Regardless, there's a clear rising pressure for men. A study found 22% of men, aged 18 to 24, show signs of muscle-focused eating disorders.
That's
Even the
sad,
godfather
man.
of American fitness grew concerned about the mental benefits of exercise being neglected, as the television was first invented.
Well, this is what I think. People have gotten so far away from the natural way they should be living that they have lost the ability to be happy anymore.
True.
Because you cannot separate the mind and the body. It's an impossibility. Exercise is not only to make you more beautiful, more glamorous, but the therapeutic value of exercise, how it relieves nervous tension, how it increases your pep, your energy, and your vitality. That's the wonders of exercise.
This is why for my own transformation, I limited the time I spent on social media, and it helped a ton. I didn't end up looking like Ashton Hall, perhaps because I didn't wake up at 3 AM.
And peeling and putting banana skins on your face, man.
I'm no longer built like ET, because I actually stuck to my routine.
Oh my god, dude.
You only fail if you stop.
Gym inflation might be a thing on social media and in comment sections, but in reality, things seem to be heading the other way. Most of the people mocking top-tier physiques or real fitness progress
I hate
are just
social
online
media,
too much,
man.
caught up in an echo chamber, inflated
I
by
mostly
physique
stay away
inflation.
from most
That's why
social
curating your
medias.
media diet is crucial.
That's why it sucks that I have to do this, like, for looking at Twitter for content, for Chat9 to talk about stuff. It does get to my head when people are like, oh, well, this cosplayer's really hot and she looks like just the character, but she could look better. Do you think that doesn't grate on people just like these guys get that grating feeling when they post their progress and some guy's like, actually, I look better than this and I've only been doing it for 1 year. It's like, are you off your rocker?
Follow people who actually benefit you.
No, I would say,
People who
dude,
your
that's
perspective.
awesome.
The term influence means to have an effect on the
I could always use
character
a
or
brand
development
that would
of
help me out
someone.
with
Be
that.
mindful of who you follow and be careful of who you let influence you.
Be proud of your own progress, and remember that a vast industry profits.
I can't bench 315. My arms are 26 inches. My body fat is above 7%. Most people don't even exercise regularly. You're doing great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Of your insecurity. In other words, it's best to focus on your own habits,
That's
because it's
crazy,
hard
man.
to worry about other people's grass being greener when you're more focused on watering your own.
That's base. Very true. I wish I could bench 300. One day someone's gonna bench 400. They'll be like, I'm dedicating this one to Smugglana. Oh my god, dude.
Looks like we got 3 Bs.
No, that was a good video.
three
We've watched
no,
so many
4
Josh Brett videos. He's a smart guy. Smart dude. I don't need to be ripped. I just want to be able to see my caca again. You know what? I admire that so much. I want to be able to see my own pee-pee looking down. I believe in you, smuggler!
I want to be able to move. I want to be able to bend down it without any issues of my gut getting in the way. I used to work too much and now I don't. I might as well try.
What is this? The worst communities of Reddit r/shoplifting. You know what the second worst one is? r/Smugglana. That's right. You should join right now.
Reddit calls itself the front page of the internet. Just scroll deep enough and you'll find horrible communities that feel more like the dark web. Today we'll look at some of the worst groups Reddit has ever seen. So my goal this year is to give you guys double the amount of videos without sacrificing quality. To do that, we gotta keep growing. So 68% of you guys aren't subscribed, and it would mean the world to me if you didn't, and I promise to give you more fire content. I'm Visual Venture. You are awesome. r/shoplifting. Most people feel guilty when they steal, but this subreddit turns stealing into something to be proud of.
Oh, you wanna know the worst part? There's probably people that don't even care about the money, shoplift just to get their Reddit gold on r/shoplifting.
Subreddit was called Shoplifting. It was like a boot camp for thieves. There were posts showing what to wear so security wouldn't notice you stealing. Another post explained how to remove security tags. And one listed the stores that were easiest to shoplift from. They weren't just teaching you how to steal, they were encouraging it. But soon, things started getting messy. Since anyone could join, a few people showed up just to post warnings. They tried to talk sense into the group, explaining how shoplifting was wrong. But
And of course, naturally, in classic Reddit fashion, they very likely told them to kick rocks and got down-duded.
the others didn't want to hear it. They wanted to feel good about breaking the law. So the subreddit cracked down hard and made strict rules. The first rule was called moralizing.
You cannot be serious. You're actually committing a crime. You're like, stop moral policing me. God, only Reddit would have a down dude system of like, no, we're gonna remove your post because you're moralizing the situation.
Here's how they explained it. Stealing is bad. We get it. Nothing else needs to be said about it, and we are all right with the morality of our actions. They even called themselves a wonderful community of allegedly corrupt and soulless individuals. This meant no preaching, no guilt tripping, no criticizing shoplifters. If you broke that rule, your post got deleted, and you got banned. No second chances. But moralizing was just one rule out of 6.
Dude, imagine being one of the mods and he's like, actually, this is moral grandstanding. I'm gonna delete this post. I'm gonna ban you from the subreddit. Please reconsider your actions.
The rule was about pictures. Members posted pictures of the stuff they stole. Groceries, makeup, electronics, anything they could get their hands on. But the moderators wanted the pictures to be educational, so they made a rule called lack of information. It said all posts must now include a short description on how the items were lifted. Violation is removal of post. Then there was rule 6. It was about violence. Advocating violence is
basically,
unacceptable. We might have
self-reporting of
criminal
your
intent,
crime
but
so you
there's
could
no
be
desire to
arrested.
physically harm another person.
What if you're stealing food? Aren't you technically physically harming another person by stealing their food? Yeah, that seems like a loophole right there.
Reddit was like a support group for thieves, and members were genuinely happy. One even wrote, "This feels like a best friend group chat. I love you all so much." As messed up as that sounds,
Saying you love another Redditor? That's that's puke worthy.
the community kept growing. At its peak, it had over 77,000 members. But soon, people outside the group started hearing about it. Major vlogs and news sites picked up the story. Obviously, the general public wasn't okay with a community teaching 77,000 people how to shoplift. Reddit had to step in. In 2018, Reddit updated its content policy. They added a new rule that banned users from promoting stolen goods. The shoplifting subreddit clearly broke that rule. So in March 2018, Reddit shut it down permanently. The subreddit lasted 9 years before getting banned. And in that time, it probably helped thousands of people get into shoplifting. This next group tried to do something good, but they ended up making a mess. r/Find Boston Suspects. For the sake of YouTube, we'll be calling the subreddit Find Boston Suspects, not the other word. In April 2013, a tragedy hit America hard. It happened during the Boston Marathon. Thousands were running through the streets. Suddenly, explosions went off near the finish line. Dozens were injured and some didn't make it. The FBI launched an investigation to find out who was responsible.
Make no mistake, we will get to the bottom of this.
But while the feds worked the case, some people on Reddit thought they could solve it faster than the cops. So they created a subreddit called Find Boston Suspects. But instead of helping, they became the internet's worst detectives. The group started by analyzing photos from the event.
Much of the activity on this page involved Redditors scanning over blurry and grainy images that were taken from the Boston Marathon in an attempt to find a suspect.
They zoomed in on backpacks. They circled random faces. They looked for anything suspicious. Then
oh my god, this is so dumb. At least with the police work, it doesn't get leaked outside of, like, into the public. The problem is the public can't control themselves, and they're going to fucking kill and hurt these people for looking like a suspect.
They started pointing fingers with very little proof. Their first suspect was a 17-year-old runner named Salah. Members of the subreddit were convinced that Salah and his coach looked suspicious. The coach had a backpack which they thought contained the devices. So the group spread their photos online, accusing them of being the suspects. Even the New York Post put Salah and his coach on the front page. But there was a big problem. Salah was completely innocent. He was so scared for his safety that he went straight to the police to clear his name. Luckily, he was able to prove that he had nothing to do with the incident. But the Find Boston Suspects community wasn't done causing trouble. On April 18th, 2013, the FBI released photos of the real suspects. But there was another problem. The photos were blurry, so the faces were hard to make out. And once again, the subreddit didn't wait. They rushed to blame someone else. The subreddit compared the blurry FBI photos to random people on social media. That's when someone brought up a man named Sunil. Sunil was a 22-year-old student who went missing a month before the incident. And just like that, the group decided he must be one of the suspects.
Oh no.
They posted his name, they shared his photos, and they spread the accusation across the internet. To them, Sunil wasn't missing, he was hiding.
Police believe this new image from a surveillance camera shows the 22-year-old just moments after leaving his campus apartment.
Sunil's family
I remember seeing conspiracy theories saying that one guy lost his leg, was a war vet, that already lost his leg, so that's how they faked it.
Created a Facebook page to find him, but after the rumor spread, that page was flooded with hate. They accused the family of hiding a terrorist. The harassment was so bad that the family deleted the Facebook page. Somehow, that only made things worse. Now, people were sure they were hiding something. Even journalists started repeating the rumor. One phrase started trending, "We did it, Reddit."
This is why information like this doesn't go to the public, man.
It was what people said when Reddit cracked a big case, but they were completely wrong. On April 19th, the truth came out. The FBI found the real suspects and arrested them. Sunil was innocent. The Find Boston Suspects subreddit destroyed his reputation for nothing. After the truth came out, Sunil's family was furious. Reddit later apologized to Sunil's family.
We're sorry we ruined your life. Here's a Reddit gold chat.
Then they banned the Find Boston Suspects subreddit, but it was too late because
Why didn't they ban it before?
because of a wild internet humor, his family was humiliated.
We, knew unconvincingly that this was not Sunil, and it was just very difficult to have the events of that night unfold so aggressively.
Sadly, the story didn't end there. Even though everyone now knew Sunil had nothing to do with the incident, he was still missing. Just days later, police found Sunil lifeless near his school. That meant he wasn't even alive when the incident happened. The Find Boston Suspects subreddit didn't conduct an investigation. They
It takes you 1 fucking second to look it up, man. That's so fucked up.
led a witch hunt. It was horrible that
That's
two innocent
so
people
bad.
were tracked down as if they were suspects. But surprisingly, this stuff happens every day. And it could easily happen to us because data brokers sell our personal information online. You could go to any data broker website right now and buy anyone's data, which to me is honestly
buy
insane.
your data,
And if they buy
Chad.
yours, they have access to your personal information.
I have
So
your
this
personal
actually happened to me.
information.
Some messed up people found my information online, and long story short, it was a mess. After that, I tried removing my data from every website that sold it, but there were just too many. So that's where today's sponsor, Aura, comes in. They scan data broker websites to find where your information is being sold. And after a few weeks, you'll notice less spam, but most importantly, if someone searches you online, they won't find you. Aura monitors the dark web and tells you if your data was leaked. And if someone tries to open up a bank account in your name, they let you know right away. And in the worst case scenario, they provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. Aura even includes a VPN, antivirus, and password manager, which would have all been extremely helpful in my case. Guys, I really hope you consider Aura. If you do, go to aura.com/VV to try 14 days for free. That would be enough time for Aura to find out if your personal data is
You take this instead. I will.
r/JB. For the sake of our channel staying safe
What's J? Never mind. I'm not gonna ask.
from the YouTube hammer, we'll be
figure it
calling this
out. Don't type
subreddit
it in
JB.
chat,
The JB subreddit was full of creeps. Urban Dictionary defines JB as a girl who is too young.
Oh my god, I'm in. Bro, I didn't put that in okay.
But still seen as attractive. From that definition alone, it's obvious what this community was about. Members of this group posted suggestive photos of young females. A lot of the images were stolen from Instagram, Facebook, and school websites. Some were even taken with hidden cameras. What these men were doing was disgusting, but they weren't hiding it, not even a little. In fact, JB was famous.
The subreddit was extremely popular on the website. So popular that it even won Subreddit of the Year.
Chat, this is how we know it's been a culture shift. It's actually been a culture shift.
In 2008 via user poll.
God.
Let that sink in. JB won Subreddit of the Year. That means people actively voted for it. At one point, JB was the second most searched term on Reddit. That brings up the obvious question. How did Reddit allow this community to exist?
I blame porn, unironically. Yeah. Porn rotted people's fucking brains out.
When Reddit first launched, there were barely any rules. Users could post almost anything as long as it wasn't illegal. That's because Reddit's founders believed in free speech, and they defended that belief even when it came to JB.
Reddit's general manager at the time, Eric Martin, said that while he was disturbed by this group, it's not the place of Reddit to censor the users.
Reddit bosses said having to stomach questionable subreddits like JB are part of the price of free speech on a site like this. Surprisingly, many people agreed. They were scared that if Reddit banned one community, it would start banning more, and that would kill free speech on the site.
But it's not a good thing to fucking have JB, man. Lawless land. Yeah, I guess, like, if you want lawless land, go to 4chan. I'm not gonna lie.
Then CNN got involved, and things got more complicated. In September 2011, a CNN reporter called Reddit out on national TV. He criticized them for hosting a community full of creeps. That report turned millions of people against JB and Reddit. You would think that would get JB banned, but the opposite happened. The CNN spotlight made JB more popular. The very next day,
they didn't even do anything about it.
JB got 1.7 million views in a single day. That was the most attention the group ever received. JB seemed untouchable. Then one post brought everything crashing down. In October 2011, someone uploaded a new picture to the group, but the real problem wasn't the photo. It was a comment underneath it. The user claimed they had content of the same girl, and they were willing to share it in private messages. Dozens of members reached out to him asking for the files. The post stayed up long enough for people to screenshot it, and those screenshots spread beyond Reddit. That was the final straw. That was an actual crime. That night, Reddit banned JB. By 8 p.m. Eastern time, anyone who tried accessing the subreddit saw this message. The subreddit has been shut down due to threatening the structural integrity of the greater Reddit community. For some, the ban was long overdue. For others, it felt like the end of free speech. But looking back, it's obvious what JB really was. A community that normalized terrible behavior. This next Reddit community seemed like a joke, but they caused real pain to lots of innocent people. r/Herman Cain Award. This group was accused of mocking the dead. It was like they celebrated when someone passed away.
Oh, so it's like Twitter, yeah.
Sounds insane, but if you understand how the group started, it begins to make sense. The subreddit was called Herman Cain Award. It was named after US politician Herman Cain. In early 2020, Herman Cain called the COVID pandemic fake news. Herman Cain kept attending crowded events. Weeks later, in July 2020, Herman Cain got sick and passed away soon after.
Wait, now I know what this is. Yes, okay. I know what this is.
2 months later, the Herman Cain Awards subreddit was
Chat, say what you want. That's still really fucking, that's mean.
created, but it wasn't made to honor how he lived. It was created to mock how he died. The goal of the subreddit was simple. It shared stories of people who denied COVID and then got infected and didn't survive. Each post followed a formula. You'd see a screenshot of someone downplaying the pandemic or refusing the vaccine. Then you'd get an update from the same person announcing they've caught the flu. And the last screenshot revealed the person's fate. If the person survived the illness, the post was labeled nominated.
Not when it's self-inflicted. That is not what I wanted to hear, man. My worst enemy, a person that I don't like, I don't I don't want them to get cancer and die. I just don't. I don't care that much. And even if you get the vaccine, you can still die. It's not nice. I don't think it's okay. No.
If they changed their mind and got vaccinated, it was labeled redemption. And if they passed away, they were awarded. That meant they received the so-called Herman Cain Award. By 2021, the media heard about the Herman Cain Award, and they called out the subreddit for being heartless. Families who lost someone would come online only to find their loved one turned into Reddit content.
Again, it's not. The thing is also that they turn this from a public figure to like people on Facebook, like normal everyday people. That's what I think is most fucked up. Because people celebrate politicians dying all the time or they're getting cancer. I don't think that's okay. I think that's horrible. But it's like normal people, like you have zero like just empathy or like understanding.
Maintaining a subreddit like this, you're cheering for it, right? You want the next story to come in.
Yeah, I think it's
and beyond that, it's just incredibly disrespectful for the mourning families.
The subreddit's defenders said it wasn't about celebrating death. To them, it was about showing the danger of misinformation.
They only award people, right, given the Herman Cain Award, to people who were actively propagating, spreading, and parading extreme misinformation.
Okay, but you could also fake those. You can fake Facebook posts. What if a person's getting harassed and their family's getting harassed? And when people figure out who they are, I don't think this is okay either. I don't think it's okay to be like, oh, well, I'm parading them around because they did the wrong thing. Like,
members of the group took things too far. They tracked down grieving family members on
what did I just say? Not pre-watched, by the way. I'm
Facebook.
just saying.
Then they sent nasty messages mocking the deceased relatives.
Exactly.
It was like they were intentionally
That's wicked,
trying to
dude.
cause pain. By that point, the subreddit
That's so
started to
bad.
seem more like a mob. The harassment got so bad that the subreddit's moderators had to intervene. They issued warnings and banned members who harassed grieving family members. However, many members didn't see anything wrong with the harassment. It became a huge debate within the group. Today, this subreddit is still active and it has about 500,000 members. To
I'm not
some, it's a wake-up
surprised.
call. To most, it's none other than harassment. This next subreddit was so bad it caught the attention of federal agents. r/darknet markets.
The FBI has seized control of a controversial website which made buying drugs as easy as going to the store.
In October 2013, the FBI shut down Silk Road. It was a website where people bought illegal stuff like substances, fake
I heard of guys in my high school buying stuff through Silk Road. That's how I first started hearing about it and shit, and then it got shut down.
IDs and stolen credit cards. People even ordered hitmen on Silk Road. If you want to know more about this website, check out the whole documentary I created about it. When Silk Road disappeared, it left a vacuum. Thousands of people were searching for the next place to get illegal goods. So someone created a Reddit group to solve that problem. It was called Darknet Markets. Darknet Markets didn't sell anything illegal, but it told you where to find it. The group was where dealers, hackers, and cyber criminals would hang out and talk about what
I love when people call themselves fucking hackers and shit.
happened on illicit marketplaces. If someone wanted to buy substances online, all they had to do was scroll through the subreddit, and they would find recommendations on the best places to buy from. It even had tutorials on how to spot undercover cops and how to buy illegal stuff without leaving a paper trail. And it wasn't a
They're smugglers! Chad, do you use this subreddit?
small group. The subreddit grew to 160,000 members. But with that many people, they weren't exactly flying under the radar. By 2015, federal agents heard about the group, so they started monitoring, waiting for one person to slip up so they could swoop in. In 2015, the feds made a move. They sent
You
Reddit
have to be so, like, stupid to think that you're gonna get away with buying drugs or talking about drugs on something like Reddit. I feel like you have to be so dumb.
an order demanding personal information
let
for
you
5
let you
members
do
of the
it.
Darknet Markets group. Those users were linked to a new black market called Evolution, and the FBI wanted to arrest them. Reddit wouldn't say if they gave the FBI the information or not. They stayed totally silent. After the request, the community panicked. People stopped posting, activity dropped fast. Then in 2018, 3 years after the FBI's request, Reddit updated its policy. The new policy banned users from promoting illegal goods and services. Darknet Markets was clearly breaking that rule. So in March 2018, Reddit banned them. This next subreddit created a problem for the entire world.
I just can't believe that they just... Reddit is so cringe. I had no idea.
r/deepfakes.
Uh-oh.
The subreddit changed the internet forever, but not in a good way. The group was created by a Reddit user who went by the name Deepfakes, and in 2017, he discovered a creepy new way to use AI. He would take the faces of female celebrities and put them onto adult videos. The results were so realistic, people thought the videos were real.
It's very difficult to convince people that that isn't you, because
it's fucked up that they do this. I'm so thankful I'm a fucking VTuber.
It looks like you, it might as well be you.
Soon, the Reddit user created a Reddit community to show off his work. He named it after himself, Deepfakes. And once again, for the sake of YouTube, we'll be calling it Fakes. Within 2 months, the subreddit had 15,000 members. The group was filled with AI videos of celebrities. But soon, people didn't just want to watch celebrities. They uploaded photos of real people they knew and asked for AI videos of them.
Some stuff that I saw online was people requesting deepfakes of their sister so that they can use that to black.
Nah, you are going to hell for that. That's your sister? What is wrong with you, you fucking freak? Alabama? Oh my god. You have to have, like, I have a big brother, like, it's actually fucking disgusting. Like, holy shit.
Blackmail them, requesting
like,
deepfakes of family members, of their teachers.
Eventually, that wasn't enough too. The members wanted to learn how to make the fake videos themselves. At this point, Fakes was no longer one guy's username. It became the term for inappropriate video.
It says it's for blackmail, maybe it's not sexual. Chat, do I have to explain it to you? Thankfully, it's only used for blackmail. Yeah, but you're looking at fake blackmail porn of your sister and then sending it to her. Like, I mean, I know, I understand that you're like, oh, it's better than them beating their meat to it. I understand what you're saying, but it's like, it's unironically just like, I don't have hands to show you, but you're like a smidge above the next level. Yeah, you're a smidge above that. Like, is that really that much better? Not by a lot.
Was made using AI.
The term was born in Reddit when members of a group called Deepfake used AI to put celebrities' faces on actors.
But making fakes was hard. You needed a powerful computer and coding skills. But that was about to change. In 2018, a member of the subreddit released a software called FakeApp. FakeApp made creating fakes as easy as clicking a few buttons. Just upload the picture and let the AI do the rest. Now anyone could make a fake. FakeApp spread like wildfire far beyond Reddit. On January 24th, 2018, a blog published an article exposing the subreddit. They pretty much blamed the group for kickstarting the AI video epidemic. The article went viral. People were furious and Reddit couldn't ignore it anymore. 2 weeks later, Reddit banned the fake subreddit. They also uploaded their policy to ban all involuntary inappropriate content. However, it was too late. Even after the ban, FakeApp continued to spread. And today, fakes blackmail is still a huge problem online. This next subreddit turned tragedy into entertaining content. r/watchpeopledie.
Oh. Yeah, I remember that. Anybody else when they were a kid?
Watch People Die, or WPD.
Not Reddit. This is Encyclopedia Dramatica. That was
exactly
shit.
what it
That's
sounded
shit.
like. It was a community where members could watch real videos of people losing their lives. The subreddit started in 2012, and the content was disturbing. Members claimed the group showed the unfiltered reality of death. But why would anyone want to watch that? One member said it wasn't a place where we laugh and make fun of people's deaths. The reason we keep coming back is because it really shows us how precious life is. is. Another claimed
what
that
they
watching
argued, yeah.
workplace accidents made them more careful on the job. But that didn't change the fact
That's
that it
cope.
operated like a page filled with shock, full of videos of ordinary people losing their lives. At first, Reddit ignored WPD's shocking content. Then, in September 2018, Reddit placed the group under quarantine. That meant WPD's posts were hidden from Reddit's front page. Only the group's
It was on the front page? So if you brigaded and updated like people dying, you could see it on the front page. Nah, that's wicked, man.
members could see the content. Even in quarantine, WPD kept growing. By 2019, it had more than 400,000 members. However, with the kind of content being shared, it was only a matter of time before WPD got in trouble. And that moment came in March 2019. In March 2019, a tragedy in New Zealand led to multiple fatalities. The attacker live streamed the incident on Facebook, and the footage
it was insane.
which quickly spread across the internet. Eventually, it reached the WPD subreddit.
The first place I saw this was on 4chan.
This was exactly the kind of video WPD existed for, so they posted it. But the footage was too graphic. And out of respect for the victims and their families, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube scrubbed it from their platforms. But WPD didn't. While other sites took it down, WPD kept the video up, and people were furious. Internet users begged WPD to remove it out of respect for the grieving families. But WPD didn't listen. Instead, they locked the thread. Then they posted this message. The video stays up until someone censors us. The video is being scrubbed from major social media platforms, but hopefully Reddit believes in letting you decide for yourself whether or not you want to see unfiltered reality. At that point, it was WPD versus the world. Since WPD wouldn't budge, people put pressure on Reddit. And this time, the pressure worked. A few hours after WPD posted that...
You just can't make that fucking argument when it's... When you make the argument in the first instance of like, oh, well, it's just workplace accidents, or it's like people accidentally, you know, getting run over. This is like people dying in a horrible way. Like, what the fuck, man? This is so bad.
Message, Reddit banned WPD. The ban was for posting content that incites or glorifies violence. The ban was a long time coming because turning people's final moments into content was just disrespectful. These Reddit communities didn't just exist. They grew because people kept watching. But when you constantly look at the worst parts of the internet, it starts to feel normal. So my friends, protect your sense of what's right and wrong, because once you lose it, it's hard to get it back.
True.
Visual venture.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you.
Wait, before you go, make sure you guys check out my other video on the internet's most disturbing fandoms right here. Thank you guys for everything. Peace.
Peace. That was a good video. Well, it just reminded me of fucked up shit. No photos online, just VTubers from now on. Yeah, no more piecing people's heads fucking flying off. Thankful for that. Cabby Lame. Mr. Lame, what are you thinking? I remember seeing some TikToks here and there about this guy. He just kind of looked at you. I think his whole shtick was like looking at you. I didn't realize that he was hated now. Kind of blows. What did he do? Let's find out, chat.
Kabi Lami's comment section
Kabi
has gotten
Lami!
pretty brutal. Fall off is crazy, your time is over, bro.
Why are you people so mean, man?
Put the fries in the bag, all of which have appeared in just the last few months.
But why? What if you... Again, I don't understand this mentality. Like, what if you were really just popped off and you don't want to do it anymore?
Why has this pretty likable TikToker
I thought he was like a
suddenly
cool
had
guy.
his entire audience turn on him? Well,
Aw.
judging by by another comment reading, "Why did we make him the most followed person on TikTok? People are starting to think that he doesn't really deserve it. He gained 162 million followers by repeating a pretty simple formula. Find ridiculous videos of people exerting too much effort on the most basic tasks, then show how to do it in a much easier way. Can't believe he got that big, just from reacting to humans being dumb."
I think it has its comedy place in it, I feel like. I think he found a really good formula that's very repeatable. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Even Kabi Lami himself stated, "My videos are simple and easy, but achieving a point of simplicity was
It hasn't evolved. Yeah, that's probably what his quote-unquote downfall is.
actually very difficult. He gained just 9 views and only 2 followers during his first month on TikTok, which only grew to 4,300 after posting a crazy amount of volume.
I was posting like 6 or 7 videos a day.
His main type of content, widely relatable skits.
That's
But they were
insane.
limited by a language barrier, as Kabi Lami only spoke Italian. I don't understand what he's saying.
He's Italiano! Parmigiano Reggiano! Raura Pantera!
Someone translate it, please. I love
I
your
had no
videos,
idea it
but
was
can you please
Italian.
speak
Because he never
English?
talked.
Kabi therefore devised a simple solution. Only make videos where he didn't need to talk. He'd state the fact that it's not spoken makes it a universal language.
Mr. Bean was extremely popular in places that weren't even England or the UK itself, chat. Yeah. I remember my parents told me stories, like, people watched Mr. Bean back in, like, the 80s and 70s, like, even though they couldn't understand English. Because it wasn't spoken. Like, maybe there were, like, characters that would speak to him, but his gesturing gives context to the conversation.
Every kid, every person around the world can see
Yeah.
the video and get a laugh simply by watching the images. Unfortunately, KB was now basically limited to mocking cringy videos, although this worked unbelievably well as he began
That's pretty good. Fucking making fun of e-boys and e-girls,
to
dude.
celebrate milestone
I
after
like that.
milestone. 300,000, 400,000, 600,000, whilst his ability to silently clown on others only got better and better. He'd begin taking already viral videos and add an unexpected stitch to make them even funnier, leading to his first properly viral
that's
video
not bad.
roasting a girl for her non-existent haircut. KB's respect from
looking
the
fly.
audience was building higher and higher, leading to a further
That's funny.
60 million views after roasting an
Nah, this is up my alley. Nah, this is good. This is like the wholesome in-between bridge of like normie humor and like making fun of cringe shit.
another TikToker for his strange shaving video. This then doubled to 130 million when he joked about a factory worker eating his chocolates.
Hey!
However, it'd be this video here that changed his life forever.
So just get a cup? Like, what the frick?
Mocking the stupid life hack gained him 250 million views.
You know what I also like about it with this whole bullshit DIY is that he's taking something that is rage bait, which is inherently rage bait, and farming them. I hate 5-minute crafts. It's literally rage bait for Facebook boomer retards. And he's taking that and actually making it funny. Like, yeah.
Mocking the stupid life hack gained him 250 million views, repeated in another 4 videos, which followed a similar premise.
Yep.
Suddenly, every video was gaining at least 30 million views, whilst his moves were being copied by famous soccer players. Kabi was called the wisest man to ever live, as you say so much without saying anything. He'd
People like
celebrated
that.
1 million followers was on the 22nd of February, which by the 23rd of May had grown to 50 million.
What the fuck? In 2 months? Are you shitting me? I was like, oh, okay, maybe you'll get like 5 mil or 10 mil. 50 mil?
Although with somebody calling this a big L for TikTok, there were people
That's a hater
who weren't
right
happy
there.
with Kabi Lami's fame. Judging by 46.2 million followers for what, and 8.8 million likes for what, people thought there was too much reward for too little effort, which can often turn into a person becoming hated. Take, for
fuck
example,
'em.
the Haktua girl.
Yeah, but Haktua isn't funny. Like, really? Really now? Like, we're really gonna compare this to Haktua. Haktua is not funny, and it wasn't a skit, it was a fucking interview of her going, oh yeah, I wanna spit on that dick. But this guy actually put in effort and posted every day.
She's not disliked because she's a rude or
And it was a
terrible
psyop, that's
person.
right, chat.
She's disliked because her success hasn't been earned. Without seeing his history on the platform, viewers might perceive Kabi in a similar way, as a low-effort TikToker who makes $750,000 per post for holding out his hands in a 20-second video. The main joke is that Kabi gained over 100 million followers by doing nothing. On the unpopular opinion subreddit, one user wrote, Kabi Lami is boring, not funny, predictable, low effort, and famous just because he uses other people's content.
People thought that about Rowan Atkinson with Mr. Bean too. They thought his humor was really dry and stupid and he doesn't talk and it's just all gesturing. And it's like, are you really serious? Like, it's timeless. Yeah, haters gonna hate. Who gives a fuck about what some fucking idiot on Reddit says, man?
90% of his TikToks are low effort. He has a few quality vids, but that's it. He shouldn't deserve the recognition he's got right now. I really have nothing against the guy, just that there are some people who put real effort and can't get through, and I don't think that's fair. Others didn't like him simply because they thought he wasn't funny.
It hurts me because these just aren't good, and he has so many likes.
Honestly,
That's fine. You're allowed to criticize and it's not your cup of tea, but like saying it's no effort? Come on, man.
The only one who didn't find him that funny, but there's a much stranger reason that
humor's not for everyone.
Kabi posted a simple Instagram story, Say No to Racism, posted with a separate video in which he'd help a white person pull a sword out of the ground. It was captioned, in a racist society, it's not enough to be non-racist. We must be anti-racist. But after this, Kabi made a brand new story.
Oh no, and then you shouldn't have given attention to it, you dum-dum.
A lot of comments where people says, I unfollowed you because you did this video. I don't mind, guys. We are almost in 2022 and people still use racism because they have nothing to do in their life.
But they probably also unfollowed you because you're not posting a funny video. A lot of people don't want to like look at that kind of thing and being like, yes, I followed this guy for funny stuff and now all of a sudden you're posting about anti-racism. That's fine. That's cool. That's your prerogative. But like, you shouldn't get mad at people for being like, I don't want to like do that. It's not even about politics. It's like, I don't want to see that kind of content.
You can also unfollow me. I don't care about the numbers, I care about your hearts. This was followed by another post reading, instead of wasting your time writing negative comments criticizing, try to help people, although this controversy only ended after being overshadowed by a brand new scandal. Comments began to appear on his videos. I hope this man beats Charlie. Kabi's more talented than Charlie. I have a feeling that he might pass Charlie. Charlie D'Amelio is TikTok's most followed
Oh no, I remember watching a whole video on this bitch. Remember that?
person, although Kabi was right behind her with only 4
A bunch of teenage boys follow her to goon to her. Yeah.
million less.
That's all you
Charlie
need to
losing
know.
Her title therefore became a possibility, resulting in a war between the two creators. People began.
This is super cringe too because it's like at the end of the day, this chick didn't really do anything wrong. She's just a hot chick on TikTok, and he's just a funny dude. And there's probably pitting them. People are pitting them against each other, even if they're cool. Like if they're cool with each other. It kind of reminds me of Kai Cenat versus Iron Mouse. Like, people have sent so much hate both sides. And they were like, oh my god, I don't get why people watch Kai Cenat. Blah, 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 blah. I fucking love Iron Mouse. I love VTubers. It's like, you're two different types of people with two different types of content. Two different fucking types of like age ranges probably at this point, and like the demographic is completely different. Like, what are we talking about here? And they try to justify it and be like, oh my god, I want them to beat each other. Yeah, Queso versus Pecora. That was a lesser one, but I would say Kaisenet versus Iron Mouse, like those people that were being giga cringe, it's like the same thing. And then the stupid news articles are being like, oh my god, la, 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 we need to like start keeping track of how many followers this guy has.
People began devising strategies to make Kabi the most followed.
If you want to help, start commenting Kabi to #1 on every video that you see on your FYP.
Charlie's fans fought back, writing, "There's no way people actually support Kabi Lami. He's literally racist and
What? The guy that made a banner on his Instagram saying no to racism is racist? What? Sexist, body sames. You can go back to school. Body sames.
He body shames people. We all know damn well that if Charlie did one of these things, her career would be over. A different video added. So basically,
yeah, because her career is about dancing and looking hot, not being funny. Wait, what?
Kabi did something so bad. He body shamed a girl, but what were these TikToks even talking about? Well, an account named Canceling Kabi Lami re-uploaded one of his videos with the caption, "Why is
the day I see someone with like the username Canceling Schmugalana on like TikTok or Instagram, unironically, and it's not like a fan trolling me, I will know that I made it, man. That's how I will know. I'll know also when it's fake, chat. Don't fucking go out there and be like, I'm gonna change my name. You're not funny. I'm saying, like, unironically, you fucking hate me enough to do that. That would make me so happy, you have no idea. Has anyone done that to Asmon? I'm sure there's like Asmon Hater 69 or some shit.
this man obsessed with body shaming girls? It showed 3 examples of Kabi reacting to women poorly, which was paired with another video of him joking about a dude's obesity. People then discovered Kabi
Queso can make fun of himself and have videos of people calling him fat, but all of a sudden him making a joke out of really, really big fat people creating earthquakes, now it's suddenly not okay. As a 400-pound fox woman, it's okay. It's funny. I think it's funny.
Telling women to wash the dishes, resulting in mainstream news articles and some pretty heavy backlash.
Comedy is so dead!
Body shaming is so disgusting. Ew. That's so rude. I can't believe he'd do that. As a result,
Shut up,
Kabi
bitch!
lost 400,000 followers before the day was over.
Oh my god, that's so fucking cringe. Oh my god. You can't be funny anymore.
Although people then recognized what was going on. They're cancelling Kabi because he's gonna pass Charlie. Kabi therefore regained 1.5 million followers the very next day.
Easy clap!
Helping him become the most followed
Easy
TikToker.
clap!
Although Kabi Lami's reputation has been trending downwards ever since that day. Bro disappeared from my FYP after he became the most followed on TikTok. Ever since he passed Charlie, he's not been on my FYP, also being noticed by Noah Glenn Carter.
Because he's basically done nothing since becoming #1. Like he...
Yeah, probably because he got his bag or the pressure got to him. Yeah, that's pretty standard, I would say.
Never even made a video celebrating or
Who
acknowledging
cares? He
that
got
he
his
was
bag.
now the #1 most followed TikToker. And since becoming #1, he's posted once, maybe twice a week.
As mentioned, Kabi went from making 6 or 7 videos per day to basically never posting. He instead began to state, I want to make films. This is my main objective. I've wanted to make movies since I was a child.
Honestly based, if you have the money after getting that famous, do whatever the fuck you want. Make yourself happy. Don't, like, stress yourself out to be, like, #1 and, like, do that kind of stuff.
Almost implying he was better than his TikTok audience.
I mean, it's TikTok. Like, are we really putting TikTok audience on a pedestal? Yeah. Come on, man.
When he did post a video, it was often just an ad. Kirby did promotions for Airbnb, Hugo Boss, even Facebook, and by disrespecting his audience with loads of different ads, the audience would also lose respect for him.
That's pretty
He used to be so famous. How did bro get forgotten? People started posting TikToks such as, maturing is realizing that Kirby Lamy was never funny, and that whole race for him to Charlie was lame, as well as bro, can we all agree that Kirby Lamy wasn't even funny? We just wanted him to pass Charlie D'Amelio in followers.
Yeah, you did this. You think this guy went over to us would be like, fuck this girl? No.
Which on its own gained almost 1 million likes. I mean, sometimes he was low-key funny, but it got old real quick, hinting at Kirby's next problem. As far back as 2021, people were already stating,
it's the same thing every single time. I know exactly what's gonna happen in each goddamn video.
Honestly, Kirby's videos were funny at first, but the joke got old after a while. He was really funny at the start, but his joke is getting old.
It doesn't get old purely because the TikTok algorithm will recommend it to new people because people like it so much. Yes, TikTok is repetition. If you don't give people what they fucking want, they leave. He did the formula correctly, if anything. That's how he got so popular. God, people are so dumb, man. Like, you just rub your, like, half a brain cell together with another one, and then it's just like, boom, like, wow, eureka, you figured it out.
Never does anything else, but
and we've seen what happens to people that don't follow the formula.
These kind of videos. Well, now it's 3 years later, and the joke still hasn't changed. His lack of changing content becomes a lack of growth, for which the audience trashes him in comment after comment.
Children, by the way. Yeah, this sounds about right. Children. Fucking Naruto profile picture with Kakashi.
But it's been especially bad recently. On the 14th of August, this person commented, Kirby always knows how to keep it simple and hilarious, but only 2 weeks later, the same person's now stating, just put the fries in the bag, bro.
That's a kid. That's a child. If you're commenting on TikTok unironically and then like doing it 2 weeks later and flipping like that, you are either really mentally like devolved or you're a child. Because you flip like a switch. When you're a child, you're like, oh, a new thing. Oh, this sucks. Like, who cares?
In the past, Kirby Lamy stated,
of course, the people, they will always found something bad to you. I think it's just part of the life.
And turning his back on TikTok has definitely had some benefits. He'd appear in the recent Bad Boys movie, is now a judge on Italy's Got Talent, and most notably, he's about to release his own feature film called Double O Kirby.
Nah, that's cute. Nah, I'm happy for him. Fuck the haters. He seems really wholesome. Where's he from? Ghana or something? I don't know the flag. That was cute, man. Go check out Sunny V2. He makes like really good content. Yeah. This video is pointless. The same for every success story there's ever been. That's not true. I feel like a lot of people feel pressured to keep going, and this is a great example. Sorry. Asmongold, for example. Asmon was streaming for like a good 8 years before he started like really switching up into his alt account because he felt the pressure and he got really bad anxiety from feeling like he's the #1 because he kind of fucking is the #1, like no glazing intended. There are very few people who do the same kind of thing, same kind of content that are like above him. Okay. Yippee! Let's watch it. 3, 2, 1, boom.
Man facing massive fine for jumping into ocean to free baby whale trapped in netting. What? He should be paid for this. Mr. Beast revealed that.
He should be fined for that. That's so stupid.
All 34 million pounds of trash from Team Seas has been removed from the ocean.
Wow.
We live in a reality where YouTubers like Mr. Beast are doing more for the planet than politicians. Meet the
I mean, to be fair, I think that's a W say what you want about Mr. Beast, it's a big W.
Food delivery guy who gives food from all cancelled orders to street kids. Every man's dream. Absolute Chad spending time with his turtle.
It's Wait, this is like Beetle, man.
This woman stole 5 eggs to feed her kids. Instead of arresting her, Tarrant police officer William Stacy brought her a truckload of grocery, found a cool stick. For God's sake, he's found a stick and now he thinks he's really cool.
I used to have a favorite stick to take on walks with my parents. Like, what? Why are you shaming him? It looks awesome. The straightest, strongest stick would be the best.
Elvis Presley's manager sold I Hate Elvis badges as a way to make money from people who weren't buying Elvis merchandise. If you take care of things, they will last. Cooking and cleaning.
Yeah, but they also don't build them like they used to. American cars used to be pretty quality, now it's questionable.
Is a basic life skill and not a gender role. There is a white man cafe in Tokyo where Japanese ladies ring a bell to summon tuxedo-wearing Caucasians who respond with "Yes, princess," and serve them cake. Father and daughter.
Why do they all have like scene haircuts? You know what I'm talking about? He's got scene. He's got scene haircuts.
Them cake.
Like
Father and daughter. Hunting partners for life. Today, a stranger took a picture of my boyfriend dropping off breakfast to me at work, then came back to my job to give me the photo. My girlfriend kept making fun of me during our walk because I wouldn't let go of this icicle I found. I have a feeling the boys will understand.
This looks like a sword from TBC that drops in Sunwell. I forget. It looks like a Halo sword. For me, it's a WoW sword. Yeah, it looks like a WoW sword to me.
Wow, that is a weapon. This guy ruining this influencer's photo shoot is my favorite thing. Thanks to AI and Stable Diffusion, I was finally able to restore this photo we had of our late uncle.
Why does your uncle have massive honkers?
Should I even try with girls anymore? Don't spend time chasing butterflies. Build a wonderful garden instead, and the butterflies will come to you. Ugandan man becomes a lawyer to win family land back. A man who was only 6 years old when his father lost his land in a legal dispute has finally won it back 23 years later after becoming a lawyer. I'm a single dad of 3 girls, and they just got me into makeup, so thanks, my friend. A guy in Yale Town put his dog on a parked police bike, so
There's so many, like... My brother has a little daughter, and when she started putting on makeup on his face, it was so cute. I couldn't help myself. I was so cringe.
A cop came over to intervene and offered to put his helmet on the dog for added authenticity. 15 years of playing on Xbox Live. The first time we have ever met. And he's a groomsman in my wedding. Online friends are real life friends. Willie Nelson rescued 70 horses from a slaughterhouse to let them roam freely at his Texas ranch. She started
turned into glue.
Started to cry. Teen buys repossessed storage units, gives contents back to the owner. It seemed like something fun to do. Not a lot of people know this, but I was the hand model for this. Wait, that's kinda cool. Blow up out of nowhere. Overtake cringy lip sync creators. Cross 100 million in 3 months. Does not speak a word. Milk? Koalas don't pursue females. Instead, usually between 12 to 3 a.m., they lay back, make themselves comfortable, and bellow loud.
By the way, the ding dong that tried to shame me for thinking that this weapon doesn't look like a WoW weapon, you can actually suck my whole tail. This is what I was talking about, and it drops it's in TBC, and it's in Sunwell. You can literally go fuck yourself. It looks just like it. Yeah, you're wrong. I out-nerded you. You are incorrect. It's a TBC weapon. Yeah. Sorry, I was still thinking about it. I got so annoyed when I read that comment. I was looking! I know! Where were we? Fuck. That's the koala.
Lay back, make themselves comfortable, and bellow loudly at any females in the area to come and join them. Me, waiting for my wife to finish putting on my sunscreen so I can build sandcastles and go play in the water.
Hey, sun safety's serious, man.
In 2001, a man wrestled a 7-foot bull shark to retrieve the severed arm of his nephew. After saving the boy, the man dove back in, seized the shark, and wrestled it to the shore where a ranger shot it. The arm was pried from its gullet, put on ice, rushed to the hospital, and successfully sewed back on. Caught this blue lobster, which is apparently 1 in 2 million. My girlfriend said she wasn't impressed, and said I should look
If she was not impressed by the shiny lobster, I don't know, man, you should throw her back in the ocean. Just marry the lobster. It's a magic lobster to grant you a wish. There's a Russian folklore where it's like a special fish you can catch and then it'll grant you a wish. It's like a special lobster.
for a new job that actually matters. I have a feeling the boys will appreciate it. Pakistan's Farooq Bajwa donated his liver to his mother to save her life. She survived and he died. My boss is a girl.
I think that probably hurt the mom a lot. Cause like one of the big things is like you don't want to outlive your parents or your children. Yeah, that's so sad, man.
Grown man.
That's
Hey,
honorable,
on your
man.
way? Yes. Okay. I am also an adult man, and I use okay all the time. Normalize being a silly little guy. Goofy and fun-loving, full of joyous whimsy. Me, when I show up to the spreading misinformation, but my opponent gave me the wrong address. Give me the wrong address. Why is he calling another dude babe? People are gay, Steve. That's okay, but I thought gay dudes would call each other hot pee-pee or some gay stuff, not babe.
Hot penis.
Babe. Babe is a straight guy word.
No, gatekeeping nicknames? Not my house.
A self-proclaimed entrepreneur wanted to follow my Instagram, and he's posted what may be one of the best images I've seen. I've had intercourse with
watching Evangelion, I
572
think.
women, 23 years old. I've never had any intercourse. 28 years old, but he's a pilot.
Giga Chad. Giga Chad.
I love when you're here, and whenever you're here, your
Fuck
parents
women,
come and sit in
piloting
the
only.
audience. Sir, they literally drove me here today. I played Dungeons and Dragons with my daughters. They were supposed to fight the wolves surrounding a town. Instead, they fed the wolves and turned them into their friendly wolf army. I don't mean to brag or anything, but your boy just beat stage 4 cancer today. Let's go. Good job, man. Okay, I don't really like Bill Gates, but this is wholesome. My dad and I share the same name. After starting Microsoft, people used to ask him if he was the real Bill Gates. I always hoped he says yes. I hope he tells them that he's all the things the other one aspires to be. Happy Father's Day to the real Bill Gates.
Aw, I mean, that's kind of cute. Even though Bill Gates owns all the farmland in America, he's a gigacorpo. Yeah.
Happy Father's Day to the real Bill Gates. An Uber driver
He's a villain,
generously
but strong,
donated his
yeah.
kidney to a passenger he was taking to dialysis. Misha, a non-verbal teen with Down syndrome, didn't understand why his family had to flee. His mother told him they were traveling to meet John Cena. Cena heard and went to Amsterdam to oblige. Just brilliant. I totally
That's
misunderstood the
awesome.
group name, but I'm just gonna roll with it. Proud new owner, and I'm loving it. Did I overreact? Might I, perchance, be granted a viewing of them? Oh, great heavens. Bazinga! I've Oh, great heavens.
I'm all for, like, joking about viewing some titties, but Bazinga, no. I'm sorry, I really, really hate that show with a passion. When I was in school and this came out, everyone said Bazinga, and I fucking hated it.
Yeah, I've never met a
so
female in
annoying.
my life except for my grandma. What? How? I live in a mountain. Cute. Ah, what puberty did to my friends. Love, boys. What puberty did to me. My girlfriend was making fun of me because she noticed I'm missing a line in my finger. I feel like it should be celebrated. Maybe the boys can.
Wait. Yeah, they all have lines. Are you deformed? Do you not have a knuckle? Isn't this like from using your hands? Wait, don't you form these from using your fingers? How does that work? He wasn't textured well. Yeah, the person that textured him missed a part. He doesn't bend it? What if he doesn't have a knuckle or something? He just has like a fused finger. Dude, that's fascinating. Cause like babies, wait, babies do have them. Wait, I've never seen like a newborn baby, so I don't know. Like a new newborn? Sorry, I'm pausing on this for so long. I'm just really freaked out.
Hype
What if it's
me up.
photoshopped?
Nah, this is weird, man. I'm with your girl on this one. 18 months later and 115 pounds down. Don't let anyone limit you, and most importantly, never limit yourself.
Yo,
I'm going in. I
that's
deserve
so
this.
strong.
When the doctor says you're cancer-free, it's a bit emotional.
Amazing.
Time to celebrate. Y'all want to see something cool? I'm on a side quest recreating all my grandfather's pictures from
Dude, that's so cool. This castle in that swampy field is amazing. I forget where it is, but I've seen it before, and they I think they filmed some Game of Thrones over there too. I think.
World War II.
So
My son stayed home on New Year's Eve so he could spend time with his big sister. He knows what he was doing. Girlfriend told me she would break up with me if I put one of these in our front yard. Guess who's single and bought enough of these bad boys to recreate Easter Island?
I don't know, man. I would definitely put... If it didn't look too tacky, I would let it slide. This might look a bit plasticky.
Honest question. Southern US here. How are the mushy peas seasoned? Salt? I'm on my hands and knees begging you to say psych. Had a robin trying to nest on our drain pipe, but their nesting material kept falling, so I got them a fry basket. Someone spilled their Dunkin' Donuts coffee in the school lobby.
Alright,
So I
I'm
skipped
back.
over
I
his
had
Dunkin'
answer a
Donuts
call.
uniform and started directing traffic around it, saying things like, "Ma'am, watch out, this is a Dunkin' Donuts matter." How it's...
Why do you have your uniform? Why do you have your uniform for school?
Started
Why
versus
not?
how it's
I don't
going.
know.
I can be a lawyer, and she is a lawyer. This is women posting their W. I'm gonna do this in another video.
Checking
This is
something
Javino
out real
McLean.
quick.
He opened up his own gym exclusively for people with dementia and disabilities. The best part? It's 100% free. Armed pizza
Wow.
employee
What a nice guy.
shoots and kills one of 3 armed robbers while defending himself in the store. No one out pizzas the hut.
Dude, imagine telling that story. Yeah, I used to work at Pizza Hut and I shot a 1v3. Damn, dude.
Pizzas the hut. Ex-Miami Dolphins star Robert Conrad
Chad.
swims 12 hours to shore after falling off boat. This is my 14-year-old. He cut and installed every piece of flooring in our downstairs bedroom, as well as in the adjacent bathroom closet, entirely by himself this week, and we painted all the walls. With him, we are pleased. Lost 200 pounds in a year through fasting and walking, then crushed my fear of
Holy.
working out around others at the gym. My 2 best friends in the world.
Dude,
One bit.
200 pounds is actually insane. Without a, what is it called? What is it called? Like a clamp? For the stomach? That's actually insane.
And 1 cat. A child
not
in my
easy.
neighborhood was going door to door asking to mow lawns for $20. He left a patch of wildflowers for the bees to use. 10 out of 10 service. Just raw dogged a 7-hour flight. You personal best. No headphones, no movie, no water,
No
nothing
shot.
incredible. The power of my mind knows no bounds. And
What is it called? Like a detox, like a detox tour? I don't know if I could do that.
NFL draft, day 2004.
Alright.
This is so aggressive.
You alright?
2004.
I wasn't
Oh
trying to
my
actually hit
God.
you in the
Probably
head
the
with
peak
a
of
one.
men. No phones, one
Good.
standard definition TV. Pizza, nothing.
And they're all like half naked
Got a cat
'cause
on my
it's
lap.
hot inside and the
Fine.
AC's not working and they got a bunch
She-
of beer too.
she's very
Holy
attached.
Dudes
dude.
living in the moment. I wonder how long you could drive in a roundabout before a cop would be like, "Hey, you can't do that anymore." In high school, we would all get in my friend's car and do this and keep throwing our hands up like we missed our exit every time. Pranking women in public by respecting their distance and not bothering them. Pranking homeless people by giving them money off camera so we do not exploit them. Nothing makes him happy.
Based.
Guys are so hard to please. All that guys really want. I was an MIT educated neurosurgeon. Now I'm unemployed and alone in the mountains. In other
I feel that. I feel that,
news,
man.
praise be this one dude who walked up to my
Now I'm
girlfriend
unemployed
politely
and I
asked for a date.
live-
When she refused, she said she was gay. He went, "A beautiful couple. I apologize. Please have a nice day." Wow, is that hard? Having left school at 17 to get a job, I've often wondered how I would fare as a student. Well, I'm about to find out. Yesterday, I began history at a university. Got caught in a rainstorm, and my new white
Guys, it's never too late for school. If you want to go to school and do that, like, it's never too late, man.
shorts turned see-through. Rookie mistake, I suppose.
Oh my god,
Mark
are
5
those
there.
heart-shaped boxers?
Pretty embarrassing though. Less than 40 minutes after his marriage proposal, he returns to posting about.
I thought those only existed in cartoons, you know? Like in Johnny Bravo or like Dexter.
Smash Brothers. Your suit would look better on you if you ate.
Johnny Bravo or like Dexter.
About.
I thought the
Less than 40 minutes after his marriage proposal, he returns to posting about.
I thought those only existed in cartoons, you know? Like in Johnny Bravo or like Dexter.
Smash Brothers.
It's gotta be the, what do you call it?
Shorts turned see-through. Rookie mistake, I suppose. Was
Oh my god, are those heart-shaped boxers?
Oh, yeah.
extremely good at eating.
Now I know what
The
he's
best
talking about was the
Brendan
heart.
Fraser
She was
fell back
talking about
tears
the
after
heart-shaped
learning
box.
that everyone online is rooting for him to succeed. Italy moves to ban lab-grown meat to protect food heritage.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, for the lighting.
You won't have time for yourself if you have kids. I've improved in every area of my life because of my kids. This woman just farted so loud in the bathroom, I could just feel she was embarrassed. So I farted back just to make her not feel so alone.
I don't believe that, man. Farting on command? I don't think that's a thing, bro.
Trader Joe's store loses power. Donates 10,000 pounds of food.
Wow.
My cousin just posted
So
this
it's probably
picture of
just
his son.
that
Look
person
how
was
excited
probably
and
just
proud he is of where he put all the carrots. Cheer Dad learns his daughter full cheerleading routine. Dennis the dieting dog lost 79% of his body weight with healthy habits. I don't play Dungeons and Dragons, but this person does. Every Thursday, this little girl gets so excited.
Guys, don't ever let people shame you for being into nerd shit. There are so many dudes who like work out and do like normal stuff that also do nerdy shit. See Henry Cavill, man.
To stand out on the sidewalk and wave to her favorite trash man. A few weeks back, she decided she wanted to make him a homemade muffin. To her great surprise, it just so happened that the Thursday she picked was his birthday. He said it was the only gift he received. The smile on both of their faces.
Oh my god, that is so cute. Oh my god. I heard it. I think I watched a TikTok of that's kind of similar of a guy that drives a garbage truck and the little boy has like a little toy that looks like a garbage truck too, and he always comes out and waves at him. It's so cute. Oh my god.
Priceless. It's okay if you fall apart
Favorite
sometimes.
trash man.
Tacos fall apart, and we still love them. This homeless man's rabbit was thrown over a bridge by a passerby, and he immediately jumped into the river to save her and resuscitated her. He won an award.
Where is he? Who's the dude that threw the little I'll literally kill him with my bare hands and I'll go to jail.
Given animal food and a job, and the passerby was
dare
charged
you.
with animal cruelty. Oh, you know what we should do to the passerby? Chuck him over a bridge and see how he likes
Yeah, see how you like it, you fucking stupid bitch.
it. It's so evil. I don't know. Stuff like this actually annoys me. Metallic.
And it does happen. I've told this story before, but my first cat before I was born, my parents moved to New Zealand, and near a bridge there was a girl that said that there was a bunch of kittens in a bag that they threw into the river because they wanted to get rid of them. And that was my first cat. They saved him and they got him from the little girl. Yeah. Yeah, it actually happens. Like, people joke and they're like, oh no, it never happens.
True
It's
love
too
never
evil."
dies. The bats, all of this is going to be covered up. I don't think it'll actually say that
Wish I
whenever
could
it's all
find the person
done.
that did that.
Frontman James Hetfield signing a young fans cast mid-concert. 23-year-old Tiago Wretch was the only fan at his team's stadium in a game in 2012. In 2014, he became the club's president, and in 2020, they won the FGF Cup and classified for Copa do Brazil for the first time in the history of the club.
This is my one fan. My one fan. If I stop streaming, there's always gonna be one fan.
Roof hath been narrowed. That's an expensive puddle. That's a quality lagoon. It's splash pad for the kiddos. Lagoon. How much did this puddle cost? This lagoon costed 70k. Just
You are ripped off.
Touchdown in Detroit. I am speechless. Had a Play-Doh competition with my girlfriend. Heike rawest squad in history. No monkey or business. Danny DeVito says he would play Wario in Super Mario Bros. Movie sequel. Please green screen him in. Don't even animate him. Name an actor who was born for their role. I'll start. Spider-Man's biggest fumble, and there's no debate.
Johnny Depp has gone through so many roles and he suits pretty much all of them. It's kind of insane. Like, you know, you watch a movie of an actor and you're like, he kind of doesn't fit in there. I don't think I can name one that Johnny Depp doesn't really fit in. Yeah, he constantly was getting casted by Tim Burton as well. Yeah, like constantly.
Yeah, Tim was a little, and he always cast his wife as well.
Why are you doing it topless? I want you to see my back muscles. I would like to see your pecs.
Elena, have you lost it?
Clever girl, huh?
2. The inspiration. This is what I actually wear. This woman stole my iPhone in Sheffield last week and doesn't realize that it uploads all the pictures to my iCloud account. If anyone recognizes her, please tell her that I've bought more storage space and can send her the charger in case the battery runs out. Cheers. I just wanted to show my boyfriend all the ex we have. Should I block him? Did you lay all of those? Good girl.
I'd just say good girl. I mean, like, did you lay all those would have been fine. Why'd you have to attach the good girl?
Boss told us 2 weeks ago that if we kept playing with the stray cat while on the job, he would fire us. Safe to say, we have a new bro and less respect for our boss. Dude in front of me just slept through the entire physics exam. Not my president. Is that Germa? My girlfriend said she would.
I think it is Germa. Yeah, it is! Oh my god!
Break up with me if I rescued this dog that was found a couple blocks from our house. It's been a year now, and I'm single with a perfectly healthy pup.
Yeah, justified. Yeah. Poor dog, man. Look at it, sad. How could you not, man?
Why do holes attract fellow guys? I was digging a hole at the beach, and all of a sudden, like, 54 guys came to help. Any explanations would be great. I think we just craved to dig. Leaving after she kicked me out because I said, "Chat, is this real?" as she was going down on me.
Valid.
This is the first photo of Doug Bowser when he joined Nintendo. We are never getting a new Mario game ever again. Thank you for the warm welcome. I am thrilled to announce that I will be joining Netflix this summer as a premium subscriber. I cannot wait for the multitude of Netflix specials that will be available at my disposal. Thank you to everyone who supported me through this process. My 66-year-old father-in-law has been making memory notes to play video games with his son. A model, nightstand.
What's he playing? Tank mines, EMP, pistol, hunter, restoration kit. What could this be? What could this possibly be? Battle, target, safe fall, safeguard, flak armor, auxiliary shield, frag grenade. Left 4 Dead. No, this is not Left 4 Dead. Damn it. TF2? Evolve Apex? It's gotta be a shooter, obviously. I'm just wondering.
Video games with his son.
So
a model.
cute.
Nightstand check. This is easier than setting it up. There is no shame in being weak. There is only shame in staying weak. Girls at any time versus boys at any year. 6-year-old me looking at all of the ancient writings in the bathroom stalls. What do they mean? If I ever win the lottery. I'm not telling anyone, but there will be signs. Okay.
I wanna get some fucking, like, metal armor. Or, like, a hot one for, like, chicks. Yeah, like, for cosplaying or something.
Hey, but how does our daughter look like Woody Harrelson? You're an adorable child, flattered to be compared. You have a wonderful smile. I just wish I had your hair. You've made our day. Can't wait to show her this when she's older. You have another fan for life. My boy has just beaten
so
cancer.
sweet.
Good job, man.
Yay!
I built my own X-ray after a hospital charged me $69,000. What? Why do you twitch so much when you sleep? Average male dream. Some girl crashed into me, and we both didn't know what to do, so we called our dads, and we're just standing here holding our phones together, so our dads can talk to each other.
I mean, I was gonna say that's embarrassing, but like, what if it's your first accident? I don't know, like, you know.
Are you winning, son? Yes, Dad, I am. Oh, that's cute. He's got a family now. 6 years, no drugs. Life is good. Retweeting this today because I'm 10 years clean.
Holy moly. Dude, drugs freak you up.
Years clean. A heartwarming story, where a 26-year-old foreign technician intern from the Philippines who was fishing jumped into the ocean to save his 6-year-old boy who'd fallen in. When the parents asked this man his name and offered a reward, he replied, "I'm not anyone important," and went home. My son's receiving radiation treatment and is going through a tough time. I showed him one of my favorite childhood shows, and it's safe to say he's enjoying it. I'm just happy I could provide some sort of relief. I've been homeless with no place for 9 months, until I finally got my own crib. Thank you, Lord. My 8th grade daughter is having a sleepover tonight. Her 7th grade brother, who always wears hoodies and smells like you'd expect, and spends most of his time in his gaming loft, is currently downstairs playing games with them, in a wife beater while reeking of polo sport.
He's a gaming loft? Damn.
Noticed I already had most of the stuff, so I decided I would just buy the shirt to complete it. Guy responding to, "How's it going?" Severity scale. Not bad equals bad. Can't complain equals weeks ruined. It's going equals worst day of his life. Another day in paradise. Said while purchasing cigarettes for the first time in 2 years. You know, we'll be driving home in the wrong lane. Jacob C. Miller, Civil War veteran, was shot in 1863, but survived. Am I still in your
Dude, he's got a hole in his head. Holy.
Cool, Grandpa. Of course you are. Why? Just checking. Those little yellow guys are me. Dear Math, please grow up and solve your own problems. I'm tired of solving them. They got an AI to play Tetris with the goal of surviving for as long as possible. It paused the game.
It's like the logic of, you know, unplugging the Xbox before you die, so that means you never died. That's 5-hit AF, dude.
Screw the Illuminati. You're the reason this world is messed up. Sam, we are not the Illuminati. We are the Illuminate Fridays, a branded night that showcases top
Honestly, they should make a where you could actually pause live action.
Look at this crispy ass Facebook screenshot.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Just when you do it,
a swimmer who won a gold medal at the 2000s Olympics, retired at 22, began abusing drugs, at one point being hardly able to get off a sofa for days on end. In 2011, he got back into swimming. At the 2016 Olympics, at age 35, he became the oldest swimmer to ever win gold medal. I teach a free skilled mechanics class to teens, and was about to start my first class since the pandemic started. Just got me a car to bring in the shop, and was about to open enrollment. Thieves ripped open my back wall and stole all of my stuff. No tools equals no livelihood, plus no class. I'm sad. Update.
A 5-minute delay between the pause.
I don't care how down bad you are for stuff. That's not good. That's not cool, man. I'd break your legs. I'm sorry, I would.
Be able to even help out your
thieves.
team or
bad too. Like being broke AF. Like, I don't know, man.
You may have stolen all of my tools, but look at what Ryan Craftsman did for me. Aside from only a few items in that picture, all that is new. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I told my son that he could live with us after college. He had to pay rent.
The negative side is that
he moved out today. I showed up at his new apartment and gave him all the rent money back. He was a very happy young man. Guy at my friend's office went on vacation and never came back. Deleted all social media, never emailed anyone. It's been 2 weeks since he was supposed to come back from Italy, and he's just gone, living the dream.
Absolutely base, not talking to anyone.
I learned 7 things in 7 days to impress my son. I love PewDiePie. This man inspired me to start YouTube. Him and Beijing Canadian. Man awake.
He doesn't even like post that much anymore. He just kind of posts whenever he feels like it. Retired into the sunset.
Up and starting to stop simping for a useless Twitch 304. Good work, bros. The tide is finally starting to turn. Pokemon leaves Twitch due to a rise in manosphere. Red pill BS. This is your brain on rejection. The tide. Lol. Nice post, bro. I hope the drones like it. Redditors with interest.
I'm sorry, but YouTube is like just as bad. I've read some of my YouTube comments and they're unironically kind of insane. Like, yeah, Twitch has its problems and I get like people calling me slurs and stuff, but YouTube comments, the ones that get filtered and don't get posted, I've read through some of them. Y'all need to chill the fuck out, man. It's just a video.
Hobbies. What do you do and why? I'm a male knitter. I took it up in honor of a very good friend who died suddenly on the eve of her 31st birthday because of an aneurysm. She would spend all year knitting scarves and hats for the homeless and needy to give out at Christmas. I inherited all of her knitting stuff and kept up the tradition in her honor. I took my 6-year-old to a classmate's birthday party today. He was the only other kid there. His parents thanked me for bringing him and said he was the only one their son wanted to invite because my son's the only one in school who's nice to him. Teach your kids not to be mean. After many cocks, the first black female postmaster was pressured out of her post in Mississippi. President Theodore Roosevelt continued to pay her salary and punished the town by rerouting their mall 30 miles away until they gave
No shot! 30 miles away? You couldn't drive that far! Not everybody had a car back then! Bro, 30 miles away! Dude, he really fucked him. He really showed him, man.
Put back the position. Looking good, buddy.
That's
You have the wrong
awesome.
number there.
Oh,
yeah, I
God.
know. Sorry, man. I was trying to send it to myself for progress pictures for the gym, and the numbers are really similar. And I feel really bad and embarrassed for sending you. My bad, man. Ha, it's all good, bud. Best of luck. I expect an update when you get shredded. Alright, man. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much. The legend did it. Hey, man. You told me to send you a picture when I got checked. So 4 to 5 months.
No way! This actually is, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same dude.
Later, here you go. Lol, no way. Good for you, man. Thank you, man. Didn't forget about
Good
the
for
update.
you,
Have a good day. Dude,
And
this
the
is pretty
doggo,
inspiring.
yeah.
Keep it up. You just made my day. Thank you, man. Lots of self-discipline, and I really wanted it. Oh, that's awesome, man. I'm glad I could make someone stay. Husband found a parking spot right in front of the packed aquarium today, and immediately was like, this is a parking spot you will remember forever, and has managed to talk about it all day. Has also said, how about the parking spot though? About 30 times so far.
That's male autism right there. That was great! Yay! Check out Vasco, wholesome little brain rot memes.
Dishes. This right now.
Dads be like, go help your mother. Bro, go help your wife. What do
Honestly, strong start. I understand that. Yeah, go help your wife, bitch. Go help him!
men have that even comes close to this feeling? Finding a stick like this. Hear
Ooh, that is a nice stick, isn't it, chat? Ooh.
Go help your wife. What do men have that even comes
Ooh,
close to this feeling?
perfect.
Finding a stick like this. Hear me out. Walled cities. I think they're due for a comeback.
I don't think so. I think Attack on Titan kind of ruined it.
Hey, man, I got a lot going on lately. When you flirt with a girl, but then she flirts back. Interesting reaction, but what does it mean? We're living
Girls.
living in the most exciting time in human
Women.
history. How 90% of young men live. I saw OF on my son's bank statement. When you're stressed about money and your main financial burden comes to comfort you. Yeah, I would have become Darth Vader if I had lost her too. Bro, Tom was
True.
really going through some stuff. I'm attracted to guys that are mean.
Wait, wasn't Tom and Jerry made in the 1940s? They were kind of sad, weren't they?
What's up, you stupid I understand girls have it harder than guys. I get it, man. But guys have it hard too. We don't get makeup. If you're ugly, you're fucked, dude.
It's true, man. I have seen some very mid chicks put on makeup and they turn into 8s and 9s, man. It's crazy.
Dude, this is Ryan. He's my best friend
Alright.
ever. He drove
Guys,
3
let's see,
hours
ugly.
to take me out to eat.
I
Love
shouldn't
him
have
like a
all
brother.
those, but
Oh,
What's up, man?
wow, so nice.
For the love of everything.
For the love of God, just let that end.
Let that guy do the deed. I saw this guy popping bubble wrap during a traffic jam on the freeway and thought, now there's a man who can handle anything. I just stubbed my toe. Did I scream and cry like a baby? No, of course not. A baby does not have the lung capacity to do
The Tom and Jerry scream, bro.
what I just did. Total Drama Island aired in 2007, yet the nerd loser wanting a goth girlfriend is still a relevant joke. Third grade me, having my mum sign my reading log, claiming I read 7 hours a day for the
Wait a minute, is this like a global thing? I actually think that's what it happened. I think this happened in every country and on every fucking continent. Except my mom and dad would actually make me read at least $3. I'm not even joking.
whole summer. For the company picnic, management decided that due to liability issues, we could only have 1 beer per person. I was fired for ordering the cups. Issues. We could only have 1 beer per person. I was fired for ordering the cups.
So good,
this kid had lost his dad in the crowd and freaked out until he saw the Flash and Wonder Woman. He went up to the Flash to ask him for help because he knows him. 3 months.
Oh, that's so cute, man. Oh. Looking respectfully. Looking respectfully!
3 months of dieting versus 3 days of cheating. Crazy fact, eating 3 pizzas a day is more healthy for you than being dead. Do I look good? Ew, no. Do I look good? Of course, you look amazing. Me and my dad's nuts, fighting off potential cancer curers, world leaders, or brain surgeons, just to be born severely autistic.
This is a little bit too on the nose, huh? And watching VTubers.
And afraid of women. When my mom finds out nobody sits with me at lunch, and I have to explain to her what a Sigma male is again, I am literally Ryan Gosling.
Oh my god. You could not put a gun to my head to explain to my parents what fucking memes are, man.
Your ancestors, watching you fumble a baddie. Unfortunately for frogs, it's common for them to jump in wet concrete. To die is just another nameless, countless frog. Or to live a century, immortalized in the folly of men. And your first wish is triple world hunger. And your second, double student debt.
That is evil.
Gaston was a village hero. He provided food, rejected women for a respectable woman, wanted to start a family, and died protecting the village from a werewolf and his
prisoner.
Both of these men are 84 years old.
Women.
The choice is yours to make. Nice freaking meme, bro. Boy dinner. Grandma to her friends. This is my big, strong, handsome grandson. This guy was motivating people at the gym when one of the homies can't make it to the function, but he says he will be there in spirit. He wasn't lying.
Oh my god. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, man.
A notice at anime conventions due to attendees' body odor.
No,
Showers are cool.
No!
Take one today.
I've seen one that's for deodorants, man. They photoshopped the deodorant into the girl's hand. It's not this picture exactly, but yeah. They said, yeah, using deodorant is cool.
Scientists ponder when our ancestors first started cranking the hog. Did you know?
Well, chat, when do you think we started cranking the hog? Day 1? Hour 1?
If you hold an ermine up to your ear, you can hear what it's like to be attacked by one. Why do men feel the need to go through things alone? Because you are not going to be doing nothing, but ask me if I'm okay 47 times.
Hey! Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay? I don't know, man. Women just like to know if you're okay.
This dude just wiped half of the universe, then just straight up T-posed. This dude watched me grow up from Arizona iced tea and chips to backwoods and coffee. The dude that has to write the terms of service that nobody ever reads. Damn, dude. Save some women for the rest of us. Are you really rich? If you're asking if I have above $5 in my bank account, then the answer is yes. Stop when I say a number too high. $10. Yeah, I would stop there. It took me that many beers to buy a girl a drink. A husky next to a wolf. Trust me, you are not that guy.
Is that Kira? Yeah. You are not that guy.
Google turned 25 years old today. Leonardo DiCaprio just switched to Yahoo.
No, he swapped to Bing. Bing is younger than Yahoo. Yahoo's actually pretty old, actually.
The common thoughts of a man walking down the street. I can take him. I can take him. Barely. Damn. Check your brakes. Damn. Steak sounds good. What kind of bird is that? Oh, never mind.
I feel like this is just ADHD. Like, I don't think this is a man thing.
Stares at the sun. Guesses time. Is off by 14 minutes. Hey,
Yeah.
hi. Cool hair. Thank you. Sorry. I literally don't know how to talk to women. Best of
Me too. Me too.
luck with everything. My wife was tired of our dog sleeping in our bed at night, so I decided to build him his own house. Favorite actor, Johnny Sins. Thanks, kid. When you live in America and you want to surprise your girlfriend by taking her to the most expensive place in the city.
I mean, America, this is true.
The hospital, yes.
Most expensive place in the city.
Hey, the only reason you guys get it cheaper is because we subsidize all the medical shit.
To sail the 7 seas, but you want to be the captain. Police are asking anyone who recognizes this man to get in touch. Let's.
Why does he look like that ow guy? What's his name? That game with the blue man? Man, I hated that game. It was scary.
Asking anyone who recognizes this man to get in touch. Let's play hide and seek. I will hide, and you will seek professional help. Some hustle to be seen. I grind to disappear. Medieval kings really were like. That's my emotional support. Silly little guy. Dude just
Wait, that is kind of what a jester is. Yeah, actually.
cruised past me, riding a lawn chair taped to an electrical skateboard. Now I'm questioning all of my life choices. Bro, I absolutely hate the beach. It's so dirty and understimulating. But my wife wants to sit out here all day. No games, no TV, no nothing. Like, you've seen one wave. You've seen them all. Let's wrap it up.
Man, what do you mean? Sunbathing, looking at birds, eating a sandwich at the beach? Y'all a bunch of haters or something, man.
Up. Dude saw me struggling on the quiz and then handed me a pencil. Alright, time to relax. Boots up an extremely stressful video game.
Me and Dota too. Yeah. Chat, this is you and League. You guys love League of Legends.
I went to his house for our first date, and this is what he made for us to eat.
This is definitely a diet for VTubers. Diet for VTubers, bros.
Orange chicken nuggies. Dino nuggies. Orange.
Yeah, they're dinosaur ones. These are the expensive ones, chat. Yeah.
This is some of the finest cuisine I have ever seen. One time I broke up with a guy via voicemail, and his band recorded a guitar riff over it and used it as a song intro. Police in pursuit of a golf cart in the San Fernando Valley. Oh my god. I don't know how to describe it, but this is exactly what paleontologists are supposed to look like.
Wait, what does it say? Mark Lowen, PhD, paleontologist, University of Utah, Natural Museum of Utah. No, I think this is just how people from Utah look like. No, for real. This isn't paleontology, that's Utah. I bet he's
I think he should get one. He should actually look like one of those old guys.
Dinosaurs or no?
Debate, you know.
Camouflage that actually works. The minimum a guy should send for. Where the hell do you live? Where breakfast is $50.
$50 for breakfast? $80 for a lunch? For
$100 for gas?
A fucking count? What? Jesus Christ!
$40 is never accessible in life.
Thank you, I appreciate it. No, I'm not from Switzerland. I just lived there.
Although the $100 in gas, nobody
I
questions.
appreciate the 400 biddies. As a Mormon, I can say that we do indeed believe in dinosaurs. Okay, well, the more I learn, I guess. I would move out. No, $50 for one person for breakfast?
And $80 for lunch. Men only have 2 moods. I legitimately do not want to be here anymore. Show me your body. Men are receiving their first ever
Show me your tits, chat.
bunch of flowers at their funeral. A man spends an average of 7 hours a year hiding in the bathroom for peace and quiet, according to a study. Dude.
I believe that.
Dude, where do you even
do
find
that
all these
too.
memes? I can't tell you. Why? You won't need me anymore. My grandpa's screen time is elite. Oh well, I guess she can't come home tonight. Guys, when their friend says he can't come. 6-year-old me, after getting $1 from the Tooth Fairy.
Chat, how many of you guys actually, like, had a Tooth Fairy? My parents made me believe in that shit for so long because they made it really, really, really convincing. They had a special box
Food
where
devoured.
I put my tooth in. And then at night they would come
I
in,
should be stable
obviously,
enough
and
for a
like,
little
you know,
while
swap it
longer.
out for like a coin. God, I was so happy. Me. Must be California.
why am I-
What does California have to do with that? I got $1. Yeah, I would usually get like one coin. One singular coin. We don't have that in EU. Yes, you fucking do, man. Tooth Fairy! Tooth Fairy, man! No! Tooth Fairy's like global. In Russia, they have it too. And like friggin' Germany, I remember my friends told me about that too. Yeah, I'd get a coin. One time I got $20. Ooh, that's another thing. When I lost my final tooth, my parents gave me $5 because they said that I would never get money ever again from the Tooth Fairy.
To the men who randomly stopped texting a girl
Yeah, I got
after you used to talk to her all day, every day. Why did you stop? I was always the one who was initiating conversations. I stopped initiating the conversations to see if she would, and she never did. So I figured
Women love attention.
she just didn't care about me, so I should stop trying. Trying to act calm and confident with social anxiety. POV.
That's me streaming every day, man.
Looking at my barber, knowing I'm going to
not
have to wear a hat
confident,
at school for the next 2 months. Sorry, I don't mean to cry like this. It's okay, bro. Just let it all out. I'm here for you. Hi, hello there. First game. Hey, congrats. You won your first game. Thank you. Gears of War characters are so unrealistic. It's comedic. Nobody looks like that. The Gears of War character design.
So true. My brother made the beefiest character on Gears of War when I was a kid. I would watch him and he just made the biggest guy possible with the maxed out settings.
No, nobody, gym dudes. Guys with pillows on their bed. Always 2 there are. No more, no less. Girls with pillows on their bed. 200,000
Clone Wars. You fucking would.
pillows are ready, with 1 million more well on the way. My parents in the 1980s. Let's move closer to the city. Yes, it will be easier to find work. Me, in 2023. I need to get as far away from civilization as possible.
So true. Dude, fuck this city, man.
And start homesteading. I never make the same mistake
Steeding! It's steading!
twice. I make it 5
Close
or
enough.
6 times, just to be sure. It is wild to me that there are people alive right now who are approaching 120 years of age. Can you imagine turning 90, coming to peace with yourself, then 30 years later, you're like, okay, this isn't funny anymore. For real. Do you really think life...
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know how people feel when they go over 100. They're like, all right, Grim Reaper, God, someone take me, please. I don't know. I don't know if I can take this anymore.
Life was simpler when you saw Megan Fox in Transformers 2007. Kinda.
please.
There was a tortoise at
Wait, sorry, I was spaced out. I wasn't paying attention.
when you saw Megan Fox in Transformers 2007.
Oh yeah, for sure. Megan Fox, ooh. She was a baddie back then.
Kinda. There is a tortoise at work, and he's 30 years old. And I love the fact he's 30 years old, because I can look at this animal that is 3 years older than me and go, does the man want his epi slices? And he hustles over, because the man does want his epi slices. My boyfriend just asked me to marry him 2 days ago. I'm so excited. 2 days ago, and you didn't tell me? I might just have to rethink our friendship. Hey bro, I got married 3 years ago.
I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my biggest pet peeves. There's so much shit that happens in your life sometimes that you just kind of forget to like talk to someone. And if that is a woman, this happened at my work. I forgot to tell her something. I think it was my birthday, and I didn't even have like a party or anything. And she's like, "Why didn't you tell me? I would have done it for you." And I'm like, "I'm just really busy, man. Like, I just don't care about my birthday." She's like, "Oh my god, I don't know if we can be friends anymore if you don't tell me these things." And I'm like, brother, like, who cares? It's not that deep. I still like you. I didn't even have a party. I didn't invite you. This is women in general. I don't know, man. We're just work friends, but I don't know. It's just weird.
But I forgot to tell you. Congrats. I was starting to think you were gay. Me playing Smash with 3 friends, currently in the lead. That one guy. He's still got 3 lives.
Yeah, you gotta beat him up. You all gotta gang up on him. So true. A girl ghosted me after I knew her for over 10 years and I couldn't talk to her because I was moving to college. That's fucking dumb, bro.
Despite being a secondary character
Okay,
in
there
The
was
Little
two
Mermaid,
right there.
Prince Eric
Yeah.
would be the most legendary king in all of Disney. The man, on his wedding day, skewered a kraken with the mast of his ship in front of dozens of witnesses that he personally saved, and the god of the sea gave him his favorite daughter as a prize.
That's Giga. Giga.
B,
Little
B, B.
Mermaid.
Okay, there's a two.
That's a good Disney movie.
I would like to
The
introduce
original,
you
not
to
the
my religion.
remake.
What's your religion? I'm interested. Me and my adult friends in the pregame
Snuffy.
lobby, about to lose to some 12-year-olds.
I do feel bad for people that get into games that are like you load up a game of like Fortnite or like Rocket League and there's just some like little kid who's been playing this game for 8 hours straight, man. Me when I'm playing StarCraft 2. I don't think StarCraft 2 is played by kids, man.
Negligent discharge. Negligent. I don't know how to say this.
Negligent. Is he even trying? I swear he does it purposely to piss people off, man.
Negligent.
Negligent, he said.
This word. Never smoking that again. Ended up at the Bioshock McDonald's. Parents.
That's a cool McDonald's. It stands out.
McDonald's.
grab
Parents
3
got a new
cheers.
cat they named Lord, and this morning I heard my dad in the other room say, I would have to advise against that decision, my lord, followed by a crashing.
Lord Montague. Lord Montague.
I guess my
Sound. She's crazy,
good
bro.
name for a
I'm done
cat.
with her. Her, come over. Me. When your girlfriend is kissing another guy, but you can't do anything.
Chad, if you ever get a crazy girl, if you ever get a crazy woman that says come over, do not first and then reply to the text. Go beat off, do your business, and then maybe you'll answer, but you probably won't. No, it's literally not worth it.
Crazy, bro. I'm done with her. Her, come over. Me. When your girlfriend is kissing another guy, but you can't do anything because that's her husband. What? What? Me. About to leave.
Holy shit, dude. Woo! It's a little bit too on the nose. Jesus.
The bench. Person sits next to me. Me. Waiting a few extra minutes before leaving, so I don't hurt that person's feelings. Look at you. You're
Motherfucker,
tired.
not
You're
again!
giving up. A new social media trend to ask the men in their life
never
how
tired,
often they think
Chet.
about ancient Rome reveals that it crosses the minds of many men on a weekly basis, even daily, or more, to the surprise and confusion of their loved ones.
I think about Rome and the parallels the American Empire has established between the Roman Empire and itself. I think about it sometimes, maybe not as often as, you know, daily or weekly, but I do think about it sometimes. I'm like, huh, we are paralleling.
An American eats 2 million pizzas every day. Guys making 3 friends
I think that's an underestimate. I think it's like 3 million.
at the start of school and never socializing again. How are you supposed to have a full-time job, cook and clean, maintain relationships, and work on your own little projects? Seems fake.
So true. How
Muting.
do people have time for that shit?
Your stupidness is disadvantageous. I propound you with all vamus, with great importunity. Oh crap, it's a thesaurus, boosting your
Thesaurus. I want to give this guy a nice firm handshake, man.
ugly friend up to go talk to females. Father, tell me, where did I come from? It is a long story, my son. Tell me everything. Men discussing literally anything. Men discussing Lego Star Wars. International Men's Day. Men who did not know it existed. Dude, how do you manage to be cool all the time? Because I don't get into arguments with stupid people. I just cut it short and say, you are right. But that's completely irrational and wrong. You are right. Living
I mean, play stupid with women, and that also works really well. That works really well on women. I have pulled this on my coworkers before. I have. Well, like my coworkers when I had like a job, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're right. I know I am. Thank you. Wow.
You are right. Living in a you're so hot world, but Peter Griffin said, I hope the light at the end of the tunnel features your silhouette. Otherwise, I would not want to go. Too much butter. Wrong pan used. Did not cook this steak well enough. Poor choice of toppings. You should also never smack a steak like that. Okay, Gordon Ramsay. You will be able to book Shrek's Swamp starting October 13th, later in life, and
I would totally go there, by the way. I would totally go there. That's cute, man. This looks AI generated, but if it's real, that's cute.
Later in life, an Alzheimer's-stricken Ronald Reagan would rake leaves from his pool for hours, not realizing they were being replenished by his Secret Service agent.
Wait, that's so mean. Yeah, if that's true, that's kind of mean.
A family lost their dog during Hurricane Sandy. After searching 1.5 years and giving up hope, they decided to adopt another dog. The first candidate the adoption counselor brought out was their lost dog. If Optimus Prime gave you a speech about standing up to the World War zombies, would you do it? Jeremy Wade, when he hears about a
especially if there's Linkin Park playing in the background. Oh my god, if it has Linkin Park playing in the background, 100%.
Would you do it? Jeremy Wade, when he hears about a body of water with 23 confirmed deaths from a catfish that weighs 200 pounds more than him. Thousands of torches placed in terraced fields by villagers, praying for a good harvest in China. It looks like Minecraft.
That's
POV,
cool.
We ended the night on a win after losing 45 games in a row.
When I used to play Arena really late at night, and my friends and I would queue up for the memes, like, we'd play threes. I remember this one time we stayed up until 3 a.m. after like 20 losses in a row, and we finally got one win. We were like, we're not stopping until we win one game. It was like 10, 20, or 15 losses in a row.
Guys will literally build an igloo for sniping. Instead of going to therapy, have an ice-cold cup of water to replenish your body. Grandfather who quit drinking still hasn't opened his last beer.
That's nasty, dude. Ew.
I always go for dangerous guys. I guess I'm into bad boys. Me. Men are insensitive pigs who do not understand true sadness. Girls are boring and basic. This meme is dumb. Yes. Dude.
True. Us versus them, cringe.
It's when the goth dominant girl with an absent dad, a mother that doesn't acknowledge them, attachment and expression issues, and in need of constant external validation, turns out to be a horrible.
I'm not gonna say it, but just know that I am thinking of something. Yeah. What? No way? Someone with actual problems and zero therapy? That's Alana. Bro, I have a fucking dad and a mom and they love me and like, what? Fuck y'all! I know, I'm not like that! I'm not even goth! Like, what? And dominant. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not even dominant. These are all completely inaccurate statements in relation to me.
Girlfriend.
Yeah, but you have zero therapy. Excuse me, I went to therapy 5 times 2 years ago. Okay? It counts.
Please understand the difference.
I also think that everyone should go to therapy at least once. It's nice. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Therapy's a scam? Shut up, bitch, you're wrong.
They are both ugly. What's the difference? The one on the left will not stop talking about how good drugs are, while the one on the right judges you for not being vegan and smells exclusively of cigarettes.
Man, Why are we so mean? They're just two dudes. I think they both look nice. What?
Cigarette Ash. Yes, I'm a boy. Yes, I knit things. This guy should be some sort of DC villain. Literally had a customer come up to me as I was making her drinks and said, "Your name shouldn't be Finn. It means fair-haired and you have dark hair." Thanks, man. Walks up to a guy named John. "You are not the Baptist. When your son gets locked up, free my boy. When your son
Oh my god, dude. My parents took away my DS, but they still let me keep my fucking iPod because they forgot about it. And I installed an emulator and kept playing Pokemon anyway. This unlocked a fucking memory for me. I completely forgot. I had the free emulator with the little ads at the bottom. They forgot that iPods can fucking do that. Oh my god. Yeah, it was on the iPod Touch, and I remember it was like, it barely worked. The battery would die constantly, but emulators rule.
Gibbs, what did your friend do that accidentally put you in the mood? Me and my roommate at the time
What the hell?
got along well with this one girl. One day, she came to our apartment for some video gaming. It was getting late. My roommate had already gone to sleep. I was playing the game, and she was watching next to me. All of a sudden, she laid her head on my shoulder. I developed a major crush from just that. Sucks to be her. She's my wife now.
Oh, okay. Okay, that, oh. Phew, I was like, what is this gonna go to?
Husband once said if he got
That's
catcalled, he
wholesome.
would take it as a compliment instead of being offended. To teach him a lesson, I got some woman from work to catcall him during his jog today, and then he came home so happy and confident that now I can never tell him the truth.
That's a self-own right there, holy.
I still remember one time a girl honked a horn at me and like not a day, what's up? And a smile at me from 17 years ago.
that's
Guys,
cute.
the history of marathons is kinda whack. A guy in ancient Greece died after running 26 miles, and what do we do to honor him? We run 26 miles and not die. People decided to just flex on him for the rest of eternity. If anyone pulls something like that on me, it's instant hand.
No, this is just the epitome of min-maxing for human beings. Yeah, it's min-maxing. Excuse me. Yeah.
There is a really good looking guy in my accounting class, and his Instagram was on private, so I sent a follow request during class, and he looked over at me, then declined the request. I'll come work
Base.
out. Did you invite yourself to my house? A first date of being sweaty isn't really my thing. You don't have to work out. You're inviting yourself to my house for me to watch you work out. You don't have
Oh no.
to watch. Wait, so you are inviting yourself to my home to use my gym equipment alone? Yes, ma'am.
Wait, that actually pivoted to. I thought that he was gonna say, "We're not gonna work out. You're just gonna sweat from me walking." It actually turned into something even better.
Alone. Yes, ma'am. This is my
Yeah.
Uber driver, Benny. He took me to the hospital and is keeping me company since most of my family lives out of the state. When you are afraid that your cat might make a speech, she's that your cat might make a speech. She's flying into a gamer rage. How do you report someone on chess.com?
Wait, that's actually so good. Oh my god, how do you report someone on chess.com? He's a cheater! Whee!
Men just have a special way with words. Please, baby, I'm sorry. My beautiful princess with a disorder. Talk
Chat, please don't start calling me this, man. Please don't
to
do
me.
this.
My dad is 56, pursuing a modeling career, and I've never seen him happier. He told me he's just waiting for a chance to blow up. So, Twitter, meet my dad, letting every
I mean, those are some nice model photos, I'm not gonna lie. This is the kind of stuff that puts on like Apple or something, you know, like, I'm buying an iPod. Yeah, like, buy the iPod from Apple today.
my
This
dad,
is nice.
letting everyone at the office know I'm a gym rat. Babe, please stop posting every deranged thought you have. 2 likes. Oh, this one's a banger. This spot is reserved to honor our dear friend, John. Rest in peace. Be kind to each other. Smile often. Live like John. How to troll society as a whole. Start industrial revolution.
Oh no.
There's plastic in my blood. Winning trophy.
There's plastic in our guts, chat.
For our first annual Beer Golf Scramble, each beer is -1 in your score. Our team finished -61 on the day, losing an F-35 because the pilot put it on autopilot before ejecting, and then not being able to track it because it's too good of a stealth fighter is probably the funniest possible fuck-up in modern military history. I call—
No way! Is that real, chat? No! F-35 lost by military. Marine Corps called 911 to report a missing F-35 jet in South Carolina after a mishap. That's actually so funny. They found it eventually. I know, but like, come on! It has stealth on autopilot. I wish I had stealth on autopilot. Like, if I see someone I don't like and I just stealth, it's just like,
in military history. I call to the UK, join the global, European standard for plugs. Makes sense. It's not an ideological issue, just common sense. Imagine dabbing him up, and then bringing it in for a hug. This is the best post of all time. Just person after person in the replies, learning for the first time who this guy is. And I cannot believe what they're reading about him.
well, it looks like a This looks like a normal person. He's got a little mustache. Looks smart. Looks very, very nice. Very dapper.
Reading about him.
Who is he? I don't know. Good question. Chat! That was so good! Oh my god. Clappies. Memes.
So again, I drop another
Rain is off
kill,
most
but
days.
luckily I
Shut up!
taken
I give
from
the
earlier, so
impression
it's
that I
not as dirty.
don't, but I do. Anyway, 3, 2,
We're
1,
always
boom.
gonna have a little.
Why is this so
there.
accurate? Boys, pretend this is a girls'
Apparently
comment
I
section.
missed
You're stunning.
a lot of the,
Oh, you. Soleil. I wish I looked like you. If
Except women don't actually mean it. I said it!
women paint their eyebrows, we can paint our beards. Are you ready to work on an oil rig for $1,000 a day? Hell nah. Crying in silence because my husband just found out the 3 kids I birthed are not biologically his.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry. Yeesh.
All 3? This has gotta be bait. This has gotta be bait, man! I'ma say it, sometimes women gotta be smacked around, including myself.
I'm going to ask this girl out today, on my birthday, so she can't say no. She said no. Men would rather do this than go to therapy. Do you want to LARP as ancient warriors? Yes. Don't let—
When I went to a camp, I went to a camp with my school. We like role played dragons and knights with little sticks and stuff. It was so good. I still remember it to this day. I guess men just kind of do it, like they never grow out of it.
Let anyone ruin your day. Be a man. Ruin it yourself. God is speaking
Never had
directly to
friends
me
to do
through the
stuff
slot
like that.
machines, and he is telling me to keep gambling. I'll be going into women's restrooms. What do you mean? Cheating on my husband made me a better mother. I feel inferior to my son's friends' parents because they're rich and married, and I'm poor.
Sometimes the jokes write themselves, chat.
And divorced. Which one of you deadbeats sent my mum Valentine's Day flowers? This has Kevin written all over it, Kevin. Shooters, shoot. Man sends wife a spreadsheet of all the times she denied him for the deed. Doing this with bro every time he won't hop on the game.
Wait, an Excel spreadsheet? Sex? No? Oh my god, I'm a bit tender from yesterday. Non-verbal. I'm watching a movie. Fell asleep 15 minutes later. I came back from the gym. I feel gross. I have to be up early. That's a lot of non-verbals as well.
Man rescued after being lost in IKEA for 12 days by a man. Eat fish, he day. Teach
He had
fish
to eat all
man
the
to a
meatballs.
lifetime. Doing the deed causes weight gain. TikTok health misinformation is so funny. Like, hell yeah, brother. Time to bulk up for the winter. Ladies, it's time to start thinking about if the guy you're dating has post-apocalyptic warlord potential.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I already do this, so. I played a lot of Fallout when I was a kid, and I would always think like this is like, can you handle killing a ghouled up dog? A radioactive dog? Would you be able to filter water for me? Yeah. I think this is a good assessment.
Leaving for a romantic getaway, as if we didn't just almost get divorced while packing the car. Interpret this in your own words. They're both pregnant. What's the wildest place you've ever done the deed and turn around? Girls have two sets of lips, ones to argue with and ones to apologize with.
Some people hear it for the first time.
You lapping down up there with those lips? You better be yapping down there with those lips.
Freaky Fly's doing that thing on my monitor. And you're just as freaky. You recorded them. Miss you. Was this meant for my DMs? Spider-Man seen pressure washing roof of Florida home during rainstorm.
It's tough.
Video game side quests are getting ridiculous. Eyes are watching. Ears are listening. Lips are closed. Hands are still. Feet are quiet. Anti-ADHD propaganda.
True. Actually true.
45 foot long, 102-inch wide, fiberglass Viking ship replica. Me and the boys, after pooling our money, I'm begging you, just have an open mind. You're
What? Why? Why are you sticking fingers in his mouth? Ew! Okay, I understand, like, the mommy kink. Like, okay, I get it, but, like, the sticking the hands in there? He's choking? Oh, it's from a TV series. Okay, alright, I was about to say, you guys are fucking freakazoids.
oh my good boy. What if Doctor Strange was named Dr. Freak, and he ate, that and sucked toes?
Finally, people who eat ass, get called freaks, as they should. Yeah.
Girls are always complaining of period and cramps. If only you know what we, boys, pass through during sperm production. Unhappily married to a Filipina or thrown a help group. Good morning, Tom. At Tom Cruise. Good morning, Bobby. Sometimes LinkedIn will just buzz you on your wrist and show you a guy. Me, looking at bro after we were playing Truth or Dare with the baddies and he dares me to leave. Mind your
That's not a real friend.
business. I'm in a drought. Hashtag drought talk. Remembering when I used to screen record music from my Spotify for my broke boyfriend.
That's actually kind of sweet. Like, in a really funny, broke way? Yeah. I feel like that's kind of sweet.
24 male healthy.
Oh, no.
About 10 seconds later, I just randomly nutted. What? I went here
What?
and they said you're the mayor, Virginville. Would you board a plane without your partner if they were late? Man reveals he took his own seat on a flight after his wife insisted on going to buy coffee. Man gets tired of sitting in traffic, hacks into electronic billboard to stream not safe for work anime. Behold, the sharpest tool in the shed. I need this as an action figure.
That's actually badass, low-key. Holy! That's sick!
My friend lied
It's
on
not
his
AI
CV
either,
that
it
he
is
mastered the
Photoshop.
piano at age 15 and now has been asked if he can play the piano for the board of directors on Friday. Man has been sitting in the car for the past hour, Googling the most painless way to break your fingers.
That's why I don't lie. I've actually thought about lying on my resume, but then I realized it's probably not a good idea if I ever get in a situation like that. I know that's extreme, but it could happen!
No, we are not dating, but she's still mine. Doesn't work like that. Girls, period cramps hurt so much. Average bull itch experience. Who the hell is Mr. Chuckles? Make sure Mr. Chuckles is in the right suit. I'm looking for a girlfriend.
What?
I am looking on
Mr.
Halo,
Chuckles,
but
Mr.
unlike most
Fuckles.
guys online, I'm actually hot. I'm 15 and you must be a furry. If you don't
But I'm actually hot. I'm 15. Those two words should not be in the same sentence, man.
know what it is, don't ask.
furry,
In
bro.
1908, the New York Times
wild.
reported a story about a dog in Paris that regularly pushed children into rivers, only to rescue them for treats you would receive at the end. This might be the most
Based.
insane clickbait I've ever seen. Horse keeps hugging pregnant woman. When doctor looks at ultrasound, he
Why am I dropping things? Just getting tired. No.
Don't show this to Rima, bro. Don't show this to Rima.
calls the police. Please stop shoving quarters in the Mothman statue's crack. God forbid we have fun anymore. Just realized how funny the name Slenderman is. They really didn't dedicate a lot of thought to him, did they? Sci-fi is when the game has a green palette. Fantasy is when it has a grey palette. I'm lost in a cave and I've been
True.
hiking for an hour and I'm lost, but the Wi-Fi is amazing. No way, the further down I go, the better the Wi-Fi gets. This is where the true humans live. Villain. I'm
That's
going to destroy the
terrifying.
world. Journalist.
I don't know why you'd go deeper. I'd go turn around. Is that terrifying? Having really good Wi-Fi in a cave?
But where are you going to live, villain? That's nuts. Man arrested after 42,000 pounds of pistachios are stolen. I have
Based.
officially switched to liquor.
Pistachios own.
Good luck, idiots. Make it a quote. Man dressed like a dog to avoid police during lockdown. I'm not 6 foot. Yeah, I know. It says 5'5" in your bio. Luckily, I can read. It says you're tall, and tall chicks don't really talk to short guys. Okay. Then I'll unmatch, I guess.
No! What are you doing, you dumb idiot? What are you doing?
How
He's
can
trying
you
his
fumble
chances
this
before
badly?
anybody
You
else.
are your own worst enemy. It used to be that a man could support a family, as well as a second secret family, on one income. My wife asked me to get groceries, and
That's
was
a
mad
good
when I
one.
came back with this. What did I do wrong? That sounds awesome.
Rocks.
By the way, if we ever date, I should probably tell you, my Viking dad, Papa, will require you to prove to him that you can take care of me, so you'll have to kill one of our farm animals.
That is so unbelievably based. You have to kill a chicken. You have to kill a chicken to prove that you can take care of my daughter. Dude! Oh my god! You have to chop it off or break a rabbit's neck. Yeah. No, don't kill a chicken. Yeah, but what if I want to eat it?
Police are in pursuit of a golf cart. Oh my god. Do all pets look like their owners? I mean, not really. In the late 1800s, early 1900s, it was tradition that on the 31st of December, the wife would kneel in front of her husband and apologize for everything she got wrong during the course of the year. This tradition needs
There's no way this is real. Tradition on 31st of December for wives to apologize. This can't be real. There's no credible historical evidence. You know what? Even if it's not real, chat, I think this should be a thing. I think this should be a thing. Just one day a year. Any other day, the man has to put up with it.
Survivor. Backwards mirror picture profile picture son. Or lip profile picture daughter. Men that ask for consent. Damn, the bar really is in hell. Safe distance from a nuclear bomb. Staying 9 feet away from the blast is safe. A drunken man who had been reported missing spent
It's
hours with a search party looking for himself. Report says. Interviewer. What are your strengths?
Me.
I fall in love easily. Okay. And your weaknesses? Those green eyes of yours. This is how you guys sit in the shower.
Ban 'em.
No, I cross my legs and cry. Jenna Ortega. She's the type of lady you go to war for. A girl can't even have a crush anymore. Notice of restraining order. It took me far
the
too
fact that
long
she's
to figure out
actually
what was wrong with that man's face. Visualizing in the mirror the man I want to become. Realizing you have freedom to make choices, but not freeform consequences of choices. Man
Yeah,
spread a
fuck around and find out.
What is this word? Man
Sorry.
Men
Vexing.
spreadologist?
spreadologist. Man spreader.
That's male dominance and? Are there people who unironically like freak out at man spreading?
I don't want my nuts to squeeze.
like, women don't have nuts. It's fine. Like, we cross our legs because we can do it. Yeah, if you squeeze your nuts, it hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I've gotten yelled at for it, bro. That's mean. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Like, I understand it. Like, maybe when you're a little kid, you don't get it because you don't understand how it works, but yeah.
This girl's cute and smells really good. How do I approach her? Just tell her she smells good. She'll like that. She said, the sentence, leave me the fuck alone. Never forget that in between 2015 and 21, Toby was in only one movie, and that was The Boss Baby. Top posts in r/drugs. Can we please be a little more careful about advising the mentally ill? Cured me. At what age did British men go from Nike Tech Twinks to this? Good morning to whoever has been enjoying my coffee creamer all week. Surprise, you've been drinking my breast milk.
Average Blizzard employee. It's a joke. That's not real. Haha.
And I don't know why they put that emoji. Can you send me Outside Today by Young Boy? They send me the explicit version. What's a thing all men do but never admit doing? Using telepathy to link a small portion of our minds together so we can reduce the pain of getting our nuts hit by dividing small portions of the pain to any man within a few meters. Hi, cool hair. Thank you. Sorry, I literally don't know how to talk to women. Best of luck with everything.
Most respectful chatter.
Bad syndrome. Instead of brain, there is a dark orb. Like this. Bradley Cooper didn't feel connected to his daughter at first.
It's a black
I
hole.
don't know if I really love the kid. Why would you say this publicly? Welcome.
What? Bradley Cooper didn't feel connected to daughter Leah at first. I don't know if I really love the kid. That must be horribly out of context, or he's an actual piece of shit. I feel like that's such a horrible thing to say. Even if you think that, you shouldn't say that out loud and then have it on record, I feel like. Disassociation as a parent is actually not uncommon. It's a psychological issue that happens. But you shouldn't say it in an interview that's there forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you think like that, everyone has schizo thoughts, right? That's fine. But it shouldn't, like, she's gonna grow up and be like, what the fuck? My dad didn't love me or some shit? That's the shit you tell your kid when they're 30. Yeah, maybe like, when you're like growing up.
Welcome to our notice there is no
That's
pee in it.
ridiculous.
Please keep it that way. Thank you. Wait, what does that guy's beanie say? No! Boy Math is putting $27,652 in a $2,750 car. Girl Math is putting $27,000 worth of makeup on a $27 face. He isn't my boyfriend, but I fell in love with his hugs, his laughs, his kindness, and the times when we laughed together. I guess I fell in love with our friendship. Hello. Hi. Moving your eyebrows upwards when you accidentally catch your little fuck. Yeah, I used to wear onesies and this happened, and I never wore a onesie again. This actually just gave me like PTSD. I got flashbacks.
Why is it a little Hulkster? Chat, what do you call your pee-pee? Hulkster? Who wears onesies? What is wrong with you freaks? Man, you're so mean. Onesies are nice, no? I've never had one, but they look comfortable. My 2-centimeter destroyer. Breeding stick. Mr. Banana. Sir Lancelot. I call it Doug. Galaxy King. Pepper. Vag Buster. Puppy Chulo. What? The Hag Lancer. The 3mm defeater. The stick of truth. The drill. One-eyed purple yogurt spit. Mods, can we ban every single person that fucking typed that? Like, you guys are done.
A few years back, my computer would blue screen constantly. So shout out to this time it somehow burnt this image of Kurt Cobain into the era. Oregon man arrested and accused of grabbing woman's feet and rubbing them on his face.
Average foot enjoyer. For real. Like, actually, his intrusive thoughts won that day. He's smiling a little bit. He's like, you know, that was worth it.
In 1973, Amar lifted his right hand in the air and has held it up for the last 50 years.
Why, though?
Easy prey for the tickle monster. Why are you so nervous? Just get in the car, bro. The car. Why would you be
Oh my god. Holy. Why would you be
nervous? They are. Which celebrity passport photo is clearing? Why does Beyonce look like she's in a true crime series? Because she's killed her husband. Let's split up, gang. Me and Daphne will search the bedroom. Mummy.
Daphne? It's Daphne, you fucking mullet.
The bedroom. Mummy, look, it's
You
a whale.
mullet.
Meaningless. That moment when you find out Dolph Lundgren is exponentially more qualified to be a scientist than Bill Nye is. Girls at weddings. Her dress.
I must say, Bill Nye's a good entertainer. He's not actually like a scientist, though, in my opinion. He's a good entertainer on the surface. Bill Nye's a dick too. Yeah. I've heard that he's a big fucking dickhead. Again, good entertainer on camera, but yeah, he's not actually a scientist.
Dress is the same color as mine. Boys at weddings, making hair look nice. Girls, boys, shampoo, conditioner, curling iron, hairspray, brush, tinfoil, dyes, oil, hair mask. Shampoo can be eaten. Florida man claims he only drank at stoplights and not while driving. That's a Saul Goodman kind of legal argument. I'm an alpha male. No, you're not. You're a douche that thinks talking over people makes you important. Do you even know what an alpha does? They feed and protect their pack. Where's your fanny pack full of cheesy crackers, Steve?
This is such a white woman, like, Tumblr joke. Low-key.
If you are out with your buds and don't have ibuprofen, Neosporin, and cheesy crackers with you, you are not the alpha.
I'm a Sigma.
In 1883, the body of a bear and Frank were found dead beside each other with the ground around them thrashed for 20 square feet. It's believed the man and the bear fought to the death. Man.
That is so hardcore! No way! Oh my god! Wait a minute! This is like Red Dead Redemption, man! And it's like in the same kind of era, too. 1883? A little bit earlier than that, but yeah! Wow! It was like a freaking ground around them starts to erupt. Yeah, it's amazing. That sky's the inspiration to every man saying they could fight a bear. Wow. Imagine you could be one of the birds watching that. That'd be so sick. At 53? Wait! You're right! 1850. Yes, he was 50 years old. Dude, they don't build dudes this way anymore, huh?
Man versus man. Man versus
That's
environment.
amazing.
Man versus society. The Rizzler himself. I need a relationship as strong as that couch.
Damn! That's a strong relationship.
I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. This isn't funny. This is not funny.
Yes, it is. You know it is.
This is not funny. You're not allowed to laugh, chat. Don't laugh. This is serious.
You guys want Instagram memes as a video? Didn't really understand this, so I got angry and took a bite out of it.
You get banned for Instagram memes, low-key.
When you hold the door for someone and they use the one next to it, am I a joke to you? Problematic makeup removing app. Make app causes mass triggering. To all you losers sending me pictures of myself from this sexist app. Screw you.
It's not sexist. What? There's men who put on makeup, like, for acting. Yeah. It makes them look, like, you know, more touched up. Yeah.
Ew. Drake helps fan settle her late father's debt and gives $30,000 to another fan who beat cancer. How is everybody in debt with front row seats? Literally.
That's actually a really good point. How does that happen? Front row seats cost like thousands and thousands of dollars. Yeah, for real though. I remember when I was like 18, I wanted to go to a concert, and yeah, I got the really bad seats because that's all I could afford. I got horrible seats. I could barely see anything, but I still went.
Why did he do this? Songs for when you're being punished by the gods for eternity. I'm not answering this DM. Tweaking Gohan. Eaten a door yesterday. Please don't.
Oh my god, bad dog. You bad dog. Oh my god. Look at how proud they are, man. Bro. smiling. Oh my lord, why would you do that?
Eaten a door yesterday. Please don't
Good
just assume that your friend who walks around town dressed fancy is living large. For many of us, it's all for sure. Being a pirate seems way cooler when you realize it's just a bunch of homies drunk driving these bad boys around the seven seas. It's a cold world. How are you going to text me on Snap but not answer my call me again? Like that? Lol. Why are you looking sad, bro? Fincess broke up with me. Sad. But there are plenty of people on the land. Bro, what the hell? Started working out because Valentine's Day is coming. Greek.
Okay, man. Okay. That was a cottontail joke for sure. That's a cottontail joke right there.
Names versus Spanish names. Breaking news. Man with Alzheimer's.
Wait. Fuck. I'm sorry. I sometimes I actually want to see the memes. Go back.
Valentine's Day is coming. Greek
names: Alexandros, Theodoros, Stavros, Leonidas. Spanish name: Pepe, Pepe, Pepo, People. What? Why are Spanish people named Pepe? Excuse me? Pepe, Pippa, People, Pepe? Pepe the
What happened to my...
Yo, Spain,
Oh,
you got some
they're right in front of my
explaining
face.
to do.
I'm
Why
an
can't you
idiot.
be more like the Greeks?
names versus Spanish names. Breaking news. Man with Alzheimer's forgets about gravity. Levitates around the town. Philippine man dies after being forced to do 300 squats for breaking the virus code.
Oh my god. Wait, you can actually die from that if you do it on a row? Probably.
Few. Iowa man who stole election signs
that's
goes on to steal
powerful.
newspapers that reported it. Man looking for shark teeth in a Florida river. Whoa. How are you, man? Who are you? I'm Sex Man. My girlfriend said...
That's chat right there. I am Sex Man. Sex Man. Yeah. The drip.
Sex Man. My girlfriend said this isn't an acceptable meal for an adult man. Am I wrong for disagreeing with her? This is all a man really
What do you mean you got carbs and protein? There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's all you need.
needs. Ready, I'm just walking up to the door. Where you at? Laid up with my other guy laughing at you? Bro, I gave you a random address. Now go home. Sheldon Johnson, ex-convict, who appeared on Joe Rogan advocating for rehabilitative justice, has been arrested after police found a torso in his...
This is actually real, by the way. Yeah, he was an ex-convict who was good for like 15 years, and he was an advocate for rehabilitative justice in prison, and he was like a good noodle and everything, and then they found out after the Joe Rogan experience, he just schizoed out. Reminds me of the Judge Judy security officer that killed his wife. Yeah, that was so sad to hear too. Yeah, just straight up. It was only a small relapse. Bro, it's scary to think about, but like, man, that's scary.
Apartment in honor of his 30th birthday. What is your favorite Justin Bieber song? Baby. Thinking about this little drawing at the end of a letter my dad wrote me after I moved 4 hours away. I think it means that they both...
Thinking about this little drawing at the end of the letter my dad wrote me after I moved 4 hours away.
Where'd the pen go?
Oh, wait, that's actually so cute. That took me a second. Oh, you both look at the same moon. Oh, that's so cute. Anecdotal story. I didn't know about time zones. My dad went on a business trip somewhere. I forget where. I think it was Hong Kong. And I didn't know how time zones worked, and it was the next day, and I remember being on the phone. It's like a core memory of mine. I picked up the phone, and my dad was like, "Oh, sweetie, it's like the morning." And I'm like, "What? It's not the morning, it's the afternoon." And he's like, "Yeah, because it's like yesterday." And I'm like, "What? You're a time traveler?" I was like 3. And my mom like had to take the phone away from me. She was like, "What the fuck?" Oh, it's so cute. I don't know. It's like a core memory of mine. I like to tell it sometimes.
See the moon. Flight out of
Yeah, I
Chicago
didn't understand
cancelled,
how time
so I've been
zones
put up in the O'Hare Comfort Inn. Lady at reception said I'm in the boardroom suite. I thought to myself, weird name. Then I walked into this. They're actually real. I'm crying, bro. He Thanos dusted his wedding picture. It's finally over. My final video about my divorce. Now, which one of you out here right?
How many many times has he gotten divorced though, low-key? Boogie's such a freaking lolcow.
Riding on a teaspoon of gas. Broke a molecule of gas. Conducted an experiment. Love versus hate.
Dude.
Hate won. This is my beautiful, a magical beef broth. I love her so much. 200 likes. My useless, homunculus, turkey jails Portuguese man for looking gay? It should be a... homunculus, turkey jail...
The West will say they have it worse than every other place in the world, but they literally put him for jail for looking gay. Bro! Sometimes I think the West is like, seriously, like, we do not have a real grip on reality, man. Yeah. What the frick, man? We don't have it that bad, do we, huh?
Was Portuguese man for looking gay? It should be illegal to drive this drunk. Hey, let me tell you, it is. The government just installed internet in my village in Macedonia. I'm living just like rich Westerner now. My girl sprays this into my enclosure when I tweet good. They both look like mice enjoying their last hours as humans before the spell wears off. This man...
That is so specific, what the hell?
Man is doing something we all need to learn how to. Can you guess what it is?
Oh, I know. You're pretending to do something, you're pretending to do something that's, like, really normal, and they won't let you near the scene, so you just do something, like, pretending. I've done that before, too. Yeah, it's a little nosy little frick. That's the perp. No, it's a neighbor. They just want to know.
Minding your own business? Sydney man pulls knife out of stomach and fatally stabs...
He's minding his own business. No, chat, you do that because you want to know. You want to know what's going on.
Attacker, Florida man. Finally, a worthy opponent. These came in so clutch whenever you had to carry a lot of stuff, like books, or notebooks, or textbooks.
Oh, they
like,
break your back, though.
Instead of 3. Didn't want to straight up copy Adidas. Originality is important to me. Plague hits China with 2 confirmed cases of the Black Death. I can't believe he didn't cry while watching the Titanic. Men are heartless. Also, men, it's from Ice Age. Saying the most qualified person
had the Black Death in California back whenever the
universities insist the
first year of Biden, if I remember correctly.
At the gun store, when I ask for a shotgun and only 1 shell goes. Don't drive, you can stay the night. OMG, thank you, boys. Wish me luck on the voyage home. Godspeed, brother. National Throw Short People Day. On October 21st, you can throw anyone under 5'4" with no permission needed. That one homie. I just went for a nap. Imagine having a chick this attached.
Oh my god. And she has profile pictures. Well, oh my god! She has different profile pictures. She's insane.
Do you guys like this? Rat gang, rat smasher. Hey, how am I supposed to sleep when this is outside my window? The sky is turning yellow because of SpongeBob. Beast image I found online. Ma'am, I'm going to place you on a brief hold. Can someone good at the economy please help me? You wake up as Taylor Swift. What's the first thing you do? Kill like 3 people? Wow, is this...
But you can do that without being Taylor Swift. What's the point?
Is your room? It's so cool. Yeah, just make sure to close the bathroom window after midnight. It's already 12:14. Why shouldn't I? The world's most expensive cow was sold in Brazil for around 4.8 million. Nothing will convince me that this isn't 4 people in a costume.
That's not a real cow, is it? It looks like a dog. You know the front of the face? It looks like a dog in a costume. Yeah, I can see that. It looks fake. It looks like someone put a tarp over like a bunch of people. Yeah, he's right.
Nothing will convince me that this isn't 4 people in a costume.
Almost
This dad purchased a truck and renovated it into an ice cream. Why? To hire his 2 kids, 18 and 21, with Down syndrome and give them inspiring purpose in their community. In my 40s, I'm suddenly haunted by the number...
Oh my god. We talked about this article too! We talked about this! Oh my god!
Of men I've slept with. I've been with an ideal partner for years, but my sexual history is now bothering me. Why? You get 250 150 million, but you can't use the weather app for 10 minutes. You doing it? Men will turn 4 years old and base their personalities off one of the following. Oh, it's the astronaut dude. Please choose your dress wisely because I'm so confused right now. Anyone in Philly trying to scrap? Hands only. DM me if you're down. I'll bust any of you up. Well, this guy's not gonna.
Dude, this guy's a mega mind, bro. There's no way his head's that big. It's gotta be photoshopped at the top.
Worry about brain damage. We just moved into this house and found the previous owners had painted around all of their furniture. Type.
I would unironically drag them back and then make them paint it. Yeah, I actually would. I would find out where they live and then drag them back and make them paint it. Yep. Yeah, I don't care if you want to get mad. Yeah, I'll do it.
Type so slow. They downgraded my keyboard to Stone Age. This is bullshit. Japanese cosplay queen shocks fans by revealing that she is actually a man. Women light up the world. That's why it's called broad daylight. If you are.
My brain is so rotted. I thought it said Dead by Daylight.
Are a fellow man who wears tactical gear, military attire, or bike gear, race gear, etc. for any reasons, and you have pictures of yourself, please, my DMs are open. I have a huge thing for all of those and would love to see people in any of those. What is the worst event in human history? You'll see. When a girl finds out you're actually a nice guy, that's not crazy and has a decent job.
Yep. Some women are like that. And then they grow up to be like 35 and they're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Moisture meter. My boy, wow. What in the? Let's dig in. Looking spoon is that? Best not to tell this guy any secrets. The oven is like, bruh. Me, going non-verbal at the function. Observe. Phew. Here goes nothing. Hi. I'm on the Facebook Marketplace, and there's a guy selling the Book of Mormon, and this is the picture he chose. He lost all of his aura. It's actually so evil. Have you seen a more perfectly blended fish? What fish? That's a nice ocean view. When you are drawing with a ruler and accidentally stumble on a finger, I used to use my finger as a ruler.
Wait, why is Papua New Guinea like that? Why is there a little
Guess who dropped their phone while trying to run away from me? Nice Twitter profile, but too much anime for my taste. See ya later, Mr. Arctwick. Anime. Say it backwards. Eminem. Biblically accurate. Representation of my brain. How guys with attachment issues look at you after you mention another person. How I feel when I sneeze and my homie says, bless you. This dude really wakes up every day and puts on a full set of armor to do absolutely nothing. I have a quest for you. I think I have feelings for you. Please don't do this right now. Fuck, I'm sorry. It's okay. I love you. Doing some research. Big things in the works. Where are the huge beasts? Average beast size.
I thought that said something else.
How many beasts are there? Where to slay huge beasts? Huge legendary beasts in my area. Navy Sailor, 29. And her boyfriend, 25. Baited thieves by leaving bicycles in their front yard, only to beat them with aluminum baseball bats and post videos of the assault on...
I'm not saying that's good, but I understand it. I'm not saying this is a good idea, and I don't think violence is cool, but I get it.
Not to mention, I think there's several laws that are against that.
YouTube. In high school, I went to a sleepover, and the girl I liked climbed into bed with me, and she started tickling me, and I was like, well, okay, time for bed. And I think about that twice every 5 minutes. Why didn't I feel the need to go through things alone? I told this girl I was dating I was stressed out from bills and helping my family out financially. She said, let me take you out to get your mind off things. Went to a nice restaurant for dinner, and when the bill came, she passed it to me. Going on a plane to meet beautiful girlfriend, Trisha, finally after 3 whole days of dating. I cannot wait. It is many hours away, but I'm in love. How are you all doing today? Okay, bad news. I have discovered that the person is a catfish, and okay, they were trying to meet up with a 13-year-old.
I hope this is a joke. I hope this is a joke. Surely, right? It's a joke? Okay, I'll let this say. Durgesh and Sanjay, good joke. Little meme.
Durgish has done it again. He has catfished me for the second time this month. I am losing my patience. Training for fight with Durgish today. Haha.
Okay, that's pretty good.
How are you all doing? And he got beaten the fuck up. Thanks. This is probably a joke though. He's not actually a predator. But hey girl, I just wanted to let you know that your boyfriend has tried to message me multiple times. Earlier, he replied to my story with some emojis. I promise you're so beautiful and you deserve the world. I'm sorry. Girl, worry about your kid. You're a whole single mum. And your boyfriend finna be a stepdaddy. Good night. Love. What the fuck? So they're both as weird as each other. Man's wife saves all of her Amazon purchases boxes for the past 2 years to place on her porch for her husband to come home and see on April 1st. The IRS only has 93,000 employees. If we band together, we can beat them up. Or handle the first 3. Don't touch my mama. Better tell my dukes to take the day off. Otherwise, I'ma fold her clothes with her still in them. Thank you, Austin, for putting down 15k. And congrats on your 2006 Pontiac Grand Prix with 157,000 miles on it. How long till 4/20/69? Okay, that's when I'm gonna die. Why is this
There's gonna be so many people that die that day. That's actually kind of fucked up now that I think about it. Some people are actually gonna do it. They're gonna be like, haha, for the meme! And then, yikers. Yeah.
the funniest thing I've ever read? I sat next to Cillian Murphy and pretended not to know him. He was happy to sit next to someone who did not know him. So we had a long chat about climate change, politics, and the essence of keeping the rural girl child in school. Cillian Murphy seeing this post. Go to an empty bar. Drink alone. Hit your life. Be miserable. Be a man. I couldn't go to the state fair because I had band practice, so my 11-year-old daughter and my girlfriend went without me. I gave my daughter $50 and told her she better win me a prize. I was just kidding though. When I got home, there was a stuffed animal. It was a green frog on my pillow, and my heart melted. It was so sweet, and the whole time I was at practice, I felt bad for not going. It was the sweetest thing, and now this grown man sleeps with his green frog every night. My friend died a few years ago. I got a surprise call from his number today. It turned out to be his little son. He asked me for a bike. I asked him if he knew me. He replied, "No, but I found a photo of my father with some man on the back, and I saw this number and the text. If you need anything and I won't be around, ask him. He's me, just in another place." In 2019, Fred Peppermint, a 53-year-old father, swam out to rescue his daughters when Grace, 16, Olivia, 20, and Catherine, 24, caught in a riptide on a Florida beach. When his daughters were saved, he felt unconscious. He died on his way to the hospital. His last words to them were, "I got you."
That is so sad. What a Giga Chad dad, bro. Oh my god, riptides are no joke. Why did he have to end it on such a sad note? We were giggling and laughing. Man, I hate Vasco. What a freaking piece of shita. Unbelievable. This was so funny, and then at the end, you're gonna tear my heart out. There's another story like that. I remember in New Zealand, it was a really sad story. I think it was a famous rugby player. He saved his little nephew from a riptide, but it sucked him in and he drowned and died. Yeah, he saved his little nephew. He went in knowing that he's probably gonna die. And very, very sad, very common. Chat, riptides are no joke. Don't go on riptides if you can help it.
There we go. Another
memes for guys. Guys will live like this and see no issue. I don't either, especially the Diet Coke on the ground. Or is that Coke Zero? No, it's Coke Zero, I think. That's perfect, man. I don't know. They got everything. It's luxurious.
I'm going to prank my girlfriend. Poor guy. I told this girl I was 6'1", and I'm supposed to meet her tomorrow. I'm 5'6". Tell her you identify as 6'1". Name a character.
I can't believe I already had to pause that. That is so fucking funny.
Character who's gone through more pain than him. She is very clean, I bet. How long are showers? Between 5 and 15 minutes. Men are coming to an end. Men, April 2nd to May 31st. There is no way an ancient civilization could have built pyramids. This guy with a...
To be fair, I think they found out that he faked this. Yeah, they faked... Yeah, I remember they said that this was faked and they used like, what is it called? An excavator? Yeah, like, sure, he dug out some of it with his hands, yeah, but he used an excavator, which is cheating.
My girlfriend called me immature, so I banned her from my cardboard box fort.
Yeah,
Even the bravest men are scared of this symbol. I bet camping was invented by two dudes who wanted to have a sleepover, but were afraid their wives would make fun of them. I'm going to ask this girl out today, on my birthday, so she can't say no. She said no. The sun is communicating with me. Die. Men stopping everything they are doing to watch a helicopter that's flying by.
I do that with birds. If I see a really, really big bird when I'm walking the dog, yeah, I'll do that as well. Airplane, I'm like, damn, that thing's going fast.
On the right can probably get his girlfriend back. On the left, it's over. She was too calm doing this. Went from being engaged to, it's complicated. It's not complicated. You got caught sleeping with numerous men.
Ooh. Ow.
These are facts. What women see versus what men see. Still the greatest sign.
To be fair, when I saw those when I was a kid, I would be so happy. I don't think it's an exclusively man thing. When my mom would go on like shopping trips for like an hour.
This year, thousands of men will die from stubbornness. No, we won't. We spared Doug a sitting pit to watch the dogs. It's so important to stress how much bears are just guys. Why my hand is in my pocket. There is something in there. My hands are cold. I need to adjust. All men do is lie and lose on war.
Wait, adjust what? Adjust what? The keys in your pocket? Pee-pee balls? Wait, you guys do that? I mean, I guess girls kind of do it too, but not as much, obviously. We don't have balls.
Warzone. Why do you bring up Warzone though? Women. Guys never clean up. Guys' browser history. Fun fact, a majority of archaeologists are women due to their natural ability to dig up the past.
Okay, that was a good one. Not bad.
Men really do be pointing sometimes. If she says, I'm with my friend, she's with a girl. But if she says, I'm with a friend, she's with a guy. Stay woke. Take a broken guy, fix him, and he will love you forever. Take a broken girl, fix her, she will go back to the same guy again. When you're single, but all of your friends are in a relationship. I don't date broke guys. Girl. Relationship. I don't date.
Can I just say, why would you say I don't take broke guys, but then you buy pants that don't fit you? I feel like one of the biggest things, like fat aside, I'm just saying, if something doesn't fit you, that's worse than wearing something that looks ugly. Because at least it fits you. I think form, like, is way worse.
Date broke guys. Girls, after rejecting 86 guys. Nobody loves me.
That's what I've been saying, and I've been called a fucking pick-me.
Plumber, I finally unclogged your toilet. Card declined.
I pick chat.
When you have a date with a mermaid. Girls in the supermarket, when they see me drifting around the corner with my shopping cart, making gear shift noises. How a real man shows. When you are peeing in the dark and use the sound of pee splashing to aim. Ladies, fall is upon us, and we men wear these to be comfortable, not to be stared at. Remember, it's for...
Well, maybe you're just asking to be stared at. That's right, Chad.
Bra hearts. Booty pigs improve a man's heart health, decrease symptoms of depression, and are proven good for the soul. Misogyny is kinda gay, if you think about it. Why are you treating a boy better than a girl? balls don't actually hurt. It's a man-made conspiracy. Behind closed doors, amongst men, we slap them around with ping-pong paddles and laugh at the ignorant. I'll soon be murdered for posting this. Someone had to. Why men don't shave. This is known as the dreaded kid grip that every parent is familiar with. My wife does planks around the house, and I come home to this absolute unit of a son. Only men will understand this.
Kids,
Normal
man.
day versus Home Alone. How
What, some guys are like left-handed? Oh! Wait a minute!
Saturday Night Nickelodeon Snick. Nick, 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 Nickelodeon. Things are a dick. Better helping them into new tabs. All right.
Just a few hours earlier, he'd been blindsided by the fact that his son had gone ahead with a wedding in secret, fearing that his father's background as a laborer might embarrass him in front of the bride's relatives. The man let out a sigh, realizing it was
Great. Yeah, that's fine.
time to disclose his real status, so he immediately called his 3 goddaughters and instructed them to prepare the grandest betrothal gift to be sent to the hotel. Once everything was in place, he walked into the banquet hall in high spirits. But as soon as he entered, the bride's mother assumed he was an uninvited guest looking to score a free meal. She summoned the hotel manager to have him thrown out. The man was livid. He announced that he was the groom's father and had every right to be at the wedding. He tried to greet the bride's mother, but she scoffed at him and ordered the security staff to escort him out. His son rushed over and quietly pleaded with his father to just leave and not cause trouble. At that moment, the hotel manager arrived and greeted the man with deep respect. Everyone was left in disbelief. The bride's mother asked why the manager would show such deference to a laborer, but the manager coldly warned her that if she insulted the man again, she would be asked to leave immediately. The bride's mother was left speechless and angry, but had no choice but to let the wedding proceed. Trying to further embarrass the groom's family, she proudly declared that she had prepared a dowry worth $1 million and challenged the groom's family to present theirs. The groom began to panic, realizing he had nothing prepared. Seeing this, the man took the microphone to defend his son's dignity. He calmly explained that, according to their family's traditions, the bride's dowry was barely acceptable. His words instantly drew condemnation from the guests. The bride's best friend said that backward customs like that had no place in a modern hotel. The bride herself said she never expected the groom's family to have such outdated practices. Hearing this, the groom was horrified and quickly apologized in front of everyone, begging his father to stop speaking. The bride's mother was enraged, but the man remained unfazed and said the groom's betrothal gift was on its way. The bride's mother didn't believe him at all and ridiculed them, saying the entire wedding probably cost more than their family had in savings. The bride's best friend spoke up, saying her sister was the richest woman in the world and could guarantee the bride's future. Everyone agreed, assuming the bride's life would be secure with her new family. The groom, trembling, admitted he was marrying someone far above his social class, but the man corrected him saying it was actually the bride who was marrying into a higher status. The bride snapped back in anger, saying that everything at the wedding had been provided by her family. Just a few hours earlier, he'd been blindsided by the fact that his son had gone ahead with a wedding.
When the girl was dancing, her younger sister deliberately ripped apart her pearl necklace and spilled the pearls onto the stage. She hoped the girl would fall on stage so she could win the dance championship, but she didn't know her vile actions had been captured on camera, and the girl used her superb dance skills to dodge the pearls on the ground and completed her performance elegantly. The judges all gave the girl the highest scores, and the audience stood up to applaud her. The sister left the backstage angrily. When the assistant presented flowers to the girl, she told her she had captured evidence, so the girl asked the assistant to immediately develop the photos. When the parents saw their daughter win the championship, they weren't happy. Instead, they asked why her legs had been cured. It turned out that the girl had been kidnapped a few months earlier, and the kidnappers had cruelly broken both her legs. When the girl's parents arrived at the scene, she was already severely injured, but they didn't know the girl was still conscious, which allowed her to hear a cruel truth. The kidnapper had been arranged by her own father, just because her dance talent was higher than the adopted daughter's. The father feared the adopted daughter would be sad if she didn't win the championship, so he came up with this method to prevent his biological daughter from participating in the dance competition. After arriving at the hospital, the father told her he would definitely find the best doctor to treat her legs. The girl thought the father was suddenly being kind because he felt guilty, but she didn't expect the father to deliberately communicate with the doctor in German, requesting the doctor to abandon treating the daughter's legs on the day of the surgery, promising to give him $5 million as a reward after the deed was done. He didn't know the daughter could understand German. The girl couldn't understand why her parents loved the adopted daughter more, even though she was their biological child. After the parents left, she called her former adopted father, who quickly came to the hospital. Seeing the girl disabled in both legs, the adoptive father knew the dance competition was important to her, and immediately said he would ensure the doctor cured her legs. Soon it was the day of the competition. The girl came to participate in a wheelchair. The father immediately called the doctor to ask if his daughter could never stand again. After getting the doctor's affirmative reply, he lowered his guard against his daughter. After seeing his daughter get first place, the father actually accused her of bribing the judges to win. The girl just found it ridiculous. She kicked the pearls on the stage onto the adopted daughter, asking why she had spilled pearls on the stage during her performance. When the girl was dancing, her younger sister deliberately ripped apart her pearl necklace and spilled the pearls onto.
What's the biggest secret you successfully hid from your parents as a kid? I was 15 when I started pretending to be a lesbian to avoid my parents' constant pressure about dating boys, and I kept up the act for 3 years until they threw me a coming out party. My parents were obsessed with my love life. Every family dinner was an interrogation about boys. Any cute boys in your classes? Why don't you ask someone to the dance? Your cousin already has a boyfriend. I was just a late bloomer, awkward and focused on books and art, but they treated my lack of dating experience like a medical emergency. My mom would literally point out nice boys at the grocery store. Then came the school dance incident. They'd been pressuring me for weeks to find a date, and when I showed up alone, my mom pulled me aside with this look of genuine concern. Sweetie, is there something you want to tell us? It's okay if you're different. If you like girls instead. A light bulb went off. If they thought I was a lesbian, they'd stop the constant boy pressure. I think I might be, I said quietly, testing the waters. The relief on her face was immediate. We love you no matter what. Thank you for trusting us. Suddenly, all the pressure disappeared. No more questions about boyfriends, no more awkward conversations about dating boys. They were so proud of themselves for being supportive that they stopped bothering me entirely. I leaned into it, started mentioning fictional crushes on female celebrities, complained about how hard it was to find someone in our small town. My parents ate it up, constantly reassuring me that I'd find the right girl someday. The act became elaborate. I joined the GSA club at school, started wearing more flannel and cutting my hair shorter, even brought home rainbow stickers. My parents were practically glowing with progressive pride. My friends thought it was hilarious. Girl, you're living the dream, my best friend Jenna said. No parent pressure about boys, and you can check out guys without anyone getting suspicious. She wasn't wrong. I had complete freedom to figure out my actual feelings without constant interference. Ironically, pretending to be a lesbian gave me the space to discover I was very much straight. The problem started junior year, when I actually developed a crush on Tyler Chen. He was funny, smart, and completely out of my league. But for the first time, I genuinely wanted to ask someone out. I couldn't. My parents thought I was lesbian, my friends knew the truth but found it funny, and Tyler probably thought I wasn't interested in boys at all. Senior year got complicated when my parents started getting involved in LGBTQ+ advocacy. They joined PFLAG, attended pride events, and constantly talked about their brave daughter to anyone who would listen. I watched them become genuinely passionate about equality and acceptance, all because of my stupid lie. They were better people because they thought they had a lesbian daughter, and I was living a complete fraud. The breaking point came when they surprised me with a coming out party for my 18th birthday. They'd invited extended family, made a rainbow cake, and prepared speeches about love and acceptance. I stood in our living room, surrounded by relatives congratulating me on my courage, watching my parents beam with pride, and realized I'd created a monster I couldn't control. That night, I sat them down and confessed everything. The fake crushes, the GSA strategy, the 3 years of elaborate deception. I explained about the dating pressure, about needing space to figure things out naturally. They were devastated. Not because I wasn't lesbian, but because I'd felt the need to lie for so long. We made you feel like you couldn't just be yourself, Mom said, her voice breaking. We pushed so hard that you created a whole fake identity. The aftermath was awkward but healing. They had to explain to relatives, return pride flags, and confront their own behavior that had driven me to such an elaborate deception. I'm 26 now, married to an amazing man. At my wedding, Mom's speech included a line that made everyone laugh. We're proud of our daughter for finally finding the courage to be straight. What's the biggest secret you successfully hid from your parents as a kid? I was 15 when I started
Okay, that line was actually good.
My parents' constant pressure
His arrival. A scammer just stole this indie studio's entire.
My ex cheated while I was pregnant.
A scammer just stole this indie studio's entire.
Come on.
His arrival has triggered my track card.
Come on.
What's the biggest secret you successfully hid from your parents?
A scammer just stole this indie studio's entire game, and they walked away with thousands of dollars. You see, Voltic Play is a small studio run by a husband and wife who made the game Diapers Please, a simple matching game where you work at a maternity ward pairing up newborn babies with whoever you think the parents are. It was a week-long project that they made for a game jam and then released it for free on the platform itch.io. But then just 3 days later, a clone of Diapers Please appeared on the App Store called My Baby or Not that used the same screenshots, gameplay, and even the same description, except that now it was a paid game being sold by Marwayne Benisif, someone completely unrelated to Voltic Play. And unfortunately, stealing games is becoming a lot more common in the industry, but the worst part about it is that Voltic Play found out about the stolen game because it ended up going viral on the Apple App Store. You see, a TikTok user named Moonlight Sky made a post hyping up the latest mobile releases that got over 3.9 million views, where they unknowingly mentioned the stolen game My Baby or Not, which ended up driving it to the top of the charts on the App Store, earning this Marwayne Benisif person over $60,000. Meanwhile, Voltic Play got absolutely nothing. A scammer just stole this indie studio's entire. Damn. His arrival has triggered my track card. Dark Renewal allows me to bring a spellcaster back from now. I can bring back a monster that you destroyed earlier. Prepare to release me and my friends from your twisted game. This magic card allows me to summon a dark magical creature. I'll sacrifice this card. Valkyrian, be gone! The Magician of Black Chaos! This monster completes my trio of magical beasts. When added together, I have over 7.
You know, actually using his Valkyrian and Magnet Warrior as material for that summoning was brilliant. And the reason why I say that is because of Valkyrian's effect. It can only be summoned from the deck. Not from anywhere else, but only from the deck. Up using the other 3. So once it's in your hand, it's completely useless. Used to be a fusion type.
He never had them all on the field at once. This is for my friends. Combined forces like his life points directly. The combined strength of my magicians will render you.
You just triggered my chaos barrier field. My points are still safe.
His arrival has triggered my track card. Dark Renewal allows me to bring a spellcaster back from now. I can bring back a monster that you destroyed earlier. A scammer just stole.
My ex cheated while I was pregnant and dying, so I tricked his new wife into naming their daughter after me. Paul wasn't just a bad boyfriend. He was the type who'd watch you drown and complain about the splashing. When I got pregnant after 4 years together, he proposed immediately. For about 2 weeks, we were that glowing couple you see in diaper commercials. Then morning sickness hit, except it wasn't morning sickness. It was hyperemesis, the kind where you puke so hard you burst blood vessels in your eyes. Paul's response? Your body is literally designed for this. Stop being dramatic. By month 5, I couldn't walk without my blood pressure doing backflips. I developed gestational diabetes, constant back pain that made me sob in the shower, and swelling that turned my feet into water balloons. Paul began staying late at work, rolling his eyes when I asked for help, telling his buddies I'd lost that pregnancy glow. He actually said that to my face while I was throwing up. Then the Valentine's Day drama started when we found out my due date was February 14th. Paul's mom insisted if the baby came that day, we should name him Valentino. I hated everything about it, the tacky name, the holiday birthday. So Paul pretended to agree we'd pick Daniel instead. I should have known he was lying when he smiled too wide. Well, February 14th came. 16 hours of labor, then emergency C-section. They found a tumor the size of a grapefruit crushing my spine from inside. That explained the ungodly back pain. While surgeons fought to save my uterus, Paul sat in the hallway filling out paperwork. My brother found him looking remarkably calm for a guy whose fiance was potentially dying. Just want to get this done so she can rest, Paul said. Here's the thing about paperwork. It needs both both parents' signatures, but I was unconscious, tubes down my throat. Didn't matter to Paul though. He forged my name and had his parents witness it. By the time I woke up missing my uterus, forever unable to have another child, my son was legally named Valentino. I dumped him before the morphine even wore off and got Val's name legally changed to Daniel within a month. It turned out forging signatures works both ways when you have a good lawyer. I offered split custody because despite everything, he was Val's father after all. Paul's response? Ghosted us completely. Anyway, 6 years crawled by and I turned into this awesome single mom who could change a tire and braid hair while helping with math homework. My little sister had been working at a local salon for about 8 months when fate delivered the perfect opportunity right to our doorstep. She called me, voice shaking with excitement. Emma, you're not going to believe who just booked an appointment. Jane, Paul's new wife. My sister and I had done our Facebook stalking. We knew Jane was pregnant, clueless about Paul's past, didn't know about me, about Val, and about the child support Paul dodged like it was radioactive. Our mutual friend confirmed Jane had no idea she was the other woman in my story. I can't do this, my sister said. I'll switch her to someone else. No, I said with a plan already forming. Take the appointment. I'm coming in. I honestly just wanted to see what she was like. I'd been cutting hair before Daniel was born and still had my license. My sister's boss knew me and even let me hang around sometimes. So that day I positioned myself at the station next to my sister's, close enough to hear everything while working on my own client. Jane was actually sweet, which almost made me feel bad. She gushed about the pregnancy to my sister, mentioned her husband kept calling her dramatic about morning sickness, shocker, and then dropped the golden opportunity right in our laps. They were due in 10 weeks and still fighting about names. I want something elegant, Jane said while making a face. Not like those made-up names like Thalen or Maverick or whatever. He keeps suggesting awful ones. I caught my sister's eye in the mirror. She knew exactly what I was thinking. You know, I said, turning slightly toward Jane while still working on my client's highlights. I couldn't help but overhear. Have you considered Emma? It's classic, beautiful, and never goes out of style. And Jane's whole face lit up. Emma. Oh, I love that. Emma. She kept repeating it, tasting it. My sister jumped right in too. Oh, that's gorgeous. And it works with so many middle names. My husband might not like it, Jane said, but she was already sold. I could see it in her eyes. Well, I said, keeping my voice light, sometimes moms just know what's right for their babies. Trust your instincts. 3 months later, Facebook confirmed my victory. Baby Emma had arrived, and Jane had held firm on the name despite Paul's objections. Now that lying, cheating waste of oxygen has to say my name every single day. Emma, Daddy loves you. Emma, time for school. Every birthday song, every Christmas morning, every time someone asks about his daughter's name, he has to remember the woman whose life he destroyed while I was literally dying. Paul forged my name once. Now he'll speak it for the rest of his life. My ex cheated while I was pregnant and dying, so I tricked his new wife into naming their daughter after me.
That's actually brilliantly.
What the hell is this?
You in charge here?
Yes, I am. You want to tell me what's going on?
Scoville, get these doors closed. Special Agent Nick Reardon. I need to borrow your firehouse. 3 days ago, violent fugitive named Martin Becerra. We believe Becerra's headed to Chicago, seek help from his brother, who lives across the street. So we're parking it right here at 51 until Becerra shows up.
Disturbance at the back of the firehouse. All hands on deck.
Freeze! Whoa, no! It's Tay! It's Tay! It's the kid from before! What happened? He's just a kid from the hood. You know him.
Target has arrived. Hurry up, we're losing him.
What now? He's here, Becerra.
And we're too late. He's at the door.
Unbelievable.
Sounds like the kid was just angry because of how you ran him off.
So he smashes a window?
Point is, he wasn't sent here to create a distraction.
The cautious play is to wait him out.
There is another way. People trust firefighters. They lower the guard when they see us coming.
Coming in. Whoa! Stop right there. Come on, man. Stay back.
Hands in the air!
What the hell is this?
You in charge here?
Yes, I am. You want to tell me what's going on?
Scoville, get these doors closed. Special Agent Nick Reardon. I need to borrow your firehouse. 3 days ago, violent fugitive named Martin Becerra. We believe Becerra's headed to Chicago, seek help from his brother, who lives across the street. So we're parking it right here at 51 until Becerra shows up.
Disturbance at the back of the firehouse. All hands on deck.
Freeze!
What did your parents say to you as a kid that still affects you today? My mom died giving birth to me, except she didn't. I lived my entire childhood believing I unalived my mother. Dad told me she died in childbirth, that it was complications, that these things just happen. I carried that guilt for 18 years. Every birthday felt like a death anniversary. Every Mother's Day was torture. I'd visit her grave and apologize for being born. The headstone read, "Beloved wife and mother, taken too soon." I'd trace those words with my fingers, whispering apologies to the dirt. Dad would find me crying sometimes and say, "Sweetheart, your mother's death wasn't your fault, but her life's purpose was giving you yours. Don't waste the gift she died to give you." I tried to live up to that impossible standard. Perfect grades, perfect behavior, perfect everything. Because if I wasn't perfect, then she died for nothing. Other kids complained about their mothers. I envied them. They had someone to complain about. I had therapy sessions where I'd sob about the mother I never knew. The guilt ate me alive every single day. Dad never remarried, never even dated. Just worked double shifts and raised me alone, carrying his own grief like a stone. He'd stare at her photo sometimes, tears in his eyes. I thought he was mourning his dead wife. I was wrong. When I graduated high school, he seemed different, distant, like he was carrying a secret that was eating him alive. He started drinking more. I'd find empty bottles hidden around the house. I left for college, but something felt wrong. He'd call me drunk, rambling about mistakes and lies that got too big. During my sophomore year, I came home for Christmas. Dad was drunk, which I'd never seen this bad before. He was staring at a photo of Mom, tears streaming down his face. I can't do this anymore, he whispered. Dad, what's wrong? He looked at me with broken eyes and said, she's not dead. The room went silent. What? Your mother. She's not dead. She's alive. My world shattered. She left us when you were 3 days old. Just walked out. Left a note saying she couldn't handle being a mother. I found you crying in your crib and her gone. I couldn't breathe. I told you she died because I thought it would hurt less than knowing she abandoned you. I thought it was kinder. The grave? Empty. I bought the plot, made the headstone. I needed somewhere for us to go, somewhere to make it real. Where is she? I don't know. I never looked for her. I was too angry, too hurt. I spent the next 2 years searching. Private investigators, social media, old friends. It consumed me. I found her living 2 states away, married, with 2 other kids, a perfect little family. Her Facebook was full of soccer games and birthday parties, the life she couldn't give me. I knocked on her door. When she opened it, her face went white. Oh my God. Hi, Mom. She started crying immediately. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was 15. I was scared. I wasn't ready. You let me think I unalived you. I know. I wanted to come back so many times, but too much time had passed. I didn't know how to explain. I looked at her other kids playing in the yard. She'd been ready for them, just not for me. I have to go, I said. Please, wait. I walked away. I called Dad from my car. I found her, and she's been living a perfect life while I've been mourning a ghost. Dad was quiet for a long time. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I thought I was protecting you. You were. You gave me 18 years of believing I was loved enough to die for. That's more than she ever gave me. I never contacted her again. But Dad's lie became my truth. What did your parents say to you as a kid that still affects you today? My mom died giving birth to me, except she didn't. I lived my entire childhood believing I unalived my mother. Dad told me she died in childbirth, that it was complications, that these things just happen. I carried that guilt for 18 years.
This one looks good. Something about this dagger feels off. I'm looking for the finest weapon that money can buy.
My finest weapon.
I could wreck some monsters with this. Thanks, little guy. Excuse me, sir. The sword that you just sold that guy? There's no way that's the best weapon you have here.
You calling me a liar?
The way it looks has nothing to do with how well it holds up in combat. And it's not just that one. I don't think any of these would last in a real fight.
Ain't no fooling you. This is all stuff I whip up to make quick coin off the guys that wouldn't know a good sword if I stabbed them with it. They're mere toys compared to these, the ones I really pour my heart into.
They're even more impressive than I ever imagined. If you can make weapons this incredible, why would you deceive your customers like that?
I know it's not right, but I can't bring myself to sell these to every schmuck with some coin.
This one looks good. Something about this dagger feels off.
The first thing the woman did after being reborn was demand that her fiancé wear the wedding dress at their ceremony. She clearly remembered that in her past life, the dress had been tampered with by a scheming woman coated with white phosphorus that would ignite in sunlight, leaving her with severe burns. It wasn't until her dying breath that she learned the truth. Her fiancé and the woman had plotted together, all to steal her family fortune. Powerless at the time, she swore that if she ever had another chance, she would make them pay 100-fold, and in the next moment, she opened her eyes back on the morning of her wedding day. She immediately checked the dress prepared by the scheming woman, and found it, just as before, laced with white phosphorus. In her past life, the dress had caught fire the moment it was exposed to the sun. Turning to her unsuspecting fiancé, she told him that if he wore the dress down the aisle, her parents would be so touched by his love and devotion, they'd likely hand over the company to him early. Hearing that, the man, blinded by greed, agreed without hesitation, unaware that this was all part of her plan. When the ceremony began, he hesitated in the car, embarrassed to appear in a wedding dress. But then he reminded himself, if he could just endure this one moment of humiliation, the entire fortune would soon be hissed. He'd make her pay back thousands of times over. As he stepped out of the car, the guests, thinking the bride had arrived, began criticizing the groom for not coming out to meet her, completely unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, the scheming woman watched with glee, believing that if the dress caught fire, at least it wouldn't harm the man. What she didn't know was that everything was going exactly according to the woman's plan. The first thing the woman did after being reborn was demand that her fiancé wear the wedding dress at their...
My sister announced something special at my...
Girl suddenly had her hair grabbed by a woman in front of the...
It made fire. The dress made fire.
When the girl was dancing, her younger sister deliberately ripped apart her pearl necklace and spilled the pearls onto the stage.
Alright,
the first thing the woman did after being reborn was...
Yep, just went to that one.
Japan's Gyaru girls were hated by traditional society. Japan's Gyaru girls weren't just teenage rebels. They were seen as cultural destroyers, and it wasn't just about their attitude. With bronze skin, fake eyelashes, platform shoes, and aggressive confidence, Gyaru girls completely shattered Japan's sacred traditions. They rejected ancestral beauty ideals, refused to bow respectfully like culture demanded, and openly challenged family honor. Parents disowned their daughters, employers refused to hire them, and even religious leaders condemned them as corrupted. But was this justified? Japan's Gyaru Gyaru girls were hated by traditional society. Japan's Gyaru girls weren't just teenage
Yeah,
rebels.
we knew that much.
What did your parents say to you as a kid that still affects you today? My mom died giving birth to me, except
Okay, we
she...
already went through that.
When the girl was
crap.
dancing, her younger sister delivered.
Okay, we're definitely done through all that. Never mind. Alright, let's see. Save my world. Yeah, we're not getting it. Time Wizard of Tomorrow. What is this? Do we got like the Joker version of it? Yeah, I should change my. I don't want to know anything about it. Ew. I hate the Not Another movies. All the franchise versions of them. Ugh. Yeah. Ew. Gross. The entire franchise just needs to. No, it was cringe. I mean, like hardcore. Cringe. $5 father. Nope. Video game companies drop by Pride event in 2025. Let's see what Leafy has to say. I can watch them, but I can't really react like them or be.
This one from
Camillus.
Camillus.
Over time.
Is this my boy Chef John? Chef John from Food Wishes.
Hello, this is Chef John from foodwishes.com
with
Churrasco Chicken. That's
guys,
right.
I love this guy's channel. It's like one of my favorite cooking channels. I love Chef John.
Chicken. This incredible South American style barbecue is more commonly associated with beef, but the chicken version is amazing. And since I was looking for something to pair with
hold up.
potato salad.
Hold up, but when it comes to like churrasco beef, like Brazilian barbecue beef, you just put rock salt. You don't put anything on that shit. I guess maybe chicken you do, but like you don't on beef.
Salad. I thought this would be the perfect choice. And I think my friends in Brazil, Uruguay, and probably Argentina would definitely agree. And to get started, the first thing we'll do is put together our marinade.
All right.
Which is going to start with a whole bunch of sliced garlic.
Put all this up and
as
move
well
on
as
to the
one
next
seeded
letter.
and sliced hot
which
Fresno
is
chili
A.
pepper.
Nice.
And what we'll do is add a nice big spoon of coarse sea salt to those ingredients in a
Just
mortar.
going to
And then
continue
we'll take the
streaming
pestle
doing this.
and we will start bashing. And we will keep bashing until we formed a coarse paste.
Mm-hmm.
And yes,
Keeping
you
my
can use a
brain
blender.
distracted.
But we are always going to extract more flavor this way. And that's it. Once our coarse paste has been produced, we will transfer in a whole bunch of freshly grated lemon zest.
Nice.
Followed by some dried oregano. And then we're also going to want a couple teaspoons of paprika, which can be regular or smoked. Okay, either will work.
I feel like you gotta use smoked, right?
And then we'll finish up with a little bit of ground
That sounds
cumin.
like a good idea.
At which point we'll give this another bashing and smashing. Not to mention a little bit of mashing.
That's like a tiny freaking
Work that
mortar and
over for
pestle.
about a minute.
Dude, I have like my mortar and pestle is so hardcore. It's like those big stone ones. Like massive. This one's like so tiny.
During which time our lemon oils are going to be mingling with our hot pepper oils
When it comes to mortar and pestle, size does matter.
and our garlic oils. And right about here, things should be
What the fuck? You broke your mortar making gunpowder? What the fuck is wrong with you?
smelling really, really
What the hell?
And that's it. Once our mixture is looking a little something like this.
No, it's not. It's not the South American style one. It's just like a stone, like Asian one.
We will finish up with our liquid ingredients, including some freshly squeezed lemon juice, followed by some red wine vinegar.
That's all great for people who actually have the money to actually do all that.
And I've used sherry a few times, and that's really nice.
I have the time, but I don't have the
And then
money.
last but not least, we'll add some olive oil. And we'll go ahead and stir/grind all that together for maybe half a minute or until the mixture emulsifies. And that's it. Believe it or not, our marinade is done. And as I grab a freakishly small wooden spoon to
might
give you
be
a little
on.
better look at this,
Yeah.
I should mention this is a pretty awesome sauce, just to use like this as a condiment on pretty much anything that would come off a grill. But here we're using it as a marinade. So what we'll do is set that aside while we...
I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to grilling meat, I'm like, I'm just like salt. Like a salt I guess chicken needs a little bit of help, but like, especially for like beef and pork, I'm just kind of a salt person.
Prep our chicken thighs. And for this, we're going to use ones that have the skin on and the bone in.
Because I feel like when you put a bunch of shit on it and you're grilling it, it's gonna burn. It gets like nasty.
And as
So you
usual,
don't
we're going to
actually
make a
put
couple cuts through the skin, but this time we're not going down to the bone.
Those on there until like
Right here, I
the
want
last
you to make a
5
very
minutes.
shallow cut, barely
Give it a
going through the skin.
Caramelize.
Since what we're going to do is flip this over and actually remove the bone, which is way easier than you'd ever imagine. And once we identify which direction it's going,
Yeah, it's so
we will
easy. You
make
just
a
like
cut
scrape the
bone in
boner,
same
and then you just pull it out with your hand.
And by cutting on top of the
That's
bone
done
on
with
either side of
You
the
just go
bone,
underneath it with
it's
your
gonna be
fingers,
pretty
pinch
easy
it
to
out,
get
pull it
to
out.
a point where we can
Yep.
slide our finger underneath the bone. And once we can do that,
I can
the rest
debone
is
like
easy.
chicken thighs
Since
so
all
fast
we do
now.
is slide our knife underneath and then cut towards both ends.
Like sometimes my mom will buy like a whole packet of chicken thighs, and like she's like wants to prep it for like katsu or like karage, and I'll just like debone the whole thing like super fast.
And we should
Give me
be
like
able to
5
remove
minutes,
that
I'll do a whole
bone without
pack.
losing too much meat. And in a perfect world, all the cartilage and connective tissue comes with it.
Not even like
Ah,
5. I can do
easily
it faster than that. Yeah.
So once it's deboned, just go ahead and trim off anything that still remains. Okay, if it's not meat or skin, you can get rid of it.
Do you hunt butcher?
And
I don't hunt, but I can do like kind of low level butchery, like basic stuff, like whole primals.
I should mention this is totally optional, and you can leave the bone in. But trust me, this little bit of prep really does make for a much more luxurious eating experience later. So we will do
I
that
don't know. I kind of like when you grill it and you like leave the bone on. The bone like makes everything so juicy.
to 8 thighs.
Really like has
Transfer
like a
those
good
into
flavor.
zip top bag. And then I know we use some salt when we ground our chilies and our garlic. But I'm going to add a little extra here so we have this properly seasoned. Right, you know my rule of thumb. We want about a teaspoon of kosher salt per pound of meat. And then we'll transfer in our marinade. At which point we'll use our tongs to give this a very, very thorough mix. Okay, for some recipes, I just let you massage the outside of the bag to mix things around. But chicken thighs, especially deboned chicken thighs, have tons of nooks and crannies.
I like to eat the bones
And every
too.
one of those nooks and crannies has to have some
Thanks
of
for
this
the follows.
marinade.
Thank you, you guys. Thank you.
And once we're very sure that's happened, we will squeeze out as much air as we can out of the bag, and we will seal it up. And then ideally transfer this into the fridge to marinate overnight. Okay, you can get away with a couple hours if you have to, and it will still be good. It just won't be as good. But anyway, we'll leave that up to you. I mean, you are, after all, the Leanne Rhymes of your marination time.
How does he keep doing this? He's still doing this? He's still making silly puns.
And if you're keeping score at home,
Silly rhymes,
I
I
went
mean.
for about 14 hours. And that's it. We'll open up the bag and grab some tongs. And the good news is, we don't have to
He does
drain
one
it
every
or wipe it
episode.
off. We can put it on the grill just like this.
How do you make
And when we place
food-related
our-
rhymes like,
We
like
definitely
over and
want to
over?
start with the skin side down.
Oh, that's a good charcoal.
And as usual, I'm going with a very mature charcoal fire. Just very hot white ashy
Nice.
coals.
By the way, charcoal bricks are ass. You should never buy them. They're total shit.
You mean the one that
Honestly,
everybody else buys
unforgivable
all the
if you use
time?
them.
Yeah.
What we'll do is give that first skin side just 2 minutes before we flip it over. And of course, there's no way to predict the direction of the wind.
Only forgivable for elementary school kids to use charcoal bricks.
You're filming a video where you're going to turn some chicken, in which case there's a 100% chance it's going to be blowing towards the camera. So after flipping a few, I moved to the other side of the grill, which made for a little clearer shot.
Also, Leaf is supposed to spread the
And
gospel
once those have
using
all been
kosher.
turned and
I
spaced nice and
should.
evenly, we will let that meat side grill for about 5 minutes before we turn these back over. And the reason we only give the skin a couple minutes to start
Yeah,
is
briquettes,
because that's where most of the fat is, and the part that's most likely to char. So we'll do the majority of the cooking on the meat side. But don't worry, the skin side is going to be beautiful as well, since after about 5 minutes, we will flip this back over to the skin side.
Nice.
And we'll give it another minute, or maybe
Yeah,
2
you
minutes,
definitely don't want to cook
or
it
as
like
far
too
as
much
we
on
can
the
push
skin
it,
side. You want to give it a little
to
bit of
achieve
time,
a
otherwise
nice,
it's gonna
beautiful
burn.
golden brown finish with a few char marks.
Oh, it's so good.
And more importantly,
Man, charcoal grilled chicken is so next level. Like, it is completely different. Like, when you have the charcoal element with chicken. Chicken especially, like way more than like the other meats. Like chicken really loves charcoal. It's just so good.
Our chicken is cooked all the way through. And if you watch me grill before, you know I like to play with my food. And once I have some nice color on both sides, and I'm getting close to being done, I will just randomly flip those back and forth, where and when I think it's needed. And the great thing about a chicken thigh is it's not that easy to dry out, unlike a breast. So we can be a little more aggressive, trying to get a nice brown to finish. And of course, if some of the smaller pieces finish early, pull them off, since there is no way that all 8 of your thighs were the same size. I mean, my thighs aren't the same size, and I only have 2 of them. And that's it. Once I had those all removed to a plate, I headed back inside and transferred those onto a serving platter. And then, because I'm not insane, I drizzled over the accumulated juices from the plate.
Nice.
And if that's not some of the most beautiful grilled chicken you've ever seen, I would love to see whatever you thought looked better. And I'll serve some up properly in a moment. But this was just smelling and looking too good not to dig right in. And that, my friends, is going to be some of the juiciest, most flavorful grilled chicken you've ever had. So I really did love everything about that. And I went ahead and plated some up properly.
Just gotta get the ice and I'm done with that, bro.
And I squeezed over some fresh lemon, which is highly recommended, before digging back.
That potato salad looks so good.
And if I ever did a top 10 list of grilled meats and side dish pairings, this is 100% on that list. And what's very cool is that chimichurri sauce would be a very
This is kind of boneless chicken barbecue heresy. I agree. I like the bone in more.
But here it's already in the potato salad, which means our side is kind of a hybrid side and sauce, which I need to invent a word.
That's crazy.
And maybe some of you can help me do that in the comments.
Yeah, he put chimichurri in it. It's like a parsley lemon parsley lemon olive oil. Fuck, what else is... I feel like I'm forgetting something. Is it mint?
Anyway, the point is it was amazing eating separately.
There we go.
But when I combined the 2 components in one bite, it was even more magical.
Go ahead and...
Okay, so I'm not going to tell you how to eat this,
make sure everything's
but
good.
seriously, this is how you should eat it. But even if you don't, and serve it with a different side, this is a fantastic version of barbecue chicken, and I really do hope you give it a try soon. So please follow the links below for the
nicely,
ingredient
isn't it?
amounts, a printable written recipe, and much more info as usual. And as always, enjoy.
This guy has been at this forever, guys. Like, this guy, if you want like recipe, like a recipe channel, I highly recommend Food Wishes. All he does is like videos, like there's no like, he does the editing like super simple. It's like not like about him, it's about the food.
Been working on this for 7 hours.
I love his style. It's so perfect.
Off and on
like, he just
for the last
keeps
7
going.
hours. So
And like every video is just consistently the same.
Raw, all that.
But look at this. Like this goes on for years, by the way. So like, I highly recommend this. I'm gonna link it to you guys right now.
Do walnut. I should clean it up. So yeah.
Alright, how quote-unquote wokeness killed RuneScape.
What's up, friends? I do appreciate being here today, but I do feel the need to warn you before we go any further that I will be...
Alright guys, that's an 8-hour stream. I did enjoy putting this together. I'm probably going to still work on this way past this. I'm just going to completely immerse myself into it. So thank you guys for coming in, and now we're going to follow away this video, and we'll see you next time. Bye.